a test of the inverted broadcast system. Do not. This is just a test. There is no peril to your body because we already own your soul.
What the? What the hell? What the hell was that all about? What the hell was that all about? Apparently, my camera just froze in OBS, and so it was showing an earlier frame. I was a spoopy ghost, and then I appeared. Hello, everyone. Stickboy, Louis Vuitton, Verminhance, Pros Renegade, Zygote, Gayfesh, Jaded Unicorn, Argo, Spinkle, Cheeto, Hallmark, Hippie Punk, Stickboy, XVY, Abo, Striped Kidder, Bastard Collection, Morningstar Plural, Panic Stasis, Mike Marshall, Cherry, Val 9000, The Kid, Psychopax 360 from Twitch chat, Windleby Dazzler from Twitch chat, Dorian the Cutest from Twitch chat, Gromit is a Prince from Twitch chat, and from the YouTube live chat, we have HLW, Eddie Spencer, Theta Queen, Comrade Owo, Ray Gunner Gaming, Furcifer, Annabelle, Silent, Gurr, Theta Queen. I just spitted. I spitted. What the hell happened there? I apologize. Jazz Dog, Gabriel Cook, Judas, and Aqua Fractaline. Hello, everyone. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. We have 73 concurrent viewers at the very beginning of this wonderful stream, but we only have 49 likes, so I'm going to need you to slap that motherfucking like button, okay? I have been streaming for almost an entire week straight. Actually, I think I've done like 7 stream days out of the last 8 days. So I'm a little bit tired. My voice is very clearly a little bit worn out, but don't worry. I am taking, we had to cancel, or not cancel, we had to reschedule the Wednesday, conversation about schooling. So I'm going to take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off and come back on Friday. Just so you know, I promise I'm going to rest. I'm not going to completely destroy myself, in the name of the show. Okay? I promise. I promise. I fucking promise. All right? Yeah, let's get a like spike. I want to see those likes. I know that there's a lot of people streaming right now, and most people are going to be coming around later for the conversation with TJ Kirk, which is going to be very, very, very exciting and fun and interesting. Hi, Bonks Daily. Good to see you again. It has been smashed. Indeed, we now have more likes than we have current viewers, which is very great. I almost got it right. I'll get it right eventually. I'm sorry. Lady Hopium, good to see you. Boy, oh boy, there's a lot of stuff going on. The news has been bumping the last few days. We have so much to cover. Oh, and on Friday, I'm going to do my Dune reviews. I'm going to talk about all my thoughts about Dune, and then I'm also going to pick one of the games I have on backlog to review, and I'm going to do a review of that. So on Friday, you can expect double media review fun, which is going to be super, super, super cool and exciting and interesting. Gonna show off the voice? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, it would be unethical for me to truly use the voice on all of you, but are we going to talk about the Fauci puppies thing? No, not right now. Maybe later on in the week. How'd you like it? How'd you like it, Louis Vuitton? Is it fucking great? Isn't it fucking good? Yeah, it was great. I bet you liked it more than you thought, didn't you? It's fucking good. It's good shit. I know it's not perfect. I know Lynch wasn't perfectly happy with the way that it turned out, but still good. You gave it another shot. Good call. Good call. Good call. Hey, Flux is me. If you want someone to talk about Dune with, Rory is your guy. Really? Really? Louis Vuitton is such sour grapes. Okay, I'll have to do that. Thank you for enjoying your clip. Oh, the clip was great. They're currently obsessed with it. Good. Rory is awesome. Rory is a friend of mine. I got to talk to Rory about this. Bananas or oranges? What are you talking about? Are you talking about what I prefer? Are we talking about what I prefer to bananas or oranges? Is that what we're talking about here? Is that what's going on? Personal friend? Personal friend. Not streamer friend. Well, I mean, yeah, personal friend. Yeah, exactly. We've been playing D&D together. Anyway, fruit bigotry. Well, I like bananas more than, well, I don't know. Oranges are good in some things and bananas are good in other things. Why are you asking me such strange questions? Why are you asking me such strange questions? Is this really what we've gathered here for? Is that really what we've gathered here for? Listen, we got to talk about a lot of stuff, okay? Because yesterday, we talked about Dune, and we played lots of video games. And on Saturday, we talked about very broad political issues, and we did a giant fundraiser. But we haven't talked about the nitty-gritty, everyday insanity of politics since, like, last Friday, which is a little bit long, you know? It's a little bit long. Wait, what? I'm mad about cum pizza. Goddamn lying reactionary chud on Twitter is pushing an incomplete story to push an anti-LGBT narrative. What? What? What are you talking about?
What? Did you not?
Is this just a thing that I've completely missed?
Yeah. Just
Cum pizza, cum car?
Don't even.
What is?
Just avoid it.
This
Avoid
sounds
it.
terrible.
Avoid it.
Avoid it?
Avoid the noise.
You're telling me to avoid the noise? Is it Domino's related? Is that what it is?
No, it's stupid. It doesn't matter. It's fucking.
Can you get this fly that got trapped in here?
Fucking
With the zapper?
ball pit tier stuff.
It's Dashcon ball pit?
It's literally it's just a little cowrie. It's not fun. It's
Okay.
not cool.
All right. Okay. Wow. This has been a disorienting, confusing, and uncomfortable stream opening. I must tell the truth. I feel lost. Okay. So, we were going to talk about something equally concerning, actually probably significantly more concerning, depressing, confusing, and disappointing, which is, have you all been paying attention? Has anybody here caught up at all with the Facebook stuff? With the Facebook and Google giant reveal, the giant leak that showed that Facebook and Google have been colluding behind closed doors in what could literally be a violation of some of the, like, highest level of antitrust and anti-monopoly laws in our country? Have we heard about that? Have we heard about any of that? Because that's kind of huge. And I think that that's going to be affecting literally all of us. And it sucks to me that I only have 110 viewers right now, because holy shit, did I want to talk about this. But instead, I'm looking on my timeline, and everybody is talking about stupid, meaningless other bullshit. Everyone, it's Monday. We're supposed to talk about serious and good things. But yeah, I'm gonna stall. I'm gonna stall a little bit. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna stall until we get more people in here, because this is fucking important. And I'm annoyed. Oh, I'm annoyed. No, we got stupid drama. We got stupid drama going on. People getting mad about meaningless, pointless, harmful, useless drama from over a year ago. We've got a stupid dickhead moron asshole saying stupid dickhead moron asshole things. We've got another stupid dickhead moron asshole saying other stupid dickhead moron asshole things. I'll bother my followers in group chats. Yeah, come on, everybody. Listen, hold on. Can we talk about something real quick? Okay, I want to talk to you about something real quick. Okay. Guys, I know this is gonna sound super boomer, okay? You know, this is gonna sound super boomer for a second, but I want you to hear me out on this, okay? My stream, we talk about things on this stream, and I make jokes on this stream that are not algorithm friendly. So if you want to see this stream grow, we have to use this thing called WOM, word of mouth. Whoa. That's what we have to do. You guys have to tell people who you like and who you think are cool about this stream, because I do not get served in the algorithm as well as other people, because I make jokes about being trans, and I make jokes about sex, and I make jokes about fucking Facebook and war and all kinds of ridiculous things. So yeah, it's kind of important, you know? It's like I hate it, but I bring you a unique television experience. Not television, but you know what I mean, basically, you know? Seriously. So the word of mouth is what is our lifeblood here. It is our lifeblood here. And yes, the comments and the likes, those things are always help. But at the end of the day, our show grows by getting new imps, by people finding out that I exist, because I don't have the benefit of being a algorithmically perfect person. And you want to know? You want to know what's really super interesting about this? Well, it works. It does work. Well, you'll see. You'll see. They'll get here eventually. You gotta invite them over for a pizza party and then put me on in the background or something. Okay, listen. But I want to show you something. You want to know what's really wild? Did you know? Did you know? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look, we're gonna do a little taster. Take a look at this. Twitter admits bias in algorithm for right-wing politicians and news outlets. Home feed promotes right-wing tweets over those from the left. Internal research finds. This is Twitter's own internal research found that right-wing bias is that they are favored in favor of right-wing biased sources, not against. Even though the right-wingers are constantly whining and crying about it. Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Nah, it's fine. Let him stay. Let him stay. Yeah, so it's interesting. Well, of course they do. All the right-wingers told me they're being persecuted by Twitter. Well, they do that always. Have you ever heard of the war against Christmas? Conservatives always self-victimize. This is why it's important to not just take people at their word, but instead to investigate for yourself. Twitter has admitted it amplifies more tweets from right-wing politicians and news outlets than content from left-wing sources. The social media platform examined tweets from elected officials in 7 countries: US, UK, Canada, France, Germany, Spain, and Japan. It also studied whether the political content from news organizations was amplified on Twitter, focusing primarily on US news sources such as Fox News, the New York Times, and BuzzFeed. The study compared Twitter's home timeline, the default way its 200 million users are served tweets, in which algorithm tailors what users see, with the traditional chronological timeline where the most recent tweets are ranked first. The research found that in 6 out of 7 countries apart from Germany, tweets from right-wing politicians received more amplification from the algorithm than those from the left. This is what we call an actual bias. An actual bias. Let's take a look. On this basis, the most powerful discrepancy between right and left was in Canada, where liberals had a 43% weight and conservatives had 167% weight, followed by the UK, where Labour had 112 and conservatives had 176% weighting. Even excluding top government officials, the results were similar. Wow. Wild shit. Twitter said it would make its research available to outsiders such as academics and is preparing to let third parties have wider access to its data in a move likely to put further pressure on Facebook to do the same. Facebook is being urged by politicians on both sides of the Atlantic to distribute its research to third parties after tens of thousands of internal documents, which included revelations that the company knew its Instagram app damaged teenage mental health. Can we get a what the fuck? Right there, when she included revelations that the company knew its Instagram app damaged teenage mental health. Do you know how bad it by the way, just so we're clear, do you know how bad it has to be for a corporation to admit that their app internally, to ever even say the words that their app damages teenage mental health? That has to be so bad The situation has to be so bad that literally the people who are most invested in denying it have to say it out loud. What? It's so bad. Anyway. Oh, God. So, yeah, it's really funny that every single day we find out that the facts contradict the actual real information, contradicts these conservative narratives, the conservative bullshit that they're being, I'm being censored, and they're never censored. They're, in fact, censored less. And we know this. We've seen this ourselves in our own communities, of course. We've seen trans people getting their accounts taken down, big trans accounts, people who are making a lot of stuff for just writing a thread about TERFs. We've seen this shit all over the place. We know that left-leaning information online is more severely moderated than the right. We've been able to show it time and time again. And yet, the right-wingers who literally go on TOS breaking tirades every other day stay on the platform. So, yeah. It's unfortunate. But, you know, I figured that would be a nice little appetizer to get us into the mood for talking about the bigger stuff. Because this is just a small level of what we're talking about. The leaks from Facebook and Google are horrifying. And their implications are, they're basically, when I talked the other day, remember when you all were like, oh man, Dia Mama, you had this big fucking doomer rant about how Facebook and Google are highly manipulative organizations with basically no oversight that have commodified our social engagement and forced us into channels of engaging with each other, which constantly makes them money. And then everyone was like, oh, that's so doomer. And then literally 2 days later, the giant leak that has already been public is made completely public, unredacted. Yeah. We knew it. We kind of already knew this. Twitter has said in the past they're afraid to ban outright racist United States stuff like they do in Germany because it will inadvertently wrap in Republicans. Yeah, that tells you about how bad the state of affairs are in this country. Narco Socialista. Hey, y'all. Personal question for the chatters. When is it acceptable to put my Cash App in my bio? I'm kind of fucked because my house was broken into Friday night. I don't know much, but I know when my shit is the only stuff destroyed in a break-in, I was probably the target. I've recently started being open about my transition, and my reactionary QAnon neighbor has been really sus ever since. This is a Cash App and bioable time. Yeah, you could do that. You could also, Narco Socialista, set up a GoFundMe. Take like an hour and put together a GoFundMe. And if you put that GoFundMe together, you can send it to me, and then we can, you know, you can post it into the various communities. People really like GoFundMes because GoFundMes are a lot safer than just sending money directly via Cash App. And GoFundMe doesn't ask a lot of personal information from you, so it's a pretty good option. I highly recommend setting up a GoFundMe for stuff like this. I've been able to get help via GoFundMe in the past. GoFundMe is a really good option, so please do that. Yeah. But I don't think you'd be wrong for putting your Cash App in bio. You got to do what you got to do. No, you know, it's not a huge deal. Yeah, you don't have to meet your goal to cash out. Yeah, because it's like a proper mutual aid app. Yeah, it's pretty good. Aska in YouTube chat says, thanks, Mama, for the epic content. Yo, you're very welcome. Thank you very much. Remember, this content is 100% viewer supported. I don't buy ads. I can't buy ads. I don't have sponsors. My show is made for you guys. And that's why I'm able to do the stuff that I do. That's why I'm able to talk about the stuff that I talk about. That's why I'm able to joke in the raunchy, edgy way that I do, is because of viewers like you who support the show via interacting, via promoting, etc., etc. Silent says, I hate the social pressure against ants asking for financial help. It's so insidious. Well, yeah, it's really, really insidious. Of course it is. we live, I mean, again, because if we help each other, if we build a society where we help each other directly, where we can ask each other for money and stuff like that, and it can be comfortable, it becomes a lot harder for work to be the only way to sustain yourself. Please do, Narco Socialista. Please do. No problem. No problem. Yes, remember PBS? We're the viewers like you. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Especially those of you with color, with names with color in them. Because, yeah. Don't be afraid to ask people for help. People will ask you for help. It's okay. Obviously, there's a time and a place. You can't just, you can't just spam links at people for raising money and stuff like that. You got to be polite, but people care about each other. People care about each other. And this is also why it's good to make real friends. I found a take one, leave one store nearby, and it motivated to clean up my room for the first time in about 2 years. Those kinds of things are awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, people are pretty generous. If you really want to be able to have access to the animated emotes, gift subs happen all the time. Oh, of course, a consume Demon Mama content. The thing is, you don't consume my content. My content is free. It is remixable. It is not, I don't know. I don't make my content to be like consumed in that way. It's meant to last. My channel will be up for a long time. We keep our channel as organized as possible. So yeah. Yeah, somebody could gift Narco Socialista. I'm sure there's somebody who can afford a gift sub if they really want to. Parkside Atuan. Well, yeah, of course he did. I don't care about stupid stuff. I don't care about stupid drama baity bullshit from people like that. It's so embarrassing. I just really wish that people would stop that. It's very weird and uncomfortable and stupid. All right. Well, we have 167 people in here. How are we doing on the likes? How are we doing? Oh, 141 likes. Actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty goddamn good. I gotta say, we're getting up there, though. We're getting up there, though. We're getting there. We're getting there. I've been streaming so much lately, so, I get it. I get it that some of you are probably a little mama fatigued. You can't keep up with me. I understand. Look at that, Cheeto. Thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. I've been wanting to get a couple of cheap lawnmowers and yard tools and build a shed in my front yard with a sign, people saying they can sign on a lawnmower. I think it's dumb how everyone in the neighborhood needs their own tools to use once a week, month, or whatever. They don't, if you do stuff like that. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Yeah. How was Phasmo? Awesome. We had a really good time playing Phasmo last night. The dynamic was great. We were all dunking on each other and goofing around and laughing a lot. It was super, super fun. Yeah, Voosh's computer exploded. Voosh exploded. I've been starting to feel seasonal depression start to creep into my life again. I was wondering if anyone has tips to stay motivated through the winter and fall months. Unironically, try to get more sun. It sounds silly. Sit near an open window for a bit. Cozy up with a blanket and get some sun on your face. That vitamin D, unironically, literally helps. Yeah, get a light box, whatever. Also, don't be afraid to be cozy. Yeah, you might have to spend a little more on heat. If you have a little space heater, turn it on. Let yourself be cozy and comfortable. I grew up in the winteriest state you can think of besides maybe Alaska. I grew up in the northernest, north snowland. You have to learn to be cozy, and then you start to like winter. Yeah, look at that right there. Silent knows where it's at right here. Have you left a comment on a lefty video today? Good idea. Not just my videos, any lefty content. Even if the comment is just, wow, I really like this. That's all. Does a grow box with LED count as sun? If it's full spectrum, yes, I think. A lot of my older lady friends will say, take a vitamin, child, in that old wise woman way. Sometimes that helps. Yes, vitamins can help. Take vitamins with your food in the morning so that your body digests them as if they are food. Very yummy. Yeah, we're having TJ on in a couple hours, so that'll be cool. Oh yeah, I heard Booksmarts did like a good video. I'm happy to hear that. I'm always happy to see when people do a good video, even if I don't always like their other stuff. That's fucking cool as shit. Damn, people are getting worked up over this one. Oh, that's a good joke. So, God, there's so much random shit going on today. Like, oh, fuck. Do we want to move on? Do we want to, we got 177 people here. Wait, that's 177 on YouTube. How many we got on Twitch? Is Twitch bumping? Is Twitch bumping today? Is Twitch bumping? 52. Okay, we got enough people. We can do this. We can do this now. We can talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's do it, huh? Booksmarts never misses. I disagree about that, but I don't think he missed on this latest one, at least from what I heard. Mutual aid for bi people of color is hard. There's something to be said about the harassment that we face and magnifying it if you're LGBTQ. Yes, I agree with you, cream bun mom, cream bun mommy. Cream bun mommy, that is accurate, and that is why it is important for us to set up communities where people can talk about this stuff, and also connections, so that we can talk about things in private and not subject people to harassment. If you have the GoFundMes of friends and whatever, of people of color who are in need, please DM them to me. DM them to me. I will be trying to keep track of a list of GoFundMes and stuff like that we can do, and, you know, that we can contribute to in the future. Mommy? Sorry, mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Yes, exactly. Oh, hello, Faun. Hey, can you cover this video with Vosh's Discord and sexist jokes? I would be interested to see your take. Guys... Really? How long is this? 47 minutes? Holy shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Maybe tonight? Maybe tonight? It's stupid and not worth it. Please do not. It's boring drama. Wow, damn. We're getting a lot of people. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really sound that good. It's more like him telling people to buck up and deal with it themselves. It wasn't even funny. Like, there was nothing. Guys, I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say? I thought it was not about Vosh. Isn't it not about Vosh anyway? I thought it was about the Discord. How many people are in Vosh's Discord? Like 40,000? You do realize that's something that's going to happen in basically any Discord. When you reach 40,000 people, 39,000. Guys, like, people try to get me into drama with Vosh and it doesn't succeed because I'm not a drama monger, believe it or not. I know, imagine that. Imagine my reputation being completely out of step with who I actually am. Supposed to be 30K? 30K, that's a lot of people. Like, you have to understand, at 30K, that's gonna be a lot of people, and it is inevitable it's inevitable that some bad shit's gonna happen, and some people, there's gonna be misunderstandings when there's that many people in one place. Yeah, like, people have a weird parasocial desire to have you fight with Vosh a lot. Yeah, because it's entertaining, because we've bumped heads a few times and people thought that it would be good. But also remember that there is a big difference in the viewership of Vosh and the viewership of me, which is that there are there's like a bunch of DGG people that watch Vosh that primarily hate me, and there are a bunch of people that of DGG people that hate me and also hate watch me and also but primarily hate Vosh, and so they want to get us to fight. Yeah. So, yeah. Galay says you can't monitor every message from every user among 30K. That's true, you can't. You really can't. Wait a minute. What's this? What's this? Oh, this is a Honey Pop thing? Oh, I don't know how I feel about Honey Pop. Honey Pop is like, I've played Honey Pop. So woke scolds? There were a lot of repeat people too with that. That many people shouldn't be necessary if it was that prevalent. I don't know. I have non-DGG VDS people in my community. I have a handful. Most of those people are really, really don't like me though. Like the people with hardcore like VDS do not like me already because they've already blocked me. Yeah. I've thought, I know Cherry wants me to do a Honey Pop stream. Cherry, I already own Honey Pop. I already have it. I've already beaten it once. Like, if you want me to do a Honey Pop stream, I could do a Honey Pop stream. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I'd be fine at it. People in the comments were not happy with Vosh's response, and Vosh was saying that people shouldn't be offended at light jokes. Well, people can be offended at all kinds of things. I don't know. You're friends and you don't get gross and toxic when you disagree on stuff. Seeing you two butt heads is more fun than most drama shit. That's true, Lenoira. I mean, we'll shout at each other a little bit on stream, but we don't like really get toxic with it because there's no need. Like, we're able to both actually have what's called a human discussion, which is something that people don't actually get. Like, people spend so much time engaging in like performative denouncement and all of this stuff that like unironically people forget how to conflict with somebody. So like there are things that I disagree strongly with Vosh on that I don't think are like character flaws in Vosh or character flaws in Vosh's life. There are things that I'm like, yo, I really don't like your take on this, and here's my reasoning why, and bam. People get worried about burnt bridges. No. Guys, people who've been conditioned by horribly negative toxic spaces like DGG get worried about a burnt bridge whenever there's a slight disagreement, because in that space, every single disagreement leads to a burnt bridge. I do not foster that type of space. That is not the relationship I have with people. Even people I've conflicted with, even people where I've been in the wrong. Like, I don't carry that type of relationship with people. It's not what I'm interested in. It's not the type of stuff I seek out. You know? Like, I don't know. That's some weird shit that I don't quite understand. And yeah, it's weird. Every single disagreement ends in a burnt bridge. My family? Yeah, these types of toxic social dynamics exist in other places as well. Wow, I was stumbling over my words. As somebody who's hugely put off by Vosh because of how he talked about people like me and who feel supported by you, I find it really weird how much people try to get you to fight him. He's your friend. I don't have to drive you to fight him on everything I don't like about him to feel supported by you. Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, well, thank you, Morningstar. Like, I appreciate that. The reality is that, like, there are things I disagree with Vosh on, but I don't think that Vosh's actions have ever gone to a point where I feel like he's dangerous to good people or people that I care about. I think he has some opinions that deserve development or whatever, or that I feel that he could do better on. But like, I don't know, like some people expect, like, I don't know, some people see me going hard on somebody like Lauren Southern, a person who's been directly involved in like far right groups and has actually personally endangered migrants and stuff, and then they think that it's like the same to compare somebody like Lauren Southern to somebody like Vosh, where Vosh has said some edgy things in the past or made some jokes or made some bad opinions or bad takes or whatever, which are bad and sure and whatever, but those are on a completely different level than somebody who's like literally going out of their way to actively combat the things that I believe in. So I just don't, yeah. Max Phoenix, I don't care enough about Hoonie Pop to do a list like that. Maybe someday, but not right now. It's also interesting that how your conflicts that do end up in burnt bridges, those people are always DGG adjacent. Yeah, isn't that interesting? I think there's only one other burnt bridge that I can think of who wasn't DGG adjacent, and that's Mel. And that's because Mel and I were personal friends, and Mel became an increasing asshole over time. So Mel is like, yeah. Mel is like the only person who I have like a burned bridge with that isn't like super DGG adjacent. Probably, K-Prime. That's probably true. Can we see your shirt? Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favorite shirts. It's very weird. It's very like vaporwavy or something. I don't know. Yeah. I love this shirt too. Some people hate it. I love it. It's like a black and white pattern with all this like overgrowth, and I love it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a unique shirt. Yeah, fancy. Yeah, it's got trippy vibes, but in a weird way. It's got like some, I don't know, analog shit going on. I don't know. It's cool. Somebody else said, a self-loathing egomaniac says, the reason I love modding for the dough cord is that it's Vosh neutral. I don't have to deal with simping or seething rage of anti-fans. I don't care. I don't care to hear every time the guy farts incorrectly. Yeah, it is weird. People are weird about that kind of stuff. People are very weird about that kind of stuff. Anyway. Mel is also that certain toxic friend we mentioned the other night. Yeah. Yep. I hope Doe is doing well. Doe is doing much, much better. Taking it easy. Resting up. Making some important moves in its life. We have much love for Doe here. But yeah, just so you all know. And if any of you any of you are concerned, you can always DM me, as I said in the original like sort of letter thing. Yeah, I talk to Doe every single day, so don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that at all. Mama good, actually. Mama good. Mama actually good.
Mama good.
Yeah, Mama good.
Good.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm a mod for Keffels. I've noticed Doe lurking around in Keffels chat. Yeah, Doe likes to keep an eye on everybody, on lots of people's streams. It's really cool. It's really cool. Yeah. Oh, look at all the Mama goods. Oh. Earthbound stream win. Oh God. You know how long my list of games I'm supposed to play for stream? Faun good. Yeah, true. I know, I have so many. I claim to be pro-choice, but I don't let you choose what games you stream. True, I'm so tired. You know, part of the reason why I need to take 3 days is because I haven't played video games in like a solid week. Like, nothing. Is there anything Doe needs financially or otherwise? Is there a place we can donate? You can always contribute through Doe's website, aceliax.cc, if you'd like to. I think that Doe is, like, obviously, as a streamer who's currently not streaming, Doe can always use the financial support, but Doe's not, like, asking for any aid or anything like that. Is Monster Hunter one of them? Actually, it is. I want to play, but I need to get into Monster Hunter. I'm not, like... Yeah, I gotta play Rise when it's on PC. I have it on my Switch, but I haven't got to play it yet. I haven't had enough time. I could do an Undertale at some point. The reality is, though, like, here's the deal. So the deal is, if I get more viewers, if I get more sustainable viewers, then I will do more video game streams. I want to do more video game streams. I am nervous about doing video game streams. I don't want people to get tired out with politics, especially because politics is intense, but we always end up talking some politics during video game streams anyway, and I have so much fun. I think my video game streams are unironically, like, really, really fun. Like, unironically. I think that my video game streams are I think I'm actually good at them. I've begun to think that. And people have been having fun, but still, I need to get the viewership numbers up, and I also do need to talk about politics, because politics is really important, and I'm very passionate about politics. So, it's a growing thing. It's a growing thing. Yeah, politics is like a drug. I can never get tired of it. Well, it's true, but we live in a time where politics is in every single part of our lives. Yeah. Well, you guys haven't even seen me go full on in my analysis of video games yet. You just got to give me time. Yeah. Am I going to play Shin Megami Tensei 5 next month? I need to finish the HD remaster. Yeah. Dumb but very important. Politics is ridiculous. Politics is maddening, but it is important. I think I generally agree with that shirt, I got to say. Yeah, politics is dumb but very important. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, it's a pretty good thing. I fear the Matador? No, I will kill. I will kill. Playing video games is basically praxis. I mean, Here's a thought. Both. I mean, I do both. But, like, anyway. What does the puppy emote mean? It means, like, duh. It's just like a goofy puppy. It means, like, when you need a face that's kind of like, wow. It's kind of like a dumb wow. That's what it is.
Oh, the wowie.
Wowie. Yeah. It's called wowie because it's like a dog being like, whoa. Happy birthday, Void Error. Happy birthday. Happy to hear that. What's politics? Is it lighter than a stick of butter? I think it doesn't have...
Heavier than feathers.
It's heavier than feathers, but it might be lighter than butter. I'm not 100% sure. As you can see, I got Popeyes today. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Popeyes is all right, you know? Popeyes is fine. I have more dumb drama to cover, but I kind of want to cover the serious thing. Maybe I should make a statement about this. I don't know. Is it even worth it? I don't feel like it's worth acknowledging. Look, some people tried to cancel a streamer that I like a lot. Yeah, it's the Chud drama. I'll just touch on it, okay? So you guys can take this if you want to. I'll just touch on it because everybody's talking about it right now. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. One of the people that I did the fundraiser with on Saturday made like a call out post of Chud logic, which I felt was incredibly unnecessary and really rude. The call out post is based on a like literally year-old situation that at first seemed way worse than it was, and then the full logs were released, and it turns out it's actually not nearly as bad as anybody made it out to be. Yeah, did Chud Logic make some mistakes? Yep, he also owned up to them and made them right. Are any of the accusations of him being like a dangerous person or any of those other ridiculous accusations, are those accurate at all? No. And all of the records are public. So, but the thing that I want to say that makes me very frustrated about this particular drama, is that basically what the result is that a friend of mine and the person who originally brought certain limited allegations against Chud Logic both have now had their private messages read just like with no respect to thousands upon thousands of people. And I find that very, you know, very, very, very disappointing and irritating. Because, first of all, it's an inappropriate time. I really wish that the person who brought these allegations up would have just, I mean, honestly, first of all, it already was sorted like a year ago. I think it's a really bad time to bring this stuff up when we're all working on something that's unequivocally good. Yeah, Silent says, when this previous event occurred, I did my due diligence, even though Chud is my personal friend. He was kicked from the server. He was banned from the website until I got to see the full logs for myself, and it was clear that Chud Logic was not a threat to anybody or was not a groomer. We have a pretty serious policy about what we do when this shit happens. And yeah, Gayfesh had a good tweet about this. I actually really like Gayfesh's tweet, so I'm gonna throw Gayfesh's tweet up on here. Hey pal, I see you're about to post something shit-talking a streamer. Believe me, I sympathize. I see you're only doing it now because their name is getting around for their involvement in a trans charity stream that raised 20K. So can I ask you, what the fuck is your problem? Yeah, this is silly. Yeah, I've talked about this before. I've talked about this particular drama back when it happened. It's a very, very old thing. I think it is incredibly ridiculous that it was brought up around this, and it's made a lot of people mad. And what makes me most angry is that now there's a bunch of fucking airwaves being wasted to sorting out, relitigating the drama, because that's how this shit goes. So everybody's wasting time relitigating it instead of talking about the shit that we were talking about on the fundraiser, instead of talking about the very important news that's going on. It's a giant time-wasting time sink. And so I gotta say, I'm pretty frustrated that people decided to try to make this a point of drama. But I do want to say, hey, Kabibble. Hi, Kabibble. Welcome back. Chud sounded depressed. I'm sure Chud is fine. I'm sure he's just a bit tired out of it. It's very frustrating. You know what I mean? And it does drive a wedge, because if you can't, like, if you find yourself getting in drama for just sending your support, because that's all Chud did. Chud didn't appear on it. I gave Chud a shout out as my friend after he raided in with 300 people. Chud Logic is another streamer. Chud was aggro today. I'm sure he's angry. I think he has reason to be angry about it. I hate how this drama BS is incentivized on here with some of these people. Yeah, it is. And it's like, I get it. And I should say, like, I understand why people had concerns, but remember, this was already litigated a year ago. This was litigated once already a year ago. Who is he angry at? He's angry at the person who tried to restart the drama in the comments of like in the wake of and in the sort of associated with the fundraiser, because that was what prompted it. Chud Logic raided into the fundraiser, and one of the people on the fundraiser made like a huge call out post, and I think that was a really big mistake. Of course it's a form of clout sharking. Of course that's everything. That is everything on social media is clout sharking. It's unfortunate. Some types worse than others. This is a particularly, in my opinion, poorly thought through cancellation and whatever. Again, at the time, we took all precaution that we could. And I also demanded that until I would not, like, even though Chud is my personal friend, I told Chud, like, I can't associate until I get the info that the full story. So, yeah, it sucks. So that's all I'm gonna say on it. I think this is a particularly stupid drama to try and bring back up. I think that that trying to redirect attention from a very successful fundraiser, whether intentional or otherwise, is a big stupid mistake, and I think people should let this shit go. Yeah. Mixed Vivian Wolf says, I am big sad. We were all happy with the fundraiser. I don't want drama immediately after. Also, if you haven't spoken to TJ Kirk yet, I'd appreciate if you'd ask him about his mad transphobic NB video. I don't know about any of his videos. I was planning on just having a conversation, like two strangers in a bar style conversation. I don't really know much about TJ's videos. I used to know a lot more about his content like 10 years ago, but that was a long time ago. But yeah, maybe it'll come up. We're going to be talking about gender. We're going to be talking about politics. We're going to talk about religion. There's, like, you know, a small chance we disagree on a lot. I don't really know. I just was very interested. I've seen some of like TJ Kirk's interviews. I've always found them interesting. So it's sick because the allegations are a serious issue. To try and use it to clout shark, potentially triggering a bunch of people who've been affected by grooming. Okay. Hold on. The conversation is at 6, so we've got like an hour or so before the conversation goes on. Probably not enough time to do a full politics segment. I guess at least this happened after the fundraiser. Bulk and Skull tried to get BB canceled again during it. So some people just want to be in the crab bucket. Oh yeah, that's right. That Gammy person and Samantha Banana tried to get Bad Bunny canceled again for really stupid things during the fundraiser, which just goes to show you the pathetic impotence of these types of people. Yeah, like Samantha Banana showed up in the chat and was like, what do you have to say for yourself about these logs, which Bad Bunny has already addressed a million times. It's just, this is so stupid. This shit is so dumb. Can you imagine, like, I don't know, like, how do I explain this to people? How do I fucking explain this to people? Like, if you're making material change in the world and the only thing that you have to, like, the only thing that you have to contribute to a bunch of people making good material change in the world is just like dredging up old mistakes that don't have anything to do with the situation at hand. Yeah, can you imagine showing up? It's not even a charity drive, Val 9000. We only did 5,000 to charity. The rest is direct aid to trans people in these in our greater communities. It's so dumb. It's so bad. So it's just like, I don't know. I get frustrated seeing all of this shit. I get very frustrated seeing all of this shit. And there's another thing too. I've seen a lot of people be like, I don't like you, Bad Bunny, but good job on this. It's just like, yo, fuck. Like, who cares? Just say the good thing, please, for the sake of this. You can bring up critiques any fucking other time. You do all the time. We're trying to actually do some real material good. Isn't it 4 p.m. in Seattle? Oh, wait, yeah, it's in 2 hours. The convo is in 2 hours. Sorry. 2 hours, not 1 hour. That's right. We'll have enough time to do that. Sorry, I forgot I didn't start at 4 today. Yeah. Lady Hopium says, I've been in TJ's community for a few years. He's a good guy. He has some good ideas and some really good takes, but he definitely has some blind spots. I argue with him from time to time, but I believe he means well. That's good to hear. I love the charity. Please don't get discouraged. I'm not discouraged at all. I promise you. I can see, when I look at that charity, I see $23,000 in material change, and then I look on Twitter and I see a handful of idiots getting mad. One greatly outweighs the other. A bunch of idiots posturing and posing on the internet and being like, oh, I'm going to performatively denounce you. Oh my goodness. Like, that means nothing to me. When we got people together and got $23,000 and changed some lives already. We've already changed people's lives. I'm telling you that right now. I know, because we're doing it. We're handling, filling, like taking people's GoFundMes and going, boom, boom. Just, your GoFundMe is funded. Your GoFundMe is funded. You're getting the thing that you need. You're getting the thing that you need. That's what we're doing right now. So I don't fucking care if people are going, oh my goodness, you did a video with Bad Bunny, and Bad Bunny has said bad things in the past that she openly talks about. Anyway. Yeah, people got to get their head in the game. We got serious shit to, I mean, and this is the thing, really. Like, this is what, it's moments like these, that you can, it's moments like these that you start to see where people actually stand. Because, remember, we live in an age of great performativity. And I don't mean, like, literal performativity. Like, I come on and I go, greetings, my imps, my lovely, lovely imps. That's a type of performativity. But there's another type of performativity. There's a type of performativity that is where everything has to be done with regard to how people will see you. It's the optics performativity. It's like, oh, I must denounce Demon Mama, or I must denounce Vosh, or I must denounce Bad Bunny, or I must denounce Xanderhall, or whoever. You have to denounce somebody so that everybody sees that you're a good denouncer. This is what we call actual virtue signaling. And virtue signaling has very, very limited value in the modern era. And it doesn't weigh up anything to making actual material change in the world. So there's a lot of this performativity stuff, but in moments like this, you see where people really stand. You see who's willing to put aside petty differences to make a change in the world. It's just simple as that. Watch these hands. You got to watch people's actions. Actions speak louder than words. They really, really do. And no, and while yes, you could make the argument that how people communicate their ideas is an action. Yes, it is. But an action, a thing that you do that affects the world, is significantly more impactful than what you say you might do or what you say you think you might do at some day in the future. Those are fundamentally different things. So, well, there's plenty of reasons to denounce somebody, but there's a lot of hyper performative denouncing going on in the world. My apologies, is Bad Bunny the person that Mike from PA touched very awkwardly? Yes, that is Bad Bunny. Correct. That's correct. Also, what are we to do about people who grew up with everything they say and do being recorded on the internet? We need to desperately change that. We need right to forget. Like, humans were not designed, like, our brains are not capable of being surveilled and recorded at all times at every moment. It makes us go off. It makes us lose our minds. Yeah. Yep. It makes us lose our minds. It's not good. It's not good for us. You cannot have, like, a world in which people cannot make any mistakes. In fact, like, the thing is, we learn from mistakes. We need our mistakes to not be lethal, and and the mistakes that we make when we're younger to not be as harmful on others. I just personally do not do bad things. Oh, sure, absolutely. I'm sure you've never made one. Oh, that sounds cool, Kabibble. When you get your tongue forked, how do they cut? They take a scalpel and they place it at the tip of that little thing on the bottom there. And they go swink. There you go. One quick movement. Just bam. And then it's over. Then you just got to heal up. Twitter could auto-delete tweets after a certain amount of time. Yeah, or they could just make them unpublish. So that they go into like a private mode where you can get them if you really want to, but everybody else can't. That I think should be like a standard procedure. That after like a year or something, or no, like after like 2 years or something like that, your tweets go into like a private mode unless you otherwise opt out of that. Which, I mean, I think that there can be downsides of that, but if something is egregious enough, then it can get photographed or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that people need to that like all things need to be hidden in the past. What I'm saying is that like because I think that people can abuse deleting their social media history to hurt people. We've seen that firsthand. But the reality is that, like, the vast majority of people are negatively affected by having their entire lives permanently recorded for anyone, any bad person or good person to come along and just fuck them up. I think that's bad. Also, I think people that de-radicalize out of awful ideologies are the ones who fully understand the gravity of what those beliefs do. Change for the better is good. I agree. Remember, I grew up indoctrinated into a cult. I sure hope that I would hate for a world where every person who is ever indoctrinated into a cult can never leave. In fact, that sounds like the world that the cult wants to create. Yeah. How's my dog? We have not seen the dog for some time. Oh, I brought Yoda on during the fundraiser. We can bring Yoda on tonight if everybody reminds me. Contra relapsed to substance because of abuse because of woke scolds on Twitter. Well, I mean, I don't think you can blame it entirely on woke scolds on Twitter, but I think they contribute to it. They add pressure. They add a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Sounds like the Westboro Baptist. They are so hated that they can't rejoin society. Wait, disliking the Westboro Baptist is fine, but people who leave the cult should be helped. We should have people. Do I feel bad for Contra? Of course I do. I feel bad for a lot of things that many public figures online, any trans person online who is in a public space, I feel bad for them. They get so much hate. I know how much hate. It's just terrible. Even if I don't agree with them 100%. Like, fuck, I feel bad for how much fucking transphobia people like Buck Angel probably get, and I can't stand Buck Angel. The other day, Striped Kidder says, the other day, I think this was in Vosh's stream, he talked about how Steve Jobs was actually a shitty person. Steve Jobs would have been 100% canceled today because how everything is recorded online nowadays. No, because, see, rich people can afford to have their social medias pruned. That's not a dumb question. You know that rich people literally hire reputation firms, and those reputation firms cost like thousands upon thousands of dollars, but what they do is they basically assign someone to search your name online for you all the time and contest mentions of you and stuff like that. Like, unironically. That's like what rich people do. There are reputation firms. Why is Buck so bad? I'm mostly unfamiliar with him. Is it because of his binary views on transness? He has very, very, very dated views on transness that are incredibly transmedicalist and also incredibly cruel. He basically doesn't like young trans people, and I find that to be a very cringe position. I never want to get to the point where I stop understanding how young people understand gender and just start denouncing it. It's all good, Pain-sama. Take your time. It's not just that either. Buck Angel also, like, was very, very cavalier and careless. That's how I'll put it. I'll put it that way. He was very cavalier and careless about other people's identity, which resulted in people getting outed. He was at a big turf convention and yes, I know. Yeah. He's also trans-misogynistic. He believes the idea that trans women are either gay dudes or straight dudes that are autogynephilic. Yeah, he's a Blanchardian. It's bad. It's very, very bad. Yeah, Gayfish says Buck Angel outed one of the Wachowskis. Yes, Buck Angel's not a good person. But like I said, any trans person with a public platform I feel bad for, because I know firsthand how much transphobia comes, even if you yourself are not good. Do I ever use meditation? Of course I do. I don't use like formal meditation from a book, but I have my own version, my own practices that I use that follow the principles of meditation. I give myself a lot of time to think, to clear my mind, to become mindful of my environment. He's done a lot of good work for trans healthcare, like in the past, including some really important documentaries, even if they might look outdated now. Yeah, no doubt. Like, Buck Angel in the past did absolutely push for that. It's just that as time has gone on, he's begun to fight against the people that are pushing trans rights forward. And I find that sad. Yeah, it is frustrating. Yeah, that's what I mean, Morningstar. Yeah. You know, I met him and he almost cost me my job? No, I didn't know that, Vermin. I did not. I didn't know that. That's wild. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so bad. That's so stupid. He could have rested on his laurels and he would have been held up as a trans icon, but he had to shit on people slightly different than him. Yeah. Hey, no problem, Pain-sama. Happy to help. My boss invited him to do a presentation and he didn't tell her they were going to show up straight porn to an audience of mixed ages on a college campus. Okay, on a college campus? Oh, okay. On a college campus. Okay. Okay. I can understand making that mistake if you didn't know it was going to be mixed ages. I can understand making that mistake on a college campus if you weren't aware it was explicitly going to be mixed ages. But yeah, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty big fuck up. No, he told her after he does it as a tactic, it was a mistake. Ooh. 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 Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a fucky move. I don't like that. Yeah. That like fucks that's not even just a matter of like pushing buttons or being a rebel. That like fucks people over really bad. That really fucks over the people you're working with too. Damn. Well, Okay. Everyone, let's do a segment, shall we? We have 208 viewers, 200 views, but I know some of you just arrived and haven't pressed the like button yet. So please press the like button. This show is 100% viewer supported. Your word of mouth, your commenting, your sharing of the link, your saying Demon Mama's cool to your friends is what supports this this channel. We got to talk about JonTron. Yeah, we do got to talk about JonTron shortly, and then I want to talk about the Google stuff. I want to talk about the fucking Google stuff, but I want to make fun of JonTron first because oh my god, is it funny? Oh my fucking god, okay? Okay? This shit is funny as fuck, if you ask me, personally. Okay? I'm not gonna get into the actual topic, but I want to point out that this is very funny, okay? Here we go. Just trust the science, bro, says JonTron. JonTron has been making harmless content recently and infrequently, but what's the drama? Oh, he's like anti-Fauci. Just trust the science, bro. Clap, clap, clap. Bipartisan legislators demand answers from Fauci on alleged puppy experiments. The White Coat Waste Project reported that the researchers locked dogs in cages with hungry sandflies so the insects could eat them. Allegedly, 44 beagle puppies were used in a North Africa laboratory, and some of the dogs had their vocal cords removed so scientists could work without incessant barking. Wait, there's a Destiny mod in the YouTube chat talking about how evil Bad Bunny is. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Can you fucking cool it? Can you fucking cool it? Can you people cool it? So this is the Just Trust the Science Bro post, okay? This is JonTron Just Trust the Science Bro, and then he's referring to alleged animal abuse that occurred that apparently is somehow attached to Fauci. And there's like numerous ways that like we could talk about this, you know, because like I don't know what a North African experiment has to do with Fauci in the first place. What this sounds like is like one of those right-wing things. You know how like sometimes you'll see a boomer post that references a bunch of stuff that you've literally never heard of? You know that? You know what I'm talking about? Like you'll go on to like Facebook and they'll be like it almost looks like it's written in code. You know, you'll go and look at it and it's like Fauci, like this happened with the Hunter Biden thing, where remember when the Hunter Biden laptop thing was happening and you would get like, you would have like a boomer relative or a conservative commentator or whatever, and they'd come up to you and they would be like, yeah, well, Uspel Falovsky passed off the laptop to the Chinese representative, Xi Mahjong, and then it's like, okay, and then that person handed it off to Colonel John Hinklebarrow, and then that's how we know that it was actually code when Hunter Biden referred to Joe Biden as Big Joe, and you're just like, what? What? This is what this feels like to me. I don't know what I even just said. I couldn't repeat to you what I just said. I can't repeat to you what the connection between Fauci and sand flea-ridden dogs or something that can't bark. So I don't know. Is this something that has been roiling in right-wing spaces? Is this just incoherent posting from a strange internet man? Is this a mental breakdown in public? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't think any of us know anymore. I don't even know if JonTron knows. But what I can say is that this has 1,775 retweets, 702 quote retweets, 14,000 likes, and the message of this post, even if it is incoherent, is not incoherent. The message is, vaccines are bad. That's what the message is, unfortunately. Despite all of this being incoherent, just trust the science, bro, with a picture of Fauci, the guy who's in charge of vaccination in our country. That's an anti-vax post, what you're seeing there, dipped in code. Do you see what I'm saying? Why this is like a bad thing? Because I don't know if you know right now, but a lot of people are dying from COVID in the United States of America. I'm sure everyone who watches my show is very familiar with that fact. Because, you know, I bring it up all the time. Like, all the time. Like, constantly. Like, you know, basically every single stream, I remind people that that we're still losing a lot of people to COVID right now. You know, I like to bring up this, I like to bring up these stats here, you know that we're up to 736,000 fatal cases, that we've got 45 million confirmed cases of COVID in the United States, almost 46 million. You know, yeah, only a couple, yeah, only a little more, only, more than World War I, World War II. Yeah, it's very weird, And I have to wonder, like, what is it that would possess JonTron to make such a message like this? Because, like you said, he doesn't really dip into politics often, does he? Here's their all sides info. Oh yeah, New York Post is a right-wing rag. Of course, we know this. Yes. Yeah, we know. They lean right. We know. Yeah. Yeah, they did all this. They did the New York Post was like the one that was peddling all of the Hunter Biden laptop shit. But it's just like, I don't know. Like, do you see where we're at with regard to like how extremely easily disprovable misinformation can just go out of control? He's usually anti-science and pro-white nationalism. Yeah, that's been my experience, Every time he tweets something political now, it's a universe-crushing L. Yeah, it really does seem like that, doesn't it? It seems like the L factor has gone has gone way up. Now, I don't know. I don't really know about any of these beagles or sand fleas, or I don't know anything about any of this shit. Maybe it's true. Maybe Anthony Fauci personally killed 44 dogs. That could be true. Yeah, the sand pest. Yeah, oh shit. Things are getting really real now. But the question is, sorry, goodness. Those are they're beagles. Beagles! I got the vaccine. Does that mean I have autism squared? Yes. The sandworms. Yeah, I know. Things are getting weird. The symbolism in real life and media is getting real weird. But the question that I have is like, okay, so what does this change? So wait, let's pretend that Anthony Fauci is like a dog-killing monster. Is he correct about the vaccine? How does him killing dogs have anything to do with whether he's correct or incorrect about the vaccine anyway? This is the epitome of brain soup, like, word association nonsense. Apparently, the idea that's going on in this post is that Anthony Fauci and the vaccines are bad because Anthony Fauci might somehow be attached to some experiment that may have hurt dogs. I just want to know, like, I just want to point out, I don't even want to know because I know that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the logic is there, because what this type of post is playing on is bias. Do you understand? It's playing on bias. Yes. Wait, there was something I wanted to see. I think I missed a dono. No, I didn't. Maybe I did. Okay, listen. Hold on. And to be clear, they don't care about animal experimentation. They only care about this specific animal testing. That's the next thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, so last I checked, JonTron is not a vegan. Do we know what the conditions are like in animal agriculture? Oh, I don't even know if this is real. I don't even know if this is real. This is like layers of nonsense. But look at how much attention it's getting. No one's going to look into this because this is a post meant to incite based on bias. This is meant to make neurons activate and go, I hate Anthony Fauci. Oh, I hate those liberals. That's what this is. So we all know this is being retweeted by fucking conservatives. I bet we could scroll through here, and after we get to like the original retweets, because of course there's going to be all the people retweeting it now who are making fun of him. But if we go back to the originals, I'm sure you scroll long enough on here, you will hit a wall of dudes with sunglasses and American flags in the back. Like it's just inevitable. Oh, and Pepe the Frogs and all that shit. That's where you're going to get eventually. Of course, now it's getting picked up by everybody, and everybody's like, we're starting to get, there's a Pepe right there. We got Pepe. Oh, we got the American flag right there. Oh, let's see. Oh, we got an anime avatar. Okay, oh shit. Oh, we got another anime avatar. Oh, fuck. Hold on, there was a Wojak down here. We got, I don't know about this one. These are just some people, some random ones mixed in there. Got a whole lot of, here comes the little feels good man rage shit. There we go. It's starting to happen. I told you, you scroll down far enough and you're going to get there. We're going to get to where it will only be Wojaks and Pepes and dudes with sunglasses and American flags. It's going to happen. It's inevitably going to happen. You know it's inevitably going to happen. You just keep scrolling here. It's going to happen. It's just how it goes. Here we go. We're starting to see him. A freedom-loving American. Yeah, there's been a couple of jokers we scrolled by. You'll get there. It's just there's like thousands of people now. So you got to scroll a ways down to the people who initially unironically retweeted it. Because now, you know, to filter through the ironic retweeters. Yeah, politics-free anime. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they'll make a huge deal about this particular thing. And then they will go on to support American animal agriculture. I'm going to tell you an unfortunate truth, everybody. Are you ready? I don't think you're ready for this, okay? I don't think that you're prepared to hear this. The default, every time you buy a pack of bacon here in America, you are buying a pack of bacon that was produced with mass animal torture worse than anything in this article. Yeah. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. You know what the standard practice for pig farming in America is? In America, they make pigs stand in a cage that is sized exactly to them. They cannot move. They cannot turn around. In front of them, they have sustenance, and behind them, they just go to the bathroom and they stand in their own sewage. Thousands of pigs lined up just like this. Sometimes they get so fat that they grow into the bars of their cage. And in order to prevent them from getting sick from standing in their own piss and shit all day, they inject them with antibiotics so that the sores that they get, just the bacteria dies, and then they keep getting sick because they're only supposed to be alive long enough to be bred or to be chopped up into meat. That is the default. That is every single day. There are millions of animals that are living in conditions just like that. And yet and it's just so funny that the only time these conservatives ever even try to give a shit, the only time conservatives ever try to give a shit is when it's something that they can weaponize against fucking vaccines or against critical race theory or against some other actually important civil rights issue. Eddie says, I'm a butcher and I get pigs and cows with blisters and sores on them all the time. It is literally constant. The entire animal agriculture industry is built on horrific torture of living creatures. And you want to know what's worse? Sorry, everybody. Content warning. Content warning real quick. Literal systemic rape. Sorry. It's just true. You don't like it? You think it's bad? You think it's bad that we rape animals? Guess what? That is what is required for meat eating. It is absolutely required for meat eating. You think that pigs just have sex with each other like normally? You think that cows just have sex with each other normally on a nice little farm? No. They have machines that impregnate them and that extract their fucking cum. It's terrible. They don't do the nasty and the nasty. They're not even allowed to do that. They don't even get to live that. It's bad. The industry, Husker Du says, the industry term for cages dairy cows are kept in during insemination is called a rape rack. Yeah, that's how serious it is. That's how serious it is. So, I know that this is a very, very violent thing to talk about, but just remember that when you see stupid idiots like JonTron making these incoherent, imparsible posts that are ultimately just saying don't get your vaccine, that this is the like spineless coward's way of saying I don't give a shit about anything. I just think that I want to own the libs. This is a guy who's too afraid to just own up and say he wants to own the libs by coughing in their face, and instead makes a nonsense post that is insultingly thinly veiled. Do you find eating meat from local and family farms to be more ethical? Of course it's more ethical. I do think that the commodification of animals is generally problematic. I think we should avoid it to the best of our ability. I, of course, am not a fool. I think there are circumstances in which you have no choice but to eat meat. But yes, that is secondary to the point at hand. The point at hand being that conservatives don't give a shit about animal rights. Conservatives only ever make a stink about animal rights when they can also try to own Joe Biden or something stupid about that. And in addition, of course, we know that we don't even know if this story is even remotely true. I don't even know if it's even remotely true. JonTron's channel has 6.66 million followers. We should have that many. I agree. Do you know how crazy shit would get if I had 6.66 million followers? We would be changing the world. I would be telling jokes that would keep people laughing. I would change comedy forever. Seriously. Seriously. No, none of this shit. Anyway. So yeah, that's the JonTron thing. I just want to do a little short segment on that. I think you'll have fun with it. JonTron is an idiot. A disingenuous, soup-brained fool who can occasionally make a funny game about videos, but every time he opens his mouth on politics, it does psychic damage to the entire population of the planet Earth. Eddie says, Rhode Island or Maine are looking to make a right-to-food bill that will make it easier for people to grow livestock and veggies in city limits. That's fucking awesome. That is so good. That is seriously so good. These are the same people who revel in their bacon memes. Yeah, oh my god, hold on. Let's just see real quick. Let me see. Hold on. I just want to see. Let's just... Hold on. Oh my god, I just really want to see. Do we have... Oh my god. So we got posts. Hold on. I want to see if he's ever done an epic bacon midnight post. Well, here's one of him making fun of it. Here's him making fun of a bacon thing, but it sort of implies that he may have ordered it. I want to see if he's ever made an epic bacon post. Come on. He's got to have. I know he's made an epic bacon post. Oh, I love bacon. Oh, God. John, you have returned. Bacon be with you. God, 2017 sucked. God, 2017 sucked. Oh, that sounds awesome, Silent. Oh, sick. That's great, Hannah thing. If you could post that in the suggestions area of the Discord, I'd love to take a look at that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if JonTron's ever made any epic bacon posts. Maybe he made a video. Has JonTron ever made a video about bacon? I bet he's made like, oh, I love bacon. Oh my God, bacon is so good. Everybody was doing that at the time, weren't they?
I don't remember one. I'm pretty familiar with his work, unfortunately.
You don't remember a single bacon joke?
No, it was...
Oh shit. Oh no, on the JonTron show, he played food games. I wonder if he makes a bacon joke in it.
Nah.
I don't know. I don't know. He might. He might.
There's the ham...
Oh, burger joke. Oh shit, we got him on a burger joke. Oh, we're gonna book him on a burger joke. I'll be real with you. My burger just arrived and I want to eat it, lol. Oh, murder sandwich. Oh.
What are you doing?
What do you mean? I'm just goofing around. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. His position is hypocritical even if we can't find him posting about bacon. But, or whatever. But, I'm just saying. You think I can do a good hangry impression? Okay. I didn't get to hear your response to my antibiotics thing. Guest interrupted? When the bacteria build resistance to antibiotics and become superbugs, which risk wiping us off the species, we can't have surgery without antibiotics. A sore will give you sepsis. Yes, that is a huge risk. The overuse of antibiotics in animal agriculture is leading to the mass creation of superbugs, which are very dangerous. We really don't want that. Really don't want that. I really don't want the superbugs. Let's not have the superbugs. Can we avoid that? Can we avoid the superbugs? I would prefer to avoid the superbugs, okay? Look, I would greatly prefer, okay? Deeply, okay? Where the hell did my... Oh, this is the one? No, this is not the one. I didn't want that. No, I have to go back to my... Oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't want super death wormies. Yeah, superbugs. Guys, if you don't know, overuse of antibiotics. Okay, so here's a fun thing. I'm just going to give you a small little thing, okay? Ready? This is a small piece of life advice. Are you fucking ready? Listen up, folks. Here's the secret life advice, okay? If you're told to take your antibiotics for a set period of time, okay? Take them for the set period of time. Take all of your antibiotics. There's a reason why, okay? Listen to me, okay? Here, I'm gonna draw. We're doing a draw stream. Oh my God, a draw stream. Oh shit, it's been a while. It's always been a while, I say. But we did a draw stream just the other day, but I don't care. We're gonna, ew, fly. Malthus, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck right up. Okay, watch this. I'm gonna show you something, okay? Here we go. Here it fucking goes. Let's open up a page. Okay, look. All right, let's say you have a whole bunch of bacteria, okay? Okay? So you got an infection. Here's you. This is you. You're sad, and you have spinny eyes because you're sick. And here you go. And this is your belly. Okay? And inside your belly, there is a bunch of bacteria. Okay? Yeah, exactly. We got a nice thick belly. Okay? Here we go. Now, inside your belly, there are all kinds of bacteria. We're going to make them a different shade of green. Let's make them bigger. Come on, let's zoom way up and let's see these bacteria. Okay, we got little lumpy bacteria bumps. Okay, ew, they're making you sick. Yucky, yuck. Ew, grody, gross. Okay, now, all right, you are given an antibiotic by your doctor. Okay, here's the antibiotic pill. Whoop, it's the pink pill. We're gonna call this the pink pill. Okay. You're given the pink pill by your doctor. And the pink pill goes in your mouth. Brink, brink. And now you're told, make sure you take all of your pink pills. Okay? Here we go. Fill it in. Let's get that all nice and colored in here. Yep. Just putting on the finishing touches on this beautiful art. But you say you take just one and you're like, nah, I don't need the second pill. Okay? I don't need the second pill. I'm feeling better after the first pill. Well, watch what happens, okay? So the first pill comes in and it goes boom, 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 okay? It kills all of these ones. But only this one survives. Now, normally, what will happen is that this guy will look very sad because all of his friends are gone and he will end up dying eventually. However, what can also very rarely happen is that instead of being sad, he goes, because now this guy who was able to resist the first wave of this is still alive, and he is going to repopulate. Oh shit! And he blobs into another one, and he blobs into another one, and he blobs into another one. And guess what? These ones they have a little shield. Look at this. They're immune to the fucking pill. They got this blue thing that mutated that makes them immune to the pill. And now your stomach is full of shit that is immune to the pill. Now, if you had taken the second pill, there's no way that this guy would have survived. He's only got one shield. So if you'd taken your second pill, here you go. These all would have been super dead, and this guy would have also died, which would have meant these never even existed at all. But you didn't. And now you have superbug in your tummy. Do you see why that's important? This is why they tell you to take the dosages that your doctors tell you to take is more than is needed to kill the infection. It's supposed to eradicate the infection so that the ones that survive cannot pass on resistance to the antibiotic. That's why it's important to take your antibiotics. Now, how does this connect back to JonTron? Well, interestingly, we just fill animals with nonsense amounts of antibiotics, and inevitably the dosages aren't kept track of very well. Sometimes animals get missed. Sometimes they just throw up the medicine. Sometimes their body rejects the medicine. And so what ends up happening is that in their body they grow antibiotic resistant bacteria that can escape and infect us. Yes. Ashmar, there are always exceptions. We're not talking about exceptions right now. What we're talking about right now is the basics, okay? It's in the feed. Sometimes it's injected. There's all kinds of ways that it's done. It doesn't really matter the exact specifics. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you, why it's important to do this, and also why it's important to care about antibiotic overuse in animals. Isn't this how we ended up with COVID-19 in the first place? Well, yes, COVID-19 has been tied to unsanitary animal agriculture. That is what it seems to be. That seems to be the current theory. Okay, that's the current theory. All right. Okay. 41% of U.S. farmland is used to grow animal feed, mostly land that was stolen. Yeah, very weird. Yeah, and bacteria, yes, Prose Renegade adds a good detail. Bacteria evolves in a week's time, so this is why you don't stop taking your meds before you're finished. Yes, bacteria split and grow and adapt incredibly quickly. I work with rescued farm animals. You need a veterinary prescription for the feed. Yeah, but you're talking about rescued farm animals. We're talking about animal agriculture. These guys have got contracts set up for this shit. Yeah, it's chock full, exactly. It's not good for them. It's not good for any of them. Super bug. Yep. So, conservatives are stupid. JonTron is stupid. That's the takeaway. There you go. There you have it. Now we have this segment that we could put up and dunk on JonTron. It's the same feed? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Wait, I'm not disagreeing with you. Animal agriculture can also result in other diseases. Mad cow disease. Yes, if I remember correctly, mad cow was specifically a prion disease. The prion disease is the prion disease is one that is passed from cow to cow, and when we consume those, some of the prions can dwell in our brains and literally rip holes in our brains. Yeah. Thanks, Jessa. Sorry, maybe small misunderstanding or something. Hey, Brianna. Glad to see you made it. So we have another thing to talk about before we sit down and talk with, we got quite some time before we sit down and talk with TJ. However, we got to talk about something big, and we got a lot of people here now. Yes, they bend. Okay, so, oh God, I don't want to talk about prion diseases because this is like nightmare fuel. But yes, prion diseases are scary, okay? Prion disease is very scary, very bad. We'll talk about them another time. They're terrifying. Yes, they are misfolded proteins that misfold other proteins, and there's nothing we can do about them right now. We have no cure or anything. And if you get them, you go crazy, and it's very bad. Okay? They're very evil. They're very bad, and they're mostly a lot of them are our fault. Because they shouldn't accumulate in that amounts, but they accumulate in that amounts because we stack up tons of animals to kill them so that we can eat them. They're very bad. But yes. Don't eat, it's not just from brains, but yes, it is. You don't eat brains. Do not eat brains. Brains are not a good thing to eat. Highly do not recommend them. Highly unrecommended, okay? The brain eating has comes very, very, yeah, don't eat meat from near the spinal column. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, be fucking careful about that shit, okay? Don't eat your fucking spinal column meat unless you source it very carefully, all right? Sounds good. Creutzfeldt Jacob? What? Is that a disease? Yeah, it's a disease. A degenerative brain disorder. Yeah, it's very sad. But it's a prion disease. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Many people lapse into a coma. Wow, that's horrible. That's so terrible. Yes, chronic wasting disease. Chronic wasting disease is a disease that many deer are dealing with in the wild. It's very unfortunate. Yes, I know. I've talked about this on this channel before, Susie Clem. Your content keeps me sane in these trying times. Happy to finally have the time to watch live. Bastard Collection, very happy to have you. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That is amazing. Don't worry, I will keep Doe very safe from chronic wasting disease. None of mine will contract chronic wasting disease. Beortrix Rex, if you have a clip on that, please DM that clip to me. I'd like to have that. Yeah, this is probably where I told you about chronic wasting disease. I've talked about it here a couple times. All right, everybody. It's time to focus, everyone. It's time to focus because we have to talk about Facebook and Google, okay? And we're going to start with something pretty simple. We're going to start with a small introduction to why we're even talking about Facebook and Google. You go, Facebook, Google, I know those websites. What the hell's up with Facebook and Google? Well, let me tell you, a lot has been up with Facebook and Google, and we really got to talk about it, okay? So we're going to start with a little introduction. Oh boy, here we go. You're going to love the title of this. Are you guys ready for this? Here we go. The Facebook Papers. This is from AP News, the Associated Press, about as solid, reporting as you can get off the top, okay? This is just a quick summary of what's going on here. The Facebook Papers represent a unique collaboration between 17 American news organizations, including the Associated Press, Journalists from a variety of newsrooms, large and small, worked together to gain access to thousands of pages of internal company documents obtained by Frances Haugen, the former Facebook product manager turned whistleblower. And here we have a whole bunch of articles about this. So what this is talking about is that AP has put together a massive journalistic effort to expose some of the bullshit that has been going on Facebook. And I am telling you right now, it is not good, okay? So here's a basic explainer. We're going to listen to AP's explainer on this, and then we're going to jump in and talk about further things. Okay? That's what we're going to fucking say. All right? We're going to start with a little summary, and then we're going to go jump into some of the threads that some very, very, very insightful people have sort of compiled, talking about the actual, like, what's actually in the leaks. Yeah, Facebook is trash. It is a very difficult thing to deal with because, believe it or not, Facebook is weeded into your life in ways that you don't even know. Even if you don't use Facebook, they are monitoring you. Facebook has so much control over online data, and they've been working with Google. So if you don't use Facebook, but you use Google, well, guess what? You didn't save yourself any problems. Pretty bad. It's a pretty bad situation. It's very depressing for us all to deal with. Thankfully, a lot of very, very driven journalists have done a lot of work if we're willing to read it. So today, we're going to jump into this. So let's do it. Let's continue. The Facebook Papers represents a unique collaboration among 17 American news organizations, including the Associated Press. Journalists from a variety of newsrooms, large and small, work together to gain access to thousands of pages of internal company documents, which, by the way, are, these are all, never mind, that's just a link back. I have a link to it if you all want to look through it yourself. There's tons of them all over social media. A separate consortium of European news outlets had access to the same set of documents, and members of both groups began publishing content related to their analysis of the materials at 7 a.m. on Monday, October 25th. That date and time was set by the partner news organizations to give everyone in the consortium an opportunity to fully analyze the documents, report out relevant details, and to give Facebook's public relations staff ample time to respond to questions and inquiries raised by that reporting. Each member of the consortium pursued its own independent reporting on the document contents and their significance. Every member also had the opportunity to attend group briefings to gain information and context about the documents. The launch of the Facebook Papers projects follows similar reporting by the Wall Street Journal, sourced from the same documents, as well as Haugen's appearance on the CBS television show 60 Minutes and her October 5 Capitol Hill testimony before a U.S. Senate subcommittee. So you guys have probably heard about things related to this. You've probably heard about the leaks from Haugen, although they were heavily redacted. The leaks now have been unredacted. Yeah, coincidentally, the website went down the same day of that October 5 Capitol Hill testimony. Odd. The papers themselves are redacted versions of disclosures that Haugen has made over several months to the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. That is a federal body that was reported to. This is an official federal whistleblower, okay? Just so you understand. This is not just crazy lefty mama shouting about things about Facebook and Google. This is the same things I've been saying literally being reported by every news organization in the world now. Just so you're aware. Just so we're clear, okay? Just so we're clear. These complaints cover a range of topics, from its efforts to continue growing its audience to how platforms might harm children to its alleged role in inciting political violence. The same redacted versions of those filings are being provided to members of Congress as a part of its investigation. And that process continues as Haugen's legal team goes through the process of redacting the SEC filings by removing the names of Facebook users and lower-level employees and then turns them over to Congress. The Facebook Papers Consortium will continue to report on these documents as more become available. The AP regularly teams up with other news organizations to bring important journalism to the world. The Facebook Papers Project is in keeping with that mission. In all collaborations, AP maintains its editorial independence. So there's a lot to go through. We're talking, again, thousands of pages of leaked documents. Seriously. By the way, Melissa Silvis with the $10. Thank you very, very much. I'm a queer Gen Xer trying to keep a foothold for queer folks. Y'all come help. Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for the $10. Let us continue, okay? Because I have a couple of very, very interesting threads for us to go down talking about exactly what's going on over at Google and Facebook. So let's take a look. An enormous thread on the alleged Google Facebook collusion based on the just released unredacted complaint from the Texas Attorney General. This was first filed in December. Anything purple is newly unredacted. Yellow orange is normal highlights. Online advertising is enormous. Google's exchange processes 11 billion online ad spaces per day. Google says more daily transactions are made on ADX than on the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ combined. Yo, congratulations. Wow, ChudLogic, thank you very much for the raid. ChudLogic, welcome, and the ChudLogic viewers, welcome. We are currently talking about something that you all should be listening very closely to. I'm very happy to have you all here. ChudLogic, thank you for the raid. What we are talking about right now is the now unredacted collusion papers between Facebook and Google. As it turns out, the reason the internet is fucked is because of Facebook and Google engaging in what we've come to expect from the late capitalist era that we live in. Literal market manipulation, literal monopolizing behavior, literal violations of antitrust law. So come on, get comfortable. And after this conversation, we're going to be sitting down with the amazing atheist TJ Kirk. So if you're here from ChudLogic, you come have a seat. You're going to have a good time. I promise. Consider coming by the website, demonmama.com/live. You can sign in with your Twitch account and you get access to all of our amazing, 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 absolutely amazing emotes. Okay? Seriously. Also, apparently Vosh might be talking to JonTron. Wait, for real? Oh, they're going back and forth. Oh, they're going back and forth on here. Oh, no. He's posting more. JonTron is posting more. Okay, this is neither here nor there. We'll get back into this in a bit. We'll update on the JonTron situation after this. No getting distracted, everybody. Welcome, Chudlets. Thank you for being here. Very, very happy. It would be very funny if Vosh got to talk to JonTron. I would want to watch that, okay? All right, let us continue, okay? Google also owns the largest buy-side and sell-side brokers. It is the pitcher, the batter, and the umpire all at the same time. You know what that sounds like? Damn, that sounds like a monopoly. Damn, that sounds like monopolizing. You literally own the sellers, you own the buyers, you own every step of the ad process. AKA, it is complete and utter market control. AKA, the numbers are motherfucking made up, motherfuckers. Everything's made up. All the algorithms, all the money, all the ad revenue, all the ad pitches, it's all fucking made up. But it's gonna get worse. You think this is bad, just wait until you see just how much came out in these leaks. Yeah, I know. Right again, good faith actor. Right again. What a surprise. The person who fucking predicts this shit with fucking perfect accuracy every single time. I was just talking about this before this leak even happened. Senior Google employee. The analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange. So that's an internal Google employee is saying they're saying the analogy for their own company would be that if Goldman Sachs or Citibank were the owners of the stock exchange. More to the point, if New York Stock Exchange was the only stock exchange and it was owned by Goldman Sachs or Citibank. This is a new unredaction. At the same time, Google owns the largest buy-side and sell-side brokers. As one Google employee admitted, the analogy would be that if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange, or more accurately, the analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank were a monopoly financial broker and owned the New York Stock Exchange, which was also a monopoly stock exchange. This is like 3 levels of monopoly. You understand? They not only own the exchange, they own the company that owns the exchange. And you don't have any choice because nobody else has ads online. You want to know? Guys, you want to know? Can I talk about this real quick? I've talked to you guys about this real quick. Let me show you what this means. Let me show you what this means on a hard level. Okay, ready? This is gonna hurt for a second. Okay, this is gonna hurt, and some of you might get mad at me, but I want to show you something. Here we go. Are you ready? You ready? Here we go. Views. 1.3 million total views on my channel. I have on my entire channel, and by the way, this is with my VODs unlisted. This is with my VODs unlisted, the thing where people watch the most of my stuff. 515,000 hours watched by imps. Demon Mama fans have watched 515,000.8 hours just on YouTube. And this is the total revenue I've gotten from YouTube. In the 2 years I've been streaming, $7,000 for you all watching 515,000 hours. Literal. Yes. Yes, that's correct. If it was not for my website, I would not be making stream right now. If it was not through website donos, I would not be streaming right now. Yes, government beneficiaries pay more than that. It is, imagine the, do you know how many hours I've streamed? Do you want to look at how many hours I've actually been on camera? Yeah, it's terrible. And this is why. This is literally why, right here. What you're seeing right here is the reason why. The analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange. Google owns it all. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. So let's continue. Google started a program called dynamic allocation, ostensibly to maximize the revenue for publishers. This is to benefit, so to maximize revenue for publishers. In reality, it was to snatch publishers' best inventory at the expense of publishers' best interest, the complaint alleges. To respond, competitors came up with header bidding. Publishers could route ad inventory to multiple exchanges to solicit the highest bid. By 2016, this was adopted by 70% of major U.S. online publishers. Google to the public, not at all a threat to us. Google in private, an existential threat. So they were lying to the public at the same time as all this was going on. Instead, so what Google responded to a change, so this was back in 2016, there was an attempt to change the way that ads were working, and Google responded. Secretly made its own exchange win, even when another exchange submitted a higher bid. So what this means is that even if there were people willing to pay more for your ads, Google's systems were favoring its own bids, its own internal bids. Even if it would make you and publishers, everybody who's making content on the internet, more money because advertisers were willing to pay more, they would choose their own right now. That's how it's going on right now. Even if it's unfavorable to you. So assuming a 40-hour work week, 7K over 2 years comes down to 14 cents an hour from YouTube's ad service. I can't believe I just did math. Guess what? Husker Du. You want to know what's even worse? That's not just the ads. That's the ads and the premium. That's everything. Yikes. It's a new level of market control, controlling every level of the market. Yep. Okay, well, you can go. There we go. There we go. Okay, we got rid of them. Sorry about that. We need to, if we could get a mod in Twitch chat. We're getting some trolls in Twitch chat. I don't think we have a mod over there right now. Let's continue. We still got more to talk about. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Google's own words. Oh, yes. They called the program Jedi. Mod me? Oh, absolutely. Can you just, Doe, can you just DM me your... Oh, wait, actually, no, wait. It's Twitch, so that's easy. I can do that. Done. I think you should be modded. If not, type down there and see, and I'll do it. Real quick, Doe. Oh, we got one mod there. Okay, that's good. Hi, there we go. Yep, you got mod. There you go. Excellent. Thank you. Let's continue. Let's continue. Thank you, Doe. Thank you so much. And thank you also to Devious Chilster. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's continue. The program's name, Jedi. Google's own words. The Jedi program generates suboptimal yields for publishers and serious risks of negative media coverage if exposed and externally. One Google employee proposed a nuclear option of cutting Google exchange fees down to 0. So if this is a little confusing to you, what this would mean is that Google would basically be trying to steal market space by sacrificing any exchange commissions on their exchange for ad revenue. This would be this would be incredibly expensive. Only a very, very, very rich company could even consider doing that. But that's how badly they wanted to control the entire market. That's how badly they really wanted to control it. Yeah, they called it Jedi. How embarrassing. Then comes the Facebook. In March 2017, Facebook throws its weight behind header bidding. Big threat. Okay, so the header bidding is the thing Google does not want to happen. Facebook Communications revealed that Facebook executives fully understand why Google wanted to cut a deal with them. They want this deal to kill header bidding. Google doesn't want to compete with Facebook. They said they would rather build a moat by collaborating instead. Facebook anticipated this in an 18-month head bidding strategy. New unredacted detail. Facebook and Google allegedly agreed on quotas for how often Facebook would win publishers' auctions, literally manipulating the auction with minimum spends and quotas for how often Facebook would bid and win. So what we hear now is that Facebook decided to back up and cover for Google, and what that meant is that Google and Facebook would strategically automatically win in a way that would seem innocuous, but that wasn't. So imagine that. Even on these so-called free market exchanges, the people who were controlling the code, the infrastructure of the exchange, used it to benefit their own monopolies. And two separate massive corporations cheated in order to control and lock out everybody else. Very odd. Very weird. No, it's not a duopoly. It's not even a duopoly. They're in agreement. They may as well be the same company. They're not even competing against each other. It's not even a duopoly because they're not even competing. It's not two competing giants. They just literally said, look at this right here. Google doesn't want to compete with Facebook, said that they would rather build a moat by collaborating instead. This is a quote from the documents. They're not competing. They're working together. These aren't corporations competing with each other. These are business tyrants attempting to control everyone's lives and succeeding. Google employees discussed using a Jedi mind trick on the industry to cut off exchanges in header bidding. Newly unredacted quote-unquote tax figure. Google now uses its immense market power to extract a very high tax of 22 to 42% of the ad dollars otherwise flowing to the countless online publishers and content producers, such as online newspapers. You hear that, everybody? Do you hear this? Google takes a tax of 22 to 42% of the money that would otherwise come to us. Wild. Old but juicy. The open internet is now threatened by one single company. Google's current dominance is also merely a preview of its future plans. Google uses quote-unquote privacy as a pretext to conceal its true motives. Unredacted figures. Publishers generally make almost all of their revenue from just a small portion of their impressions. Also old, but still juicy. Google monopolizes the publisher ad server market for display inventory through a product called Google Ad Manager. Today, Google Ad Manager controls 90% of the product market in the United States. 90%. In what world is 90% market control not an utter monopoly? There are no competitors. There is no one. Google's exchange charges publishers 19 to 22% of exchange clearing prices, which is double to quadruple the prices of some of its nearest exchange competitors. Listen to that. Those 10% people are giving half or a quarter of the prices. And Google's able to extract all of this only because it controls 90%. Only because, well, not to be fair, nobody knew for sure. This was redacted a few days ago. These redactions came out just a few days ago. A Google employee conceded, an exchange shouldn't be an immensely profitable business. It should be like a public good used to facilitate buyers and sellers. Nope. Instead, you have Google sitting on a thing that is a very simple structure, but because they control it, because nobody has told them, no, you can't actually control the idea of exchanging ads on the internet, because there's no concept of impartiality in any of the systems that we build. No. Now they take a tax on everything, and then they tax you again. When I get donos, they take 30%. When I get people joining my channel, they take 30 to 50%. They take all of our ad revenue. We get nothing. And it's all because of this. Google's display advertising network extracts even higher fees, 32 to 40%. Even more. This is what we're talking about, because display advertising is what we're talking about right now. Google internal documents suggest that Google's share of the market is 8 times larger than FAN. FAN is one of their competitors. Market here is mobile app network market. They also own AdMob, the largest ad network selling mobile app inventory. So they own the biggest seller of mobile ads. They also own and operate the exchange that sells the ads. Google Ads, ad buying tool for what Google calls smaller, less sophisticated advertisers, charges 8 to 9 commission to purchase inventory from exchange, or 15% from Google's exchange. Google considered creating a completely neutral platform like the New York Stock Exchange, which, as we know, is not truly completely neutral. They ultimately chose instead to stack the deck in their favor by owning the exchange. Google gives itself speed advantages. That's how it wins 80+% of auctions on their own exchange. So literally, they're like, you want to exchange? You get to come in, but we always get first claim. So you either better sell cheaper than us, which you can't afford, or you let us win. Every single time. They give themselves speed advantages. Imagine that. Imagine if the entire world operated on first come, first term, but you had to, but part of the rules was that anybody who wasn't working for the exchange had to wear chains on their legs so that you couldn't get over to the computer fast enough. That's literally what's happening here. That's the digital equivalent of what's happening here. I'm going to go doomer here. Nothing will come of this. Not true. What comes of this is that people should lose all faith in online advertising. People should lose all faith in these algorithms. People should lose all faith in companies like Google and Facebook. These companies cannot be trusted. They do not tell you the truth. They lie to their investors. They lie to all of us. No person should have trust at all in Google or Facebook or Apple or Amazon. What faith do people have in online advertising? A surprising amount. A surprising amount, believe it or not. There are entire industries built on internet advertising. We need non-political YouTubers? Yeah, we do. We need non-political YouTubers to talk about this. If we could get people, if we could get people like fucking, I don't know, Rudy from Alpha Investments, the normies, to talk about this stuff, that would be incredible. Wait, I already did lose faith. Adblock for the win. Adblock, you want to know what's really funny about Adblock? Adblock has actually really hurt Google in certain ways. Doe says, Google really fucked themselves over by starting out with the slogan, "Don't be evil." Ever moving away from that is necessarily questionable. Isn't that funny? Isn't that kind of funny? Yeah, Good Mythical Morning could talk about this. Phil DeFranco could talk about this. Actually, Phil DeFranco, H3H3, both of these would be good people to talk about this. So if you guys, if any of you are fans of H3H3 or Phil DeFranco, shoot them this info. Shoot them this thread. Here, I'll give you all this thread. This is a correspondent for this is like a journalist doing a fucking full reading. Here you go. Send this around to all of your favorite content creators. I don't want to be the only one talking about this. I'm more than happy to do a segment on it right now, but seriously. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's go a little further because I want to jump into this and see just how far this goes, because it goes real far. Google's unilateral ability to extract non-competitive ad server fees demonstrates its monopoly power. New, Google charges 5% of gross spend for routing inventory to non-Google exchanges. They literally charge you extra just for deciding to go with a non-Google exchange. Its ad server charges a 10% fee of gross transactions for routing inventory to non-Google ad networks. So if you don't work for Google, if you don't bend the knee to Google completely in every single way, you just will be at a disadvantage. There is no doubt about it. You will not succeed. Industry experts compare a change in ad service to switching engines in mid-flight. Google's internal documents confirm publishers' high switching costs. Because switching costs are high, publishers are effectively locked in. You can't leave. You either stop or you work with Google. You either work with Google or you don't have a job. You either work with Google or your product doesn't get seen. You work with Google or you starve. That's what this is saying. That's what all of this is saying. This is saying that either you bend the knee to Google, whether you agree with them or not, whether it's fair or not, or you starve. Your business goes out. And all of us who aren't in the business of like negotiating with advertisers, we are at the mercy of a system we have no impact on. I cannot say anything about the ads that run on my videos. I have no power. In fact, I get demonetized all the time for talking about perfectly legitimate things, but they have all the power at every single level. But don't be evil, guys. Don't be evil. Don't be evil. Don't point out the fact that, like, literally there have been now multiple examples of both Google and Facebook lying even to the capitalist ad traders, leading to complete destruction of industries. You guys realize, I talked about this before, but Facebook lying about the value of video advertisement, which they lied about, they sold that shit, they were not honest about it, led to the destruction of journalism. Like, the online journalism, there used to be lots of people getting jobs in online journalism. You used to be able to become a journalist as a career path, and that's not a career path anymore. Google's ad exchange held 60% share of all display ad inventory sold on US exchanges by October 2019. Do you realize how big that is? Guys, look at this. This right here. Google's ad exchange held 60% share of all display ads. Among high-value users, its market share is over 80%. That means every single ad that you see is almost guaranteed to be a Google ad. Almost every ad you see on the internet is Google owned and operated every single step of the way. They made money when you saw it. They make money when you click it. They made money when it was bought. They made money from who sold it. They made money from who made it. Every single step, they're taking a slice out. Boop, 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 boop. And by the end, you have nickels. You have a nickel, maybe. Everyone is getting fucked. Everyone is getting fleeced. Years and years and years ago, I wrote a blog. This was before I was a streamer, before I ever even thought about it. Okay? Before I ever even thought about being a content creator on the internet. I wrote a blog about how the ad bubble is going to be completely and utterly destructive. This is the beginning of the pop, okay? The pop has already begun, to be completely honest, but this is a big ripple, okay? Yeah, this is going to be a big ripple. This type of revelation completely destroys any faith that anybody had that there's any legitimacy whatsoever on 99% of the ways people make money on the internet. Seriously, how can any advertiser have faith that any of this even makes sense when they know that it's just bullshit, that Google is just deciding for you what products they want to promote. And if you don't please Google, you're not getting your product out there. They control the entire thing. They sort of choose the products you want to buy by catering the results everywhere you go. To get you to like certain kinds of products. Not just to get you to like it, but to limit your choices. They choose who gets to put ads there in the first place, how the ads are displayed. It's all under Google's control. Like 80%, guys. This is from the leaks. 80%. That is world controlling conspiracy level. If we're talking about the ad industry is just a complete Google conspiracy at this point. That is not an unreasonable conclusion. That is what this is showing us. That there is no one else functionally. 20% of a market of that size is fucking peas. That's peanuts. What can we do? Get the news out. Get the fucking news out. That's the only thing that we can do. The only thing that we can do is make sure that no one ever misses this shit. That this information gets out to everybody. That's the only thing that you can do. Because people cannot react to this shit if they don't know about it. Google's monopoly power in the display ad exchange and charging super competitive prices. They are 19 to 22% of every single trade versus the closest competition paying 5 to 15%. And still, smaller players still can't grow. Google felt pressure in 2018 on its 20% fee in 2018. Yet its fee increased from 20% to 22%. Google has insulated its exchange from any of the competitive market dynamics that would otherwise incentivize them to lower their prices. So they hold high prices, they make people pay a fuckload, and then anybody who competes against them just gets choked out. When rival exchanges attempted to gain market share by lowering prices, Google's exchange maintained or even increased prices and still gained share. Competing exchanges have not been able to meaningfully increase share despite some of them cutting their rates in half. Do you realize that? That some of these exchanges would be offering us double, but you cannot have them. You will not get them. You can't because Google won't let you. Because Google won't even let you see them. GDN charges high double-digit commissions of at least 32% on advertising transactions, which, according to public sources, is double the standard rate elsewhere in the industry. Why does Google charge such rates? Because we can. An executive said in 2016, smaller publishers don't have alternative revenue sources. Right there, from a fucking executive. Because, quite simply, we can. Smaller publishers don't have alternative revenue sources. Is it possible to make this a series of TikToks? Well, let's ask Cherry. I think I'll ask Cherry if we can do that. That would be great. Prior to Google's anti-competitive conduct, the markets for ad exchanges and publishers' ad services were competitive. In 2009, when Yahoo processed 9 billion daily ad impressions, Google Exchange was only transacted fewer than 200 million. Google monopolized the exchange and ad server markets by forcing publishers to license its ad server and trade in its exchange in order to receive bids from over 1 million advertisers. Google presentation in 2014. Ad Exchange is the only platform with direct access to the entirety of the AdWords demand. A TikTok is a really great little short video. They're fun. They're fun as heck. Google in a 2013 document. Google are artificially handicapping their buy-side, aka they're artificially handicapping Google Ads to boost the attractiveness of their sell-side ad exchange, specifically to limit Google Ads to buying only on the ad exchange, an exclusivity that makes ad exchange more attractive to sellers. So they use the fact that they control both buying and selling to drive people to sell only to them. And then once everyone was selling only to them, they jacked up their prices. Do you see how this works? This is the same thing Amazon is doing, by the way, with regard to physical brick and mortar stores buying products. Same exact shit. Same exact shit. A bunch of unredacted material on Google's G-Trade team relating to how it allegedly manipulates bids without disclosing. So here's the details for people who are really into this. You can go read what has now been unredacted about Google Trade. G-Trade, Google Trade, came up with with Project Bernanke to use privileged access to detailed information regarding what advertisers historically bid to help advertisers using Google Ads beat competitors. This is data harvesting. So basically, they gather an unfathomable amount of data using all of the data collection that they have on hand, and they predict exactly what you would want to pay, and then they use that information to lock out competitors who don't have access to that information because they don't control Google. This is what I was talking about. This is how they do. Remember when I was talking about how they get the shape of you? They don't actually care about any, and we're talking about ad people. Like, these aren't even small fries like us. We're talking about ad people who are working in here, and they just get the shape of the ad first, and they go, okay, people like you would make a decision like this. People like you would pay a price like this, and you don't have any other choice. So here you go. So they get an idea of who the fuck of the shape of the people, the behaviors of the people, and they predict, and then they control. Very fucked. Very, very fucked. Google's idea with Project Bernanke was to trade on inside information. This permitted Google to radically influence the amount of trading executed through Google Ads. That's literally what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying. In 2015, Google signed agreement with WhatsApp to give users the option of backing up their messages. Users were led to believe that these were encrypted. They were not. Google knew that users were misled. Holy shit. Do you know how huge of a privacy violation this is? So if you backed up your messages on WhatsApp, they were unencrypted and Google could read every message that you ever sent. They have failed to elaborate that data shared from WhatsApp to third-party services does not get the same guarantee of encryption. This includes backups to Google Drive. Well, guess the people over at Google have probably been reading all your porn stories that you save on your Google Drive. What if those are lewds? They don't care. Do you think they've ever cared? It's important for users to know that when WhatsApp media files are shared with third parties such as Drive, the files are no longer encrypted. What the hell? My monitor flickered. Sorry about that. My monitor flickered for a second. By June of 2016, about 434 million WhatsApp users backed up approximately 345 billion WhatsApp files on Google Drive, netting Google about 250 million new Google Drive customers. So you see what this does, right? So Google makes a deal with WhatsApp, which is controlled by Facebook, okay? So WhatsApp makes a partnership with Google, and the deal is WhatsApp users, you guys get to back up your files so that you don't lose your precious messages with your loved ones, your precious messages with the people that you love in your life that you would never want to lose. All you have to do is agree to use Google Drive. And conveniently, we won't tell you that they're not encrypted. So you agree to have your messages backed up, and then Google is able to read all of your messages, figure out all of the data they want about you, and they also get to mark down that 345 billion new users came to Google Drive, which makes their stock value go up. Up, 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 up. Ania from YouTube chat says, all my passwords, photos, and personal data I shared with my dad via WhatsApp, and my dad does backup messages. Yep. Yep. You know that all of the hackers in the world are looking at this and going, wow. How can we build an anonymous advertising profile based on you if your data is encrypted? Yeah, that's half the game. Exactly. Exactly. Wild. Isn't this market fixing too? Sure sounds like it. New section. Google secretly met with competitors to discuss competition and forestall consumer privacy efforts. In August 6th of 2019, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, and Google all discussed forestalling consumer privacy efforts. So listen to that. Forestalling consumer privacy efforts. That's how they talk about you. That's how they talk about you. Just so you know. They don't want you to be able to be private. They want to see your fucking data. They want to see your nudes. They want to know what brands of lube you use. They want to know what foods you eat. They want to know what your favorite type of drug is. They want to know everything about you so that they can use it at their convenience for whatever the fuck they want. So that they can manufacture consent on a level you can't even imagine. What do you think about, Pansexual Lizard says, what do you think about schools' dependency on Google products? Is there anything that can be done at schools to try and get it off Google products, or at least move away from them? Yeah. If you work at a school, encourage them to choose a different solution than Google. But good luck. This is the problem with monopolies. You don't end up with a choice. What won't you say when you know you're being watched? What becomes unrepresentable? Interesting. A very good question, Doe. What are the things that you can't or won't say when you know you're being watched? What are they making impossible to discuss? How strange. So the speaking into your speaker and suddenly Amazon knows what you want meme wasn't wrong, but instead of verbally speaking, it's just texting. No, wait, guys. You do know that Facebook was literally found to have been listening onto your phone. They got in trouble with Apple years ago for literally listening in the background. When you installed Facebook on your phone and you logged in, your battery life would go down because Facebook was running in the background, listening for keywords over your mic. That was not a meme. That was a real thing. There are open source computer companies that should be jumping on this news. Yeah, they'd be jumping on this news if they could get off the ground. The reality is, this is why monopolies are done. It's a very tough problem. It's a society-wide problem. And it is interesting how the how they shape the direction of everything going, don't they? Louis Vuitton says they listen to ambient conversation. One time a friend was talking about dodgeball. I had never even thought about dodgeball for years. 2 weeks later, I got an ad for dodgeball on Facebook. I've had it happen sooner than that. When I used to practice Spanish, I would end up getting Spanish ads all over every website that I used. It's just open spying. Yeah. But just remember, they are spying on you. But that doesn't mean they actually know anything. It doesn't actually mean they know how to do anything with it. Just so that we don't doom out here, just so we don't doom out with everything that we're talking about, I want you to remember that the best thing that these idiots could think of doing is to win over a monopoly on an ad exchange. They have access to basically every, 343 million people's, or million accounts, private information. The best thing they could think of doing was, oh yeah, we'll make a monopoly on the ad exchanges. So don't get too doomed. Just remember that just because they have all this data, that data is expensive to maintain. That data is expensive. Do you want to know? Do you want to know the wild shit that you can do? Did you know that there are ways to make it even more expensive? You know? Unsustainable. Gotta grind, gotta slow down those gears every single way. Gotta find all those ways to take up all their data, to fight them on every front, because they can't keep doing this forever. It's not sustainable. Yeah, your data's getting sold right now. Literally, right now. How do we make it more expensive so I can avoid doing so? Facebook had yet another massive leak a couple of weeks ago. Yes, it did. This is part of it. Yep, this is part of it. Well, honestly, there are a lot of ways that that we can do things like this. Stuff like, well, see, you know, I don't want to give away all my secrets while streaming onto a Google platform. All I'm saying is there are a lot of interesting ways that you can support people outside of the structures that you're told you have to use, you know? Or maybe they're predicting your future tastes, Petey Pete. Maybe they're trying to guide you. Maybe they're giving you weird and off-base ads because they want you to like something new. They're trying to drive you into liking new things. Yeah, imagine using Google Chrome after all of this. Oh yeah, that was another thing. They were going to push Google Chrome usage by making lots of Google-run websites incompatible with other browsers. That was part of this. Look at this. Look at this right here. Google Prep document says that the aim was to find areas of alignment and narrow gaps in our positions and priorities on child privacy and safety. Google expressed particular concern that Microsoft was taking child privacy more seriously than Google and sought to rein in Microsoft. Google was frustrated that Facebook was not aligning with it to reduce users' privacy, which is insane because it's Facebook. We've had difficulty getting Facebook to align on our privacy goals and strategy, as they have at times prioritized winning on reputation over its business interest in legislative debates. Google asks Microsoft to stop subtle privacy attacks, outlines ways we can work together. AG, Google presents a public image of caring about privacy, but coordinates closely with big tech to lobby the government to delay or destroy measures that would actually protect users' privacy. Can we just stop? Like, do I even need to do this show anymore? Do I even need to do the show anymore with shit like this? Google presents a public image of caring about privacy, but coordinates closely with big tech to lobby the government to delay or destroy measures that would actually protect users' privacy. This is a corporation that can afford to do this, openly does it. Ending this for now, but other things to go to do. But alas, I'm at point 185, page 67 of 481 points and 142 pages. Sorry, I said thousands of pages before. Sorry, I meant to say hundreds of pages. If you're in this space, I'm happy to share my PDF with all unredactions highlighted. DM me. Now we know what Google has actually been doing to slow down internet privacy. The unredacted documents between Google and Facebook. Courtlistener.com. Oh yeah, this is the one. By the way, if you want the original document, there you go. Boink. There you go. There you go. If you want the original document, bam. Yep. But as I've said many times on this particular topic, the reality is this is an almost, it seems like an almost inescapable net for an individual. And the truth is, there really aren't a whole lot of individual solutions to this. It is one person can't do anything. If you step out, you haven't cost them anything. They don't care. What we have to do is we have to recognize, once again, what sort of structure we've been put into. And we have to figure out how we can coordinate to make it, to undermine it and avoid it. We used to have movies about this being fucked up back in the 2000s. Yeah, but you know how shit goes. You know how shit goes. Also, probably worth mentioning that the companies benefiting from these borked ad markets and privacy violations are the same ones whose algorithms keep pointing kids to people like Crowder or videos of Spider-Man cutting off Elsa from Frozen's head. That's true. But remember, do you remember what I said earlier? Do you remember what I said earlier about Twitter? That's true. Look at this. What was the story we covered earlier? Twitter admits that they have a bias and algorithm for right-wing politicians and news outlets in basically every English-speaking country. UK, US, Canada, France, Germany, Spain, and Japan all have a acknowledged by Twitter bias. The government, can the government do anything? Who is running the government? Who has the lobbying money to affect legislation? Not you. This is one of the problems we talk about with the issues with electoralism. You don't get to control what you get to vote on. They do. They get to go and give the Sometimes, did you know that corporations, one part of lobbying, listen, one part of lobbying is that corporations like Google will have their lawyers type up the text of a law. They will deliver that law to the desk of a lawmaker, and they will go, this is Google's recommended legislation. Here you go. Why don't you consider this? And then that text will be slightly modified, and then that person who is conveniently also getting lots and lots of contributions from Google will deliver that law that Google wrote to the Senate, to the House, which will inevitably end up on Joe Biden's desk and get signed into law. This is something that happens every day in America. This has been documented for the entirety of fucking corporate America's history. It is a tale as old as time. And this is the problem with hyperfixating on electoral government solutions, because because the manufacturing of consent has gone so far. It's gone so far that you don't even know what options are being, like how much say you have on the options that are given to you in the already limited form of governance that you get to participate in. Every 4 years, you get to go vote, or every couple months, depending on if you have a lot of local elections, you get to go vote on a bunch of people that you don't actually get to choose, that have more money than you. That's why they can run for office. And then you get to choose one of those people to make decisions for you. And most of those people end up immediately getting lobbied by the exact same people that you were hoping to vote against. Pretty rough. Pretty fucked. We shouldn't forget about Chrome. Yeah, Chrome sucks. Chrome has long been a data harvesting operation. We all knew that. Fuck Chrome. if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't be worried. Well, turns out they have a very different understanding of what wrong is, because in their minds, wrong is doing anything that's out of the interest of Google. And that's where we are. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll have some later. A lot of browsers are Chromium based, so it's no surprise they have a monopoly on data. Of course. Yep. There's all the Chromium. They've weaseled their way into everything. So we have to get smarter than that. We have to get smart. Now, of course, moving off of Chrome is great. If you can stop using Facebook, that's fine. But we have to look on a bigger scale. We have to look at what we need to start moving towards, what we need to start building as communities. What are the things that we can start doing? Because in reality, until we find better alternatives, and I want you to ask yourself, hold on a second. This is a big topic that we talk about pretty frequently. So I want you to ask yourself, do you really enjoy yourself as much as you feel you should on these social media sites? Do you really enjoy yourself as much as you think you do on Facebook or on Twitter? Do you? I don't. I think they're mostly miserable. It's just we don't have much other choice. It's either that or we feel isolated. So, yeah, half the people on Twitter just complain about how they're bored all the day. Yeah. That's why I spend most of my time on Discord. Because Discord isn't perfect. Discord's got a lot of flaws, but Discord is a little bit out of this circle. Welcome to all of the Raiders from Hannah Reloaded. Thank you so much. Very, very happy to see you all here today. We are talking about the Facebook and Google leaks, which is a huge, huge issue. For those of you who don't know about this, the Associated Press and basically every other reputable news source has published a swarm of articles on what is now being called the Facebook papers. As of a couple of days ago, the massive leak out of the by a former Facebook executive has been published almost entirely unredacted, and we now have access to this information. And a huge group of journalists have undertaken a project to sort through that and find interesting information. And as it turns out, we have now discovered that Google is quite literally, allegedly, running a massive, massive monopoly operation in the entire internet ad market, where they control somewhere in the ballpark of 80% of the ads that you see. That's what we're talking about right now. So welcome. Come get comfortable. Very, very, very happy to see you all. Thank you so much for the raid, Hannah. If you all want to come get comfy here, come on over to the website, demonmama.com/live. I'll put the website in the chat. There we go. Oh no, the commands aren't working again. Oh my God, Streamlabs commands. It's right here. If you want to go over to the website, you can sign in with Twitch. The website is free, and you get all of the cool emotes, which people will probably spam here because every time I mention emotes, everybody likes to post their favorite emotes. I have my own favorites. You know, I've got a lot of favorites, okay? Because a lot of these were made by people really special to me. We have, like, some of the best emotes on the internet. So come on by. It is free. We'd love to have you. If you're following and if you're interested, follow me on YouTube primarily. That's where I stream the most. I stream the most on YouTube. But I also stream here. Look at all these emotes. Look at how cute they are. There's so many. There's so many cute emotes. So cute. Miano hype or comfy hype. Comfy hype is really good. It's true. I borrowed comfy hype from the defaults, I think, because it's really cute. But we have our own of this one. Like, we have our own remixed Sugoi. All right, welcome. Very happy to have you. Anyway, let's get back to talking about this. So what I was saying before the raid came in was, you know, how much, like, do you all think that you have as much fun as you should be on social media? Like, I feel like like social media, I feel should be like the most exciting thing in the universe, because it is literally connecting so many people all at the same time, across cultures, across countries, it's wild. It's absurd. And yet we're all miserable on here. These platforms suck. They're terrible. And we spend time on them only because we don't have any alternatives, do we? What else are you gonna do? You can't go out, right? There's a pandemic, and then even if you were gonna go out, you gotta spend money to go sit in a cafe. There's no parks anymore. There's no public concerts. There's no artistic spaces. There's no, cool areas you can go to easily hang out that are maintained by communities. It's all been scooped up. So it's very interesting how we've been forced over time into participating because we have no other option. Not because we're bad people or because we're bad consumers or anything like that, but because our options have been increasingly limited to living our entire social lives on social media. Yeah, parks are like fucking. Have you looked into the defunding of parks? Have you looked into the privatization of parks? There are parks that bar you from entry now. Of course, you don't have to listen to them, but they make it harder. It paradoxically creates profound loneliness, akin to feeling alone in a crowd, but the crowd is the entire world. Yes, that is true. People say all the time, it's almost like a, was it truism? Is that the right word? It's like a saying that people say all the time. They're just like, in this age of online connection, we're less connected than ever before. How is that possible? How is it possible that we have been goaded into an era where we're always forced into these online spaces that make us miserable? I think we should think about that. And I think we should spend a lot of time thinking about how we can inhabit, support, and create alternatives that do not create these sort of dynamics, that are genuine spaces that encourage actual socialization, that encourage bond making between the people that use them, that build new things. Because right now, let's be real, what Twitter and Facebook and all these Google platforms is they're basically comment pits that they're meat grinders that are disguised as commentary zones. You go in there to have your conversations tampered with, to have your threads pushed around into weird places, to have ads stuffed all over everything you do. I create a lot of art, and I got ads all over all my stuff. You got no choice on it. You want to even make a living at all, you got to have some ads. And we just talked about how little you actually get for it. Fucking 2 years of work with hundreds of 500,000 plus hours of viewing, and you get what, 14 cents 14 cents an hour is the payout for that. That's what you have to do in order to get your art seen in a world where everything has to be littered with ads. Come on, this is bad. We can do better than this. We got to build better than this. We have to build a better world than this. We have to build a better internet than this. We have to. We have no choice. So yeah. That's the rant on this one. It brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It's funny because Raid Shadow Legends has offered me like 3 deals, and I'm not. I'm not taking it. I won't. First of all, the payout is fucking embarrassingly low. The ad-based model is terrible for creators and only benefits the middleman and ad companies at large. Yeah, but the ad-based model is what you have you have no choice but to use that. You either use that or you go completely on Patreon, but guess what? If you go on Patreon, nobody knows how to find you. That's what these monopolies do. You have to participate. They make you participate in them until we come up with some sort of innovative and other ways. Unless we resist their efforts, there has to be active resistance to this. This is why I say like the word of mouth thing is important. Do these people not get that self-playing video games were supposed to be a parody? Am I losing it? No, they don't care. They're making money. See, this is the secret. The people at the top of this are living the life that you wish you could live. They go and they have a private island with their friends. They can party all they want. They can engage in whatever the shit they want. Those people are living the life that the rest of us wish we could live. We spend all of our lives running from job to job, desperately creating content for the content mill so that we can make a living and live a slightly better life than what we would do otherwise. But those people, The people who run these companies, who are making these decisions, live lives of unfathomable luxury. They don't need your social media. Half these people don't even log into their own social media. They hire someone to do it for them. We use social media differently than the rich. The people, like, and I mean that. I mean, even people who are rich by our standards, even people like fucking Hassan, like these, even rich influencers, okay? Even influencers who are doing good for themselves. They use social media differently than the people at the top. The people at the top don't use social media. They don't require social media for social outlets. They connect in the real world because they can afford to. And over time, they've made it so that no one else can afford to connect in the real world. And so all we have is online connection. Does that make sense? Is this starting to piece together what I've been saying here? This isn't like some sort of anarcho-primitivist message. This is just an analysis of exactly what we're seeing. They have market control. They have control over the platforms. I keep saying we need a revival of dedicated art websites. Artists needs to get out of the social media trap. I actually unironically agree with you. I think independent websites are really good. But, hold on a second. Well, before we go to that, just remember that if we want to push a world in which artists can have independent websites, like I do, demonmama.com/live, people have to be willing to use them. People have to be willing to use them. People have to be willing to share them, like by connections, because we can't get the word out there. Look at this, guys. Like, look, I don't want to be like that bitch, but like, guys, do you know how hard it's been? Look at where I'm at. Look at how much content I make. And you guys know I make good content, but look at where I'm stuck for subscribers because of the algorithm. We fucking churn out videos. We churn out videos with so much love put into them. Editing love, beautiful thumbnails, unique names, everything. And because it's not algorithm friendly, we're stuck at 13K. Other people aren't stuck there. It's an unbelievable grind, but we need to grow. And the way that we do that is by yeah, I know. No one ever realizes how underrated I am. I was on a stream and I was like one of the smallest sub count people on the entire fundraising stream. And people know who I am, but I don't have subs because of, look, algorithm, okay? It's not just algorithm. I also have a lot of enemies. But yes, people, I agree very much that we should have dedicated art independent sites, that this gets people out, but we also have to have people who are willing to put in a little, just a tiny drop more of effort to find creators. I couldn't do it all more power to all the creators out there. I can barely do it. Most of us can barely do it. It's fucking wild. It's really hard. Yeah, everybody always knows who you are. People in Discord, etc. are always shocked to know you aren't one of the biggest leftist streamers because of my name recognition. Yeah, it's very weird. It's a weird experience. Which is weird because the algorithm is how I found you. Well, of course the algorithm is sometimes going to work in my favor. It works sometimes, but not always. It's not reliable. You have enemies, my kid. Good, it means you good. It means you stood for something. Of course I stand for something. But it's more than that. Like, it's more than just me standing for something. There's lots of people who stand for something. Whatever. But yes. Social media, we know social media suppressed the growth of LGBTQ people. We know that YouTube was suppressing LGBTQ videos, that they had invisible tags that would tag your video if they thought it was LGBTQ, and that would give it less likely, it would be less likely to be promoted because advertisers don't like that shit. We already knew this. This is already public information. You can go look that up. I mean, literally, I think it was Phil DeFranco that reported on this. Apparently his editor figured out some algorithm secrets recently. That'd be great. I got to figure something out. They change stuff so frequently. We're doing our best. We really are doing our best. You're one of the larger streamers, TJP. What? What do you mean by that? Sorry, Dorian. I don't know what you mean. Even Jenna Marbles talked about it. Yep. I remember when if you had gay, lesbian, or trans in the title, it would instantly demonetize you. Yep. I am one of the larger streamers? No, actually. My averages are very good. I have a lot of, of viewers. Like right now we have almost 300 viewers, which is pretty decent. But I have a very, very passionate fan base that's very small. So I pull good viewer averages because lots of people stick with me. But yeah. Does the suppression come from the algorithm or flagging the content manually? Both. Everything is run by bots on YouTube, so people who flag my content, it will contribute to the algorithm and it becomes a self-reinforcing cycle. It's very bad. The only reason the dominant narrative of Gamergate isn't a bunch of people harass women out of gaming is because of algorithm gaming and news cycles. Well, yep. We know. Do you know who was behind who was like really involved in Gamergate? Fucking Steve Bannon. There's a lot of problems, and we need to be able to challenge this stuff. And over time, we will come up with good ideas. We will come up with solutions. But for now, I think it's most important that people know about this stuff. That's why I do what I do. The reason why I do what I do is because I think that in order to be able to do anything about it, we have to know about it. So my job is I help you know about it. And then my word disseminates, and then people can do things about it that I don't have the specialty to do. I'm a good communicator. I make funny jokes. I keep people entertained while I teach them about stuff. That's what I do. That's what I'm very good at. I'm that type. And I try to do other things too, like raise a bunch of money and stuff like that once in a while. I get massively depressed knowing that a lot of artists and bands have to be more social media influencers than actual artists. It does make me want to quit. Don't quit. Please, your music is incredible. Your music, I listen to your music so fucking much. Please don't ever quit. I know, it's really hard. It's really terrible. Everybody has to be a brand now. We've talked about this. We've talked about this extensively, but yeah. My jokes per minute is top tier. True. I do the japes a lot. I got japes out the back pocket, you know? Husker Dude says, Steve Bannon found his Gamergate audience through his involvement with a WoW gold farming website. That's when he figured out there were a bunch of cishet angry white boys vaguely familiar with Tea Party rhetoric who he could funnel into fascism. Yeah, he worked with Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos, who suddenly became a gamer and wrote a bunch of high-profile Breitbart articles about Gamergate, which was advised by Steve Bannon. Thank you very much, Solidarity Ruby, for the Twitch sub. Deeply appreciate that. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. The Prime sub, thank you so much. Little Money, thank you very much. Yeah, fuck Steve Bannon. True. Yeah, sorry, I gotta purge that type of message. Not that message. I can't do that. What the hell happened here? Hold on. What's going on here? Why can't I see anything? Hold on. Non-binary superpowers. Don't do that to me. I gotta purge your messages. Don't do that to me. Can't do that. That's against the rules. Can't do that. It's against the rules. Against the rules. Sorry. Against the rules. It's all good. You're not banned. You're just... Even a joke like that, unfortunately. Yep. It's against TOS. Gotta take them down. I know. Sucks. But... we gotta do. All right, everybody. In 7 minutes, I'm going to be talking with TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. So what I want to do real quick is I want to hit the restroom. So we're going to do that. I'm going to hit the restroom. Faun is going to come on and talk to you. And then we're going to have a sit-down talk with TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, which should be really, really, really fucking cool. I'm extremely excited to talk with TJ. It's going to be a very open, like, coffee chat. Let's go over politics. Let's talk about our basic views and stuff like that. Get to know each other a little bit as content creators with a similar with a similar background with regard to religion and stuff like that. So, real quick, Faun, you want to come on and entertain these people? All right, Fawn's going to come entertain you. Thank you very much, Ray Gunner Gaming. Appreciate that. I'm going to go hit the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back, and we'll be good to go. There you go. Thank you so much.
Faun time.
Hello, it is I, Faun, the goat creature that comes over and says, "Blah." Just kidding, I don't say that at all. Lemmy says that. But it is fun. Hello, chat. Hello, Demon Mama, Impo friends. Fontaine. I am from the side of the screen, that's true. I'm usually like slightly covered by the chat. As usual, I have nothing prepared to say here. Except, you're good. I like you, imps. Good job at imping. There you go. Amazing performance on the imping. I'm doing all right. That's it. You gonna do a Faun combo? Faun combo for the very out of it Faun. Well, my back and neck hurt a lot, so I've been like kind of just drugged out, working through the pain. It makes sleeping really hard. Fuck with my steez. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. 14 combo. My neck, my back, yeah. Faun time. We're gonna bleed viewers. What's my favorite breed of dog? Oh, whatever Yoda is. A Carolina dog. A Carolina dingo. Yeah, they're really cute. But also, if we're talking about like super gene modified mutant dogs, you know, the ones where we've eugenicized them into deviant life forms, Borzois are very funny.
Well, hello. I have returned. You look really great on camera, you know?
Thank you. I was mostly out of it, so I was just being stage fright.
Borzois are really scary to me. I find
but they're funny.
Boy Shamoy with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. A sub for Faun. Wait, you need to thank.
Oh yeah, thank you for the sub.
The Prime sub.
The Prime sub.
You gotta do a special because Prime subs are special.
They're special and stuff.
They're special. You gotta say thank you because people can give them for free. Did you know that? If you have Amazon Prime and you're in the Twitch chat, you could sub for Faun right now. You could sub for Faun right now.
I wasn't able to push it.
Push what?
The sub.
The sub? It's okay. You don't need to. You did great. Mwah. All right, let me take over now.
Back to the mama. No more Fontaine. The Fontaine is
not
out.
I'm
out
for
of
the
Fontaine.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crack the whip on them. They don't get any more Fontaine if they don't get the Prime. No, of course, you'll always get Fontaine. I'm just kidding. Of course. This feels like a telethon? I guess a little bit. Can you get a link to Faun? Yeah, Faun, drop your social link in the Twitch chat, please. Yeah, drop your socials. Thank you for joining as a member, Ray Gunner Gaming, as well. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. All right, hold on. Just working this out. Yo, wait a second. Wait a second. We're about to hit a fucking hype train. Thank you for the 2 Prime subs and the tier 1 sub. If we get 2 more actions, we will get a hype train. If we get 2 more Twitch actions, we get a hype train. Are you for real? No, we're just about to talk with TJ Kirk. In fact, I'm going to change the title right now while I wait for TJ's response. Here we go. This is the chance. 2 more interactions in Twitch, and there we go. Hannah Reloaded, thank you so very much. Oh my God. Holy shit, thank you so very much. I think that hit within... Yeah, we're in one. Oh my God. We haven't had a hype train in Twitch in a million years. In a fucking million years have we not had a hype train in Twitch. What a perfect time. Let us welcome in TJ with a surging hype train already at level 3. Thank you very much to Hannah Reloaded, who was incredibly kind with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. We got 100 bits from Porcelain Giant. We got 100 bits from Your Environment Seattle. Please support nuclear energy. I largely do support nuclear energy with a few very minor exceptions. Thank you very, very much. We are at tier 3. All we need is one more sub, one more thing of bits to get to tier 4 of the hype train, which is very, very exciting. I'm extremely excited for that. Let's see if we can get more. There we go. Metal Murph with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much for the Bezos bucks. Silent Storm with the 500 bits. Thank you so very much. That is an incredible, incredible contribution. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Oops, looks like website chat went down for just a moment. Thank you very, very much. We are at tier 4 sub. We are at a tier 4. Wait, Hannah's getting married? Congratulations, Hannah! Somebody in chat said you're getting married. Congratulations on your marriage. That's fucking so exciting. Holy moly. Ink Frog, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh, we got some bun claps. You know, I gotta make a mama clap. The bun clap is such an incredible emote. I should make a mama clap. That would be really funny. That is so exciting. That is so exciting. Love is good. Love is amazing. Flux is me. Thank you very much. I did catch it. Let me just make sure I got you. Did I not shout you out? I'm very sorry if I didn't catch it before they all came in. Fluxinator. Thank you very, very much, Fluxinator. Thank you so much for that. Oh my God, we are at 35% into the level 4 hype train. If there are any more Prime subbers, especially, you can boost the hype train for free. Prime subs are free for you. You get one every month if you have Amazon Prime. So pop over into the Twitch chat, throw those Prime subs at me, and it'll boost us up to a tier 5 hype train, which is incredibly exciting. I never get to do hype trains on my channel because most people watch on my website, but I actually have fun with hype trains. Hype trains are fun as fuck, and we got a ton of people today. We got a fuckload of viewers. And even more are coming in. So while we're waiting for this, let me just real quick, I'm going to try and keep the energy up while we change the name here. Let's see. We got gender, politics, and religion with TJ Kirk. That is fine. I'm going to change the Twitch name just a tiny, tiny bit because I want it to be a little bit easier to read. Thank you very, very much for the gifted tier 1 sub, ya boy Shamoy. Thank you so much. We are almost there. We are so close. Oh my God, Soy Sauce with the gifted tier 1 sub to Kat. Thank you very much. Another 100 bits, 82% into the level 4 for us to hit level 5. Thank you very much, Gromit as a Prince, for the 100 bits. Thank you very much, Soy Sauce, for the tier 1 gifted sub. Husker Du with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. We have hit level motherfucking 5. We are on level 5 of the hype train. Let us see. Oh, look, it gives little pompos. How cute. It's because pompos in a little train. How incredible. Thank you very much for helping us reach level 5. And let's see how far we can carry it out, okay? We are here. Ribs with the tier 1 sub. We are almost maxing out the level 5. We are already 20% into the level 5. Thank you very, very much, Ribs with, for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate it. Deeply appreciate you bringing the hype for this incredible rare occurrence of having a hype train, which I rarely ever get because most people hang out on my website, which is really fucking cool. 10-letter name, thank you very, very much. Jesus Walks with 100 bits, thank you very, very much. That is deeply appreciated. Don't you worry. 100 bits is more than enough. Thank you very, very much. Game Gang. Game Gang with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for bringing us up to 57% completion. Juicy Moose, oh my God, 73% level completion of the level 5 hype train. Thank you very, very much. And Soy Sauce with one more gifted sub, 90%. We've almost completed the level 5 hype train. We are this close. We have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, which actually is a shocking amount of time. Let's see how high we can get it. I know some of you there. Spiral Gal with the 500 bits. Thank you so much. This show, remember, is 100% viewer supported. I do not do sponsorships. I don't have any like ad deal cuts. This is it. This is what you see. What you see is what you motherfucking get. And we have completed level 5, which means we are on the bonus level. Everything from here on out is gravy on the hype train. So thank you very, very much for all that you've given during this. Question, which platform gives you more ad revenue? This website? I get no ad revenue from my website whatsoever, but my subs are mine. If you subscribe to my website, you are subscribing to me. So my website is a very good place to go, even if I don't get ads on my website. So thank you all very much for reaching us. Level 5 hype train. Been a very long time since we've had a hype train on the Twitch channel. I'm very happy that we got to have some intergagement together, and we will see what it carries out while I prepare us to go talk to TJ Kirk. Let us just see. I just got to change this, make sure that it's very obvious what we're doing, how we're doing things. Let's see here. Here we go. Speaking with. Now speaking with. Wait, hold on. Let's do this. TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. Interview and hangout. And hangout. Gender, politics, religion. There we go. Boom. Exciting. How fucking incredible. Thank you very, very much. Would it be beneficial to you not to continue the sub on Twitch and to sub on the website instead? I would always welcome a website subscription, because the website subs give me all of it. I get all of it besides like a small cut for PayPal. If you sub to my website, you are essentially subbing directly to me. Of course, Twitch subs and YouTube subs both help, because that's how I get discoverability. But if you want to help me directly, the best way to contribute is through my website, of course. So thank you very, very, very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Had a lot of fun. Wow, that was fucking great. We got 1 minute and 20 left. Still time left for people to throw their Prime subs primarily. Those Prime subs are really nice. Any advice for someone whose life has fully fallen apart, can't work, every government assistant has denied me, my attorney has disappeared, and my life somehow keeps getting worse when it's seemingly impossible to do. I have no skills, no interest. Floofy Momo, I wish that I could help you, but that is a lot. That is more than I could ever be able to help. I strongly encourage you to reach out to your friends, if you have any friends in your life, and have a conversation with them, because that is beyond what I can do. That is beyond what I'm able to touch. I'm very sorry about that. I wish there was more I can do, but I can't. The first step is you got to reach out and connect with the friends in your real life, because I know you have people. There have got to be people there. And remember, if you don't have people, find people. Go find people. Thank you very, very much, Bree1219, for the tier 1 sub, 3 months. Deeply, deeply appreciated. As you can see, my hyping has got me sweating because it's incredibly hot in here. Afahi, thank you very much for the tier 1 site sub. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. We got 12 seconds left. It looks like we are going to be finishing off the hype train with a level 5, which is phenomenal. Just phenomenal, okay? Just incredible. So thank you all very much. There we go. Hype train level 5. Genuinely awesome. Genuinely awesome. Thank you all very much. Such strong support. Level 5 completed. And some of you are going to get some bonus emotes for that, which is pretty exciting. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so very much. I have to put on the corn suit. I don't think I can. I don't have a corn suit. I have some other things, but I haven't worn the costumes that I have in a while. I need to do another costume stream. Okay, here we go. Time to call TJ. Give me a second here. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, damn. I'm loving the eye paint. Here we go. Hold on. Let me get you. Let me get this. Hold on. Let me figure out how I'm going to do this real quick to get you up on screen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very, very happy to hear you. Hold on. I don't know. Let me see. I'm going to have to probably have my camera pull from there. Excellent. Now you should be able to see me. And let's see. Now I got to go Discord video. There we go. I'm going like this. Make that appear. Here we go. I'm going to do full screen over here. And then we'll rework. Shrink this down. Perfect. Loving it. Loving it.
Yeah.
Welcome, TJ, the amazing
Welcome.
atheist.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on the show. Let me get your...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Interrupt.
No. It's fine. We like right before I answered the call, we had just hit a hype train. So if I'm like kind of like, whew, it's because we hit a level 5 hype train, which is very fun. So TJ, Kirk, the amazing atheist. Pronouns.
He, she, they, them, ze, zer, it.
Any
everything.
all? Any all good?
Any, all,
Fuck
everything.
yeah.
I don't
Hell yeah.
care. It's all good. Don't even
Based.
think of me as a sentient being. Just a bad
Also-
take machine.
Also legitimate. Also a legitimate position. You would not be the first person to visualize their self-identity that way, which we respect
Yeah.
completely. So
Decided to come on and this is like 1/3 blackface. I figure that's still acceptable, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think you're good.
Yeah.
It's got I read it as like, like a Furiosa kind of thing from Mad Max.
Right.
So
yeah.
I was thinking like Road Warrior. But I mean, I guess that's a way to do it. That's a way to interpret it. I'm sure
I
some
mean,
people-
I think everyone who does, I think, she was in 1/3 blackface, right?
Me? I was?
No, Furiosa.
Furiosa? Oh, I was gonna say I did red paint the other day, but yeah, Furiosa, I guess she was. I guess that is a way of interpreting this.
That's red face, right?
Yeah, red face. I
That's
guess.
like
I don't know.
insulting to Native Americans. I don't know.
I suppose it is to some people. I suppose it would be depending on the context, right? I've been accused of many things in the past. I don't think that I tend to dabble in that type of stuff. Most of the cancellations that people have made on that front have been pretty low.
I heard
effort.
I was on Twitter and I saw that you were people were saying you sound like a supervillain. So I was
Oh
like,
yeah. People I mean, and I'm guilty as charged there. I give incredible speeches. It's not my fault that throughout all of cinematic history that villains are given the best speeches. But yeah, it's not my
right,
fault.
because they always have the actually compelling case, right? The villain always actually has something compelling, like society must change and here's why, but the hero's just like, no, because goodness.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's
all
like,
right,
well, some of it I think comes from that code, the comics code and the Hayes code.
Yeah, the
I
Hayes
would say
Code
that.
in the
Yeah,
20s.
the Hayes code.
Robin's thigh gap is turning young boys gay.
Exactly.
That was
yeah, that kind of shit. We've talked about that a lot on this channel. In fact, that's something we talked
former
about quite a bit.
Nazi guy that was
Behind that?
former Nazi, right?
Yeah. Former.
That was
Always a bit
behind
of
the
a-
whole Comics Code Authority thing. Oh, the
Yeah.
Hayes Code.
Yeah,
right?
the Hayes Code and
the,
the
the
Comics
Hayes Code.
Code
I'm
is
thinking
like-
I'm confusing the Comics Code Authority and the Hayes Code, but it's like whatever. ESRB, every censorship organization, pretty much.
Same spirit
Same
behind
deal.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They run with basically the same ideas. Yeah, that's something that I'm very critical of. I tend to be very critical of these big moral panics that often just end up mysteriously always destroying the careers of a bunch of queer people who happen to write something into their stories that is true to their experience of life, or their
Looks
own
like we got
representation.
some communism over here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny because I mean, in some cases, like with the Hayes Code, that was like essentially codified in that like you could not have a gay character be a good character, So yeah, there goes those. There's why you get those inspiring social justice villain speeches that then at the
It
end
sucks
say,
because there's a lot of great pre-Hayes, pre-code films like in the 30s that are actually like really cool. And not to say there wasn't any cool shit made under the code. There was.
Oh yeah, there was.
And
of course.
luckily censors tend to be really stupid, so you can sneak a lot of shit by them.
Yeah.
There's an old Western, I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a whole big long scene where there's these two cowboys like shooting their gun, and it's pretty obvious that they're like talking about gay sex the whole time. I can't remember what the fucking movie was.
Yeah, it's
But,
remarkably it's actually there's so much. It's very weird when it happens when you discover or are able to watch like a film or see a comic or whatever that is like would contain what we would call progressive now, but from like 100 years ago. One such example is, of course, I did some time ago. I did this show called History Mama, where once in a while I like talk about something in history. And in June for Pride Month, I did 3 History Mamas all about pieces of queer history that a lot of people don't know anything about. One of them was to talk about Magnus Hirschfeld, who was a doctor who was like the first like trans-friendly doctor in the world. And was also himself gay, and he made a film in Germany that was meant to be art that was accurately and lovingly depicting gay people, because there was such social bias against gay people in Germany at the time. Of course, this was leading up to World War II. And many copies of it have been destroyed. Very recently, more of it was discovered, an previously undiscovered copy, and we were able to watch some of it on this stream, and it's breathtaking when you see these stories really aren't new. They were just squeezed out of obviousness for a very long time. They were either destroyed or legislated via the Hays Code, so that you have to get to that people have to dance and make weird references that disappear, that stop losing their meaning over time. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'm glad to see that there are.
Yeah, on
still
my
surviving ones.
podcast, Deep Fat Fried, we've done a couple of episodes about trans trailblazers and sort of the contributions of trans people that they've made throughout history that have been just sort of buried. There's also a lot of great stuff we've done about early labor leaders that you're just not taught in the history books, but it's important to learn about fucking George Washington chopped down the cherry tree and then told his daddy,
the silly myths that
1,000 times over.
Yeah, or whatever weird stories that you get in kindergarten about oh yeah, this is how Thanksgiving definitely went down. There was definitely one single Thanksgiving event and everybody got along and it was all good because, benevolent white savior stuff. You get that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's wild. It's wild how much you can sort of catch in the biases that are present in any system by looking at what's fixated on. And American history is a topic that we, especially in the schools, is something we talk about quite a lot over here.
It's like American mythology, though.
It is, yeah.
Like what you're actually taught in school.
So you're familiar. I'm sure you're familiar with that whole the 1776 project that Trump tried to pull.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was we covered that. We went and read into some of that live on stream, back when that was all in the news. And that is exactly what you're talking about. It's just a more blatant form of it, but the mythologizing is so present in our education.
There's a book, and I'm sure you've probably read it or at least heard of it, with People's History of the United States, right?
I have.
And there was a conservative counter-narrative book that was published a few years ago. It was a Patriot's History of the United States, and it's just basically 100%. I mean, it's basically the proto form of the 1776 project. It's just every time someone tries to tell the actual history from all of these unique perspectives that are completely filtered out by mainstream history curriculums in the United States, at least on the elementary and high school levels. Someone they have to counteract. Oh well, no. See, it wasn't like that. It was. It's actually everything in the founding myth is true. It turns out.
Yeah. This was okay.
What about all these sources and stuff? Well,
Yeah, those sources were communists or they had ties to somebody who was unsavory. So we'll just do a character assassination and then brush them under the rug. And
look, a lot of the stuff you hear negative about Christopher Columbus is because he had a lot of enemies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he
his
definitely
political rivals telling lies.
His political rivals who weren't political, they were political rivals for very very unlogical feelings over facts reasons. That's what it was. Speaking of Christopher Columbus, there was just a horrible, I think it was PragerU that put it out. PragerU put out this Christopher Columbus, unfathomably racist. I can't even believe that this stuff stays up on YouTube. Christopher Columbus thing, which was basically that. It was it's mostly just, the Age of Exploration era SJWs were the ones who put out this narrative that Christopher Columbus was bad. He just wanted to get gold so he could be a strong, independent businessman. I'm just what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is going on here? It's very weird. The historical revisionism thing is half of the conservative the conservative political bubble on the internet these days is just spending time just lying about history and trying to make it seem oh yeah, no, the Civil War wasn't about slavery is another one. Oh yeah, definitely, totally, there was nobody cared about slavery about that event. It was all just the war of northern aggression kind of stuff. Yeah, it's infuriating. There's so much
I always learned about
misinfo.
Civil War stuff is they're it was the Democrats that did the slavery stuff, and oh yeah, I'm okay, but it's literally all those southern states that were that that still proudly fly the Confederate flag all over the place. Although I guess I do see less of that. I do live in the South.
Yeah.
I see less of that than I used to, but there's still plenty of that going on. And like, it's like, well, they aren't Democrats. Like, I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, they're not Democrats.
They're
That's
not
weird.
big Democratic Party loyalists. You don't see too many, Hillary Clinton stickers next to Confederate flag stickers.
Yeah, you don't. I will say, lately, now I live up in the Pacific Northwest. I live in Seattle.
Right.
And so, we don't really get as much of the Confederate flags. I saw a lot more of that when I lived in Florida, and stuff like that. But one thing we have seen a huge upsurge in is those Blue Lives Matter, or Blue Lives,
Oh,
the
my
thin blue
God,
line,
yeah,
the thin
they're
blue line. Yeah,
the flag, yeah.
yeah, it's horrible. That thing is like the worst. I would almost prefer to see a Confederate flag at this point, because at least
Right,
they
because
would
at
have,
least, yeah, like at least they're kind of like, it's a myth in a lot of their minds. It's like heritage, not hate. They mythologize it. They lie to themselves about it. But like
Of
thin
course.
blue line, that's like a current event. They're you know exactly what they mean there.
It's not even just a matter of it being the current event. It's the literal imagery. The imagery is a blue line that separates white from black on a black and white American flag that represents the actual imagery is like, oh yeah, the police are the line between order and barbarianism. It is like the most fascist flag you could possibly come up with, and so racist, just condensed into a thing, and then people slap that on their car, and I'm just like, wow, walking red flag. Oh my God. I just like, I see that shit and I go, I will never trust somebody who's got one of those flags. That is just it tells so much about your psychology that you would display a flag.
Oh, I see them all over the place.
That's terrible.
I see
They're
them all
everywhere.
over.
It's very
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I'm drowning in them out here.
Yeah, I wonder if they think it's like I wonder if people put it on because they think the cops will be nicer to them. In our area, it's like nobody wants to even get pulled over.
This ought to take care of that speeding ticket.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
alright.
You saw the flag, right? So you can forget about this DUI when I wrap my Benz around the fucking telephone pole.
I wonder if anyone's ever got a ticket and then ripped the fucking bumper sticker off. Fuck them then.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, forget it. I'm taking it
mind.
back. I'm going to go get the firefighter one. Listen, somebody talked to me about that. I think that the thin red line is cooler than the thin blue line, because what are they standing between? They're standing between people and fire. And we can agree that fire does burn people. So someone said, I once saw a retired cop car with a Blue Lives Matter bumper sticker, and the drivers were two black guys who were smoking pot. It was amazing camouflage. That is ingenious tier, okay? Listen, you will be threatening everyone around. No one's even going to come nearby. That's great. I like that. Impressive. Yeah, so welcome once again. We didn't get to do a full introduction. Do you want to just give yourself an introduction? I'm sure everyone here knows you, judging by how excited everyone was.
I'm TJ, the Amazing Atheist, YouTube degenerate asshole. Been on YouTube for 6,472 years and counting.
Impressive.
I do a podcast called Deep Fat Fried. That's on YouTube. That's also on Spotify and iTunes and other places. We do those shows every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. We have a live show every Wednesday. We do a patrons only show every Friday. I also have my channel. I haven't been doing a whole lot on it. I haven't been doing a whole lot on the Amazing Atheist channel lately because I've been trying to write a fucking novel.
Oh
So
shit.
I don't have a shit ton of time to write to work on that stuff. But I do post videos on there. I've been trying to do weekly, but it's been a little bit more like every other week.
That's awesome.
And then I also do live streams on the TJ Does Life channel, which is what I'm streaming this to right now.
Hell yeah. Hello.
Yeah. You want to introduce yourself to the people watching on my stream?
Absolutely. My name is Demon Mama. I use she, her pronouns. And I am a political edutainer on YouTube mostly. I also stream on Twitch. I talk about gender, politics, religion very frequently. I also talk about video games, which I love a lot, and movies from time to time when I have time to watch them. I tend to get, I kind of have a reputation on the internet Don't believe a single thing you hear about me. Just if you want the proof, you can just come say hello to me. I've been, there are many rumors, dark rumors and light rumors indeed. But yeah, come check out my stuff. We have a lot of fun. I genuinely think that I'm bringing some of the funnest content to this side of the internet in a long time. So come check it out. You can find all my links at demonmama.com. That's where I do everything. I stream 4 times a week, more or less. So yeah, we have a lot of fun. We talk about religion and stuff a lot. We watch funny videos. I do reacts and I talk about media. So thank you for coming on, and I'm super excited, and thank you for having me on your show, simul streaming and whatever. I've been really excited to sit down and get to talk with you and stuff. So yeah,
Cool.
So yeah, yeah. What would you say your main focus these days is as far as topics? What do you like to like talk about most frequently these days? Because I know in the past, I mean, the Amazing Atheist is in the name. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I went through the atheism phase. I went through the anti-SJW phase. I went through sort of a more lefty political phase, and I guess I'm still kind of in that. But you know, what I'm mostly focused on at this point is, you know, Deep Fat Fried, our podcast. So, and that really doesn't have any sort of limitations in terms of what we talk about or cover. We have
That's
a
awesome.
news show that we do every Wednesday where we just kind of like yammer about current events from a very like stonery perspective. And as far as our show topic go, we could do an episode on fucking paper clips one day, trans activism the next day, and you know, some sort of obscure historical event the next. You know, it's just like any topic. I don't care.
That's awesome.
It's basically just try to riff on everything, try to like talk about everything.
Yeah, variety show. Good stuff.
Right, and it's just like supposed to be like a show that's attempting to educate people from the perspective of 3 uneducated people who are trying to figure out what the hell they're even going over as they're going over it.
I mean, I think that can be very valuable. Like, I think one of the things that, you know, people are missing on the internet a lot of times is like conversational spaces where like there's a lot of like political debate. There's a lot of like sort of talking head stuff, you know, stuff even I do where it's like I'm telling you my political take on a thing, but it's really cool to like have in my opinion like panels or podcasts where you get a couple of different people's perspective on an issue, and it almost encourages the audience to ask their own questions, and I think that stuff is great. I like to hear that you're into the educational portion too, because I mean I brand myself as a political edutainer. I'm not you know, the go-to Wikipedia expert. I'm not gonna be able to tell you everything about every issue, but what I like to sort of see my role as is like I find interesting things to give people a seed for. You know, here's a seed of information. If this is something that's fascinating to you, like it was to me, let's go read more. Let's go find out more together. Let's encourage each other to like dig in deeper and find out more and learn what we can. And of course, I talk very, you know, I tend to get really opinionated about politics sometimes, though. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what politics are for, so get super opinionated about and get like very angry and scream at people.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I feel like that's what it ends up being a lot of times. And sometimes that's fun. I think sometimes it's cool, though, to see like people work out shit. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's in real time, a lot of times what ends up happening is people are very dug into a specific position. And even in conversations where people are pretty well rooted in their position, I think that you can have a more interesting discussion by being willing to like ask questions and not just engage in pure partisanship. But of course, that's a two-way street. So sometimes it just doesn't happen. Yeah.
I don't know. When I'm dealing with like conservative like family members or something like that, I just kind of like, because you know what? I've just been down the road where I was like, all right, I'm going to stand up for my beliefs and I'm just going to like ask them pointed questions and like get them thinking. And like, you know what? Sometimes it'll get them really pissed off. And sometimes they'll be like, you know what? That's a good point. But no matter what, I know that next time I talk to them, they'll be right back to the same fucking old thing. Cause
yeah,
they're going to fucking be right back to the, you know, OAN, Fox News, talk radio, whatever the hell.
It's bad.
They're
the state
chosen.
Is bad.
They're chosen brainwashing fucking apparatus. They're gonna go find it, seek it out, get it to coddle them back into whatever they thought before. So
You know,
at
it's
this
funny you
point,
bring that up, too.
I just kind of like nod and
Yeah, I
like
get
I
what
have
that's like,
some
for
conservative family members like, oh, you know, these fucking Haitians are gonna come. These Haitians are coming in. The Haitians. I'm like, wow. Of all the actual problems in the world, you've decided to be concerned about this fucking nonsense, huh? Cool.
Sure. Yeah,
It's
isn't
like,
it
wow,
funny
this
how
is
like
what's gonna. This is our problem in America. Haitians. Okay.
yeah, the cycle
Literally
is
every
so
fucking
short.
Haitian could move into this country and it wouldn't make fucking much of a goddamn difference. So.
Nobody would even notice. We have so much land. Nobody would
If
even.
you put them in Wyoming or something, yeah.
Nobody would notice. I mean, the funny thing is that's happened in the past. In my home state that I grew up on, there was a sometime in the like early 2000s, there was like a huge deal that was made with like Somalia, and a bunch of Somalian refugees came and lived in the state in one city. Nobody even cared because, of course, this was like, you know, this was like previous to 9/11 that this process began, so nobody cared. Like, there wasn't that same level of fixation. Of course, there's always been like anti-immigrant sentiment in the United States, but it's like it's taken on such a fever pitch that like now it's like, oh my god, there's like, of course you get, like you mentioned, there's the Fox News, the OAN, with these like shout boxes of just constant exaggeration. I mean, we were watching Trump Trump doing some random speech where he's talking about like legions of people like invading our shores. It's just like, dude, what world do you live in? It's like, it sounds like they're reading from a fantasy novel. It's not even accurate. Like, you can't even get a horde of people from a country that has as small of a population as Haiti, and has been through as much shit as Haiti has had to deal with, a lot of which is our fault.
Right. And I don't even know how to engage with that sort of thing when someone says that to me, because it's like, you know, if you and I were working off of the same facts and we just had different opinions about the facts, that would be one thing. We could actually have some sort of discussion and maybe try to figure something out between us. But when you come at me with some fantasy land take that has no bearing on reality, it's like, all right, well, you're delusional. I don't even know what to fucking say beyond that.
It becomes incredibly difficult to have some of these conversations. We were talking about that earlier with some drama that happened today on Twitter. Some post about, you may have heard.
I love Twitter drama.
The puppy Fauci. The Fauci puppy.
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Did you hear about that already? Yeah. So,
yeah, because I saw a bunch of conservatives all of a sudden are like, you know what I care about now? Just out of the fucking blue right just now? Animal cruelty. Like, what?
Yeah. We were laughing about that. I'm like, guys, hold on. Let's take a second here. I'm like, let's sit down for just a minute. And let me just tell you what goes on every single day in America by the thousandfold. You know, I go through the sort of just your basic conditions in a pig factory farm, which is how the bacon gets to your grocery store every single day. And you never hear a conservative saying that. But when they can find another wedge to try and convince you to not take a vaccine or keep your masks off or whatever, they're like, oh, the puppies in North Africa.
You don't even.
I mean,
you don't even hear them talk about other fucking medical tests on animals or like cosmetics or anything. It's like, hey, wait, what?
It's just like, yeah, oh yeah, they were
then,
making.
Oh wait, now all of a sudden, oh my god, we care about this so fucking deep, you guys. Look how deep we care. Oh my god, Fauci killed them puppies, y'all.
Yeah,
like,
and I don't even know. Like, the thing is, like, reading it, I was talking to my chat. I'm like, guys, doesn't this kind of feel like when you get like, it feels like they're talking in code? Like, you're like, okay, so this is like Fauci. Yeah. Okay. So they don't like Fauci. And so Fauci becomes like a general, like, don't trust the science kind of thing. But then Fauci is connected to this puppy thing via funding that was done under his allegedly under his watch to a North African science lab that actually did the research. And it's like, so does the lab even exist, first of all? What was the actual experiment? How is this actually tied to Fauci? And how do you end up getting to the point of it being an anti-mask message, which is what it is at the end? And I'm just like, this feels like, again, like you said, it's like you're talking to somebody who exists in a different world. You don't know what all these things are. Like, it happened with the Hunter Biden's laptop thing. Do you remember that? Where it was like, there was like a period of time on the internet where every time you would see a tweet from a conservative, it would be like 3 Russian names or like 3 Ukrainian names. And then they would be like, this is how you know that Big J is Joe Biden in this email that was sent to 26 people, one of whom was Hunter Biden. And it's just like, okay, I can't keep up with the lore anymore. I don't know what led to this or why this is in my face now. It sounds like you're talking about
You ever
Star Wars.
You ever read one of those? Books? Those like choose your own adventure books.
Yes, I used
It's
to
like
love those.
that.
Yeah,
You know, you just like they get to a certain page. It's like, all right, you know, for Fauci to be an animal torturer, turn to page 78. It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just, okay, yeah, animal torture. Oh, shit. Oh, look, they give us an option for him to be ahead of the cabal. Oh, man, let's go to that page. And it's like, oh, damn it, I died. Oh, let's go back a page. I mean, that was something that happened, too. It's like, it's funny that you say it's like a choose your own adventure. It really is. It's like, there are times where, like we were earlier this year, or oh, God, it was last year at the beginning when the whole pandemic thing was first breaking out. Like we watched this video that showed the dates and the statements side by side of what Sean Hannity was saying, like on his show about like the level of it being a hoax versus when they would have to pull away from the hoax language. And it really is. It's just like flipping back. I don't like that result, so we're gonna change back here. And they rely on complete amnesia. It's like it goes out their ear after the episodes. Like, how do you not watch this show and like catch that like the guy just over the course of 2 days from you watched him 2 days ago and he said the opposite thing of what he's saying now, and that doesn't piss you off? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know how they're so effective. Maybe it's just because there's no care. I don't know.
Well, because it's like it's just a matter of how it's all from here's the conclusion. We know the conclusion. We love the conclusion. What do we have to say to justify that conclusion in any given moment, right?
The motivator.
And if you look at it like that, it makes perfect sense. It's just like, here's our conclusion. We've arrived at it. It's the first thing we did. Now here's whatever supporting evidence we can find, and anything that's against the conclusion is a lie, and anything that's for the conclusion is the truth.
And that's what
that's the most brilliant contribution of Trump was fake news. Fake news. It's like there's a pro-Trump restaurant somewhere in Florida, I think, that whenever there's a negative review of their restaurant, they say fake review. It could be a totally legit review where someone's like, you know, I'm as conservative as any man, and I went in here and I gotta say it's some of the most piss poor spaghetti I ever had. And they'd be like, fake review. Fake
news media.
They don't care.
Yeah, it is wild too, because like you saw that. I don't know, like some stuff I feel is like fallen off out of the public mind, which is like I'm gonna have to go back and like and I feel like I remember this because it's something that I had to cover, and you probably remember it because you probably talked about it at the time. But a lot of people forget about like remember at the January 6th thing where like one of the main things that happened was like this crowd of people like gathered up cameras of media crews and just smashed them out of like general journalistic like hate for the idea of journalism. They were just like, yeah, we're gonna fuck up all your cameras. Like, who cares whether you're like on our side or not? We don't care. It's like you are filming this, you're representing this. Nah, we can't have that. We don't want any clarity on any of this. It's such a weird weaponization that starts with something so small, like Trump being like fake news media, and he still does it now. At his speeches, he'll be like, those guys in the back, the cameras, they're the enemies, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It's like, I mean, I know it's like the fascism 101 thing, right? Like, because of course they always hate the media. It's the same thing. It's happened all throughout time. Anybody who can threaten them by reporting on them, they hate. But come on, it's still so weird to see in real time. It's such an uncanny thing to watch, and watch how it just goes immediately the moment that there's like a big fervor and they all get together in one place with their TPUSA pins and their embarrassing polo Proud Boy shirts, and they just immediately go to town on the fucking media because it's like, oh, those are the people who could expose us for being, you know, horrific, anti-democratic, inhumane racists. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, it was. I saw a tweet from AOC, I guess, yesterday or the day before, after the Rolling Stone story broke about how, you know, so many mainstream Republican politicians had colluded with the Capitol rioters and stuff and helped plan the riot. And it was like, she was like, well, you know, all of these members should be expelled. And I was, I wrote it out. Like so many tweets that I write out, I didn't actually, I looked at it, I was like, I was like, you know, people say AOC is smart, but she misspelled the word hanged here pretty badly. Like, and then after I deleted that, I was like, all right, that one's no good. What if I just tweeted hang Trump? No, probably can't get away with that either.
That's gonna get taken down.
But you know, you know, you want to talk about a hypocrisy though. Here's a hypocrisy. So many people I've seen them. They go on Twitter. There was a guy, I don't remember, it was Todd Starnes or some equally reprehensible fucking sack of shit, was on Twitter, and he was like, "For every one of the troops that died in Afghanistan in this withdrawal, in this recent attack, it was during the bombing, during the withdrawal, every one of them, we need to destroy an entire Afghan village." And I'm like, how come? Wait, if I was to say like, let's kill Todd Starnes, I'm bad. But if he says, let's let's genocide people in Afghanistan, it's like, well, that's okay though.
Yeah, interesting how they get away with that. And
I don't know, but then they're censored. Oh, we're
it's funny.
like,
we were talking about the censorship thing.
Fucking
Did you see
pussies.
that story out of was just launched today? It was reported on. I think the one that we read was from the Associated Press. So it's not like this is some fringe media. United States.
fake news.
Yeah, United States, Canada, the UK, Germany, France, and Japan. All every single of the versions of Twitter in those countries all have a significant, measurable bias towards right-wing pundits and right-wing journalism in their own algorithms. This is an internal report by Twitter. Twitter was like, "Oh shit, our algorithms are promoting right-wing media," and it's like. And they claim they have a bias when, like, literally it was like, how many years ago was it? 3, 4, maybe 5 at most years ago that, like, Phil DeFranco had a video, like, Phil DeFranco, like, sitting here at that point, like, at the very peak of his popularity, openly reporting on how YouTube was demonstrably suppressing LGBT content. Like, they're just like, oh, if we have invisible tags, if we think that you're talking about LGBT stuff, you're just gonna get deboosted in the algorithm. We're not even gonna tell you about it. And it's like, we just forget. People just forget that it's like, oh no, we know which way the bias goes. We know who gets biased against. We know it's anybody who doesn't fit the taste of Coca-Cola Corporation, who still, largely subscribe to, at the end of the day, sort of Christian conservative norms to sell their advertisement because they need.
Well,
to
you know what? A
mass
lot of
audience.
times is that right wingers are so bad at figuring out where the line is for some goddamn reason. So they just they're really bad and they just walk right on by it and they're like, "I'm being censored. Look how the right is censored." It's like you basically literally were like saying genocide shit. Whereas like left wingers are a little smarter. So, when they see that I'm coming up against the line, I better not say that. They just don't say it.
Well, yeah, it is funny because we've joked about so I've spent a lot of time in like the Twitch panel scene, like doing those panel debates that always end up becoming blood sports and all that. I don't really do them anymore, but I used to. And we used to joke all the time about how there was a conservative affirmative action because it was so hard to find conservatives who could even follow the most basic rules of just general respect. We're not even talking like major rules. Like I like being able to say my little reclamatory slurs. I like to drop my F slurs and my T slurs. I'm trans, I'm gay as fuck. I want to be able to say my slurs. But I get it. If somebody asked me, come on my show, don't do that shit, whatever. Fine. These guys couldn't do it. So there would be like 4 or 5 conservatives who have like no viewers whatsoever, but they're the only people who can even follow the most basic rules. And like, I think like, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. There was one that like a dude came on and just straight up dropped the N-word. Like, it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you just straight up got invited to like a big panel, a panel that's like actually like giving you some sort of platform, and you're so stupid you can't even avoid saying the N-word for the panel, and immediately got the VOD taken down. It's just like, dude, like, it's so bad. So yeah, there is a lot of that. And then also like, I just think it's like, there's another aspect too, which is just like, I think people underestimate just how repugnant a lot of the worldviews of like right wingers really are. Like, I mean, we could talk about the Crowders who get away with shit to an unbelievable degree, but like Crowder's worldview is disgusting. The things that he engages in and advocates for is disgusting. Not even like the worst lefty you can think of. It does shit like where he does like react videos to Asian faces, and that's the joke. Is that he's
so
like,
I was on a network with Steven Crowder at one point back in like the network days.
Yeah.
There was like a little subdivision of I think it was Maker Studios called Polypop.
Huh.
And Steven Crowder was on it and I was on it. And we both had the same like rep. So I made a video. So Steven Crowder, I've been blocked by him on Twitter like forever. he's not like because I made some videos against him like really early on in his career, and it was like before everyone hated his ass, I guess. So he was like, I was one of his first haters. So he was like, yeah, fuck that. Nowadays, he probably wouldn't even fucking blink at it. But at the time, I guess it was like, who's this asshole hating on me?
Yeah.
So anyway, he did this thing. I think it was this event that precipitated it. I might be getting the actual event wrong because there was a few little exchanges between us, but there was a moment where he was making the rounds on like Fox News and stuff, claiming that this he had been attacked by a union guy.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was the
right.
guy who that video was that was a funny video to watch.
And then I fucking so I watched the video and stuff, and I'm like looking at the video, I'm like, something doesn't add up here, because like you see this dude was like had fallen down on his front, and it looked for me like the conclusion I drew based on the fucking footage was that Steven Crowder had pushed this dude down while his back was turned. This dude got up and then hit Steven Crowder.
Yeah,
that seemed to be
classic.
That seemed to be like what the footage suggested. Now it wasn't 100%, but it was pretty fucking close to 100%. Anyway, so I put out a video about it, and I'm just like, Steven Crowder's full of shit. He fucking pushed this guy. So anyway, I talked to my Polypop rep like a little bit later, and he's just like, yeah, Steven Crowder says he's gonna sue you. I'm like, what? Yeah, he's gonna sue you. But he's got, as soon as this other lawsuit's done, he's gonna sue you too and stuff. Yeah. I'm like, all right, okay. But then his other lawsuit that he had going, the judge pretty much fucking laughed it out of court. And so I never fucking saw nothing about no lawsuit. But apparently there was like some consideration of him suing me for a minute. So that's pretty cool. Wish he'd actually done it. That would have been fucking good press. I'd be like, sued by Steven Crowder. But.
Yeah, you're getting censored by Snowflake Steven. Yeah, he's really bad at navigating that kind of stuff. I'm sure you saw the whole
It seems like he just gets. It seems like he just has like he just has a get out of jail free card or something though. So
I mean, he's got crazy money backing him. He's got crazy money and influence. I mean,
he's one of the ones that's backed by the fracking billionaires, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, you can never 100% tell because it's private industry, but yeah, he capes for them constantly. Many of his associates also have associations with them. It's almost guaranteed, almost guaranteed. And of course, you know, his dad is super tied into to a lot of the early conservative media empire bullshit. So between ties to Fox and ties to Clear Channel, who are all tied in with Rush Limbaugh and all that, he's got just a million ties to these right wing entertainment people. Well, that's why he's able to get away with so much, and also just constantly have basically a bubble around him at all times of people who are just being paid to make his content somehow last, even though he's completely without charisma and can't land a joke to save his life, and also just completely makes up shit.
I'll tell you another tweet that this has nothing to do with politics.
Oh, that's fine.
But I don't know. I don't know if you're like I am. I know that you have like sort of a villainous Twitter persona or whatever, but
a little bit.
There's like pretty I don't know, like I would say like 2 or 3 times a week I write out a tweet and just kind of look at it for a second. I'm like, no, you know, and I just like don't send it.
It happens.
Oh man, but I had oh my god, I had to what I thought anyway was like the funniest fucking tweet that I could have done that would have just made people so fucking mad, but I just was not willing to fucking deal with the shitstorm it was going to incur. But I'll tell you what it was.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear how bad it was.
You remember how like I think it was Vincent D'Onofrio or somebody, or no, it wasn't Vincent D'Onofrio. I think it was the dude that played Hank on Breaking Bad.
Okay,
he like tweeted out like
Dean Norris.
Yeah, I think it was Dean Norris.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was one of those bald actors. He tweeted out some kind of like thing that was clearly meant to be like a porn search, but he typed it as like a tweet instead.
Okay, yeah.
So I was like thinking. So during the whole like Gabby Petito thing, I was like, Gabby Petito Rule 34.
No.
I was like, should I press it? Should I press it? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Twitter darkness. Okay, look, I will say I don't fly. I don't think I've flown that close to the sun yet. Although I have garnered a reputation for making people very mad when supposed American patriots die. Because basically every time, when Colin Powell died, we had a bit of a celebration stream for his transformation into a ghost.
I felt like oh yeah, that was great that he's gonna like haunt them and stuff. I saw that tweet.
So
I think
good.
I might have hearted it. But the fucking when Colin Powell died, I was like, should I write like a tweet about this? And I just kind of like looked at the screen. I was like, no, I don't really fucking. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't feel like I needed to say like he's a piece of shit. I didn't really feel like I needed to say he was a good guy. I just like I just let his death go unremarked upon. Now I did have to comment on it when we did Flash Fried on the Wednesday following his death, but on the day of his death, I didn't even bother with a tweet. Just like I don't care. I don't even want to fucking talk about this fucking
completely
dipshit.
Valid response. I mean, I think Colin Powell is a piece of shit, and I mean, I will say I have a little bit of a bias given that like the Iraq war politics were such a huge part of my life, like at the time that it was happening. Like, so like I have like you know, I'm 31, so like it was like, you know, right when I would have been starting to think about politics for myself. And so it's just like constantly being inundated with the voice of Colin Powell and all of these motherfuckers. And so, yeah, sometimes I'm just a little bit like, damn.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was
bad.
I was a huge anti-war person during the Iraq war thing. I mean, I'm 36. I'm a little older.
Yeah.
You know, I was, you know, I remember 9/11 happened. I was, how old was I? 15 or something? I don't know. But anyway, I was around that age. It's like a teenager. Maybe I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. I was like 16. But anyway, so I was laying in bed and my mom knocked on my door. She's like, "Oh, the tower hit." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, okay, cool." "Oh, God, they hit the other one. We're under attack. Terrorist attack." I'm like, "Oh, well, I guess I probably should get out of bed then." So I get out of bed and I go and I sit in front of the CNN for, you know, forever. And I wasn't in school because I dropped out at the time because I hate school.
Hey,
by the way,
there's something we can talk about.
Yeah,
I
I was hoping we could get to that because I know that's like one of your more famous, supposedly bad takes, but I agree with it. So whatever.
Yes. Oh, we're gonna have a base conversation about this. Oh, great, sick! I'm so happy. I've been beset by people performatively denouncing.
I saw all the, but we'll talk about it. But anyway, I left school and shit, and I was, you know, I watched the thing and blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah, all right, well, this sucks, I guess, and you know, well, hopefully we'll be okay. Then I started like, you know, hearing we gotta go Afghanistan. I'm like, oh, I guess maybe that makes sense. But then it was like, we gotta go Iraq. It's like, Iraq? The fuck do they have to do with it? It's like, well, they helped. It's like, did they?
They got dirty
bombs. Well, they got lots of weapons. It's, you know, it's important we go there. And it just became super obvious pretty quick that it was all bullshit. And so, you know, I was like hugely against that war. As I think a lot of people, left and liberal alike, were against that war at the fucking time. Yeah. And man, it was just a fucking hideous time. But I guess I don't really have a point to this. I just wanted to fucking say that I was also against that shit. Yeah. But let's talk about compulsory fucking school. Yeah,
let's do that. Let's talk about it. I had a quote unquote take. So like, I'm sure you probably saw unfold. Probably saw some of the drama unfold.
So I saw it like mostly through the lens of Twitter people.
Okay. Yeah.
And, you know, so I'd be like scrolling through my feed and stuff. And I try to follow like a wide variety of people that have their, you know, I'm never fucking aware of what the hell is going on. So I just kind of try to follow people who do so that I can kind of vaguely have some sort of like loose idea. Like, I don't know, Shoe on Head fucked a fish yesterday or something.
Oh yeah. But the fish fucker drama. That was, I mean, that's.
And I just want to say I fucked fish before it was cool. Anyway.
Hell yeah.
But anyway, the fucking, yeah, I saw some people like, Demon Mama's a fucking idiot, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I saw that, and I was like, it doesn't really seem like that bad of a take to me. It does kind of, like, school is pretty much bullshit, but all right. So what's the nuance that I'm missing around now?
So, God, okay, so, like, on that particular incident, it started with this like small anarchist, like eco-anarchist poster. I say small, but I think they actually have a bigger Twitter account than me technically, but not as big of a YouTube following. So, but they made some post about how like mandatory schooling is bad and it hurts kids. And someone freaked out about that, and I like sort of chimed in a little bit to be like, hey, like I feel like you might be like some of the people responding to this might be going a little hard and being like, this person is like anti-intellectual and all this. I'm like, that's not really what they're saying. Like, they're criticizing school as an institution, which I think is perfectly legitimate to criticize. And so of course it goes back and forth. The Twitter machine happens. And, you know, my basic take is like, I have a lot of issues with the concept of compulsory schooling. Not because I don't think that like learning is good. I think learning is incredible. I just tend to think that like the way that we do schooling, the way that schooling is done in the framework of like highly industrialized, highly imperial states, combining that with compulsory education means that what you actually have is you're basically building a compulsory propaganda system. And not actually about learning. It's not actually about encouraging people to learn the best way possible. It's not about encouraging them to become the greatest people that they can be and pursue their love, or their passions, or even be equipped to do those things, or to self-realize, or to have healthy, you know, mental self-care or anything. We don't teach any of that. None of that is, all that is sidelined in the name of job skills or essential knowledge that is, again, determined by largely, I mean, it's a complicated process, but by the state via the economy. The economy has demands. The state has control over what gets taught in schools. They say, we need these jobs filled. This is what we're going to push in schools. This is what's going to be considered valuable in schools. And anybody who goes out of that is going to be discouraged in schools. And discouragement in schools can have a lot of forms, a lot of really negative forms. I mean, everything from detentions to just straight up abuse to some of the things I was talking about in this conversation was stuff like permanent records, which is a horrifying thing to do to a kid. Like everything that you do, no matter how frustrated you are, like you're a kid, you might not even have you're fully figured out your emotional control yet. That's going to stick with you forever. And they tell you all the time, it's going to stick with you forever. It's going to ruin your life forever. So of course there's a lot of kids who in that structure, not only don't learn, but come to hate learning. And so I have just a lot of critiques about this idea of like mandatory schooling, especially. And I'm a little bit more lenient on like mandatory education, although I think there's huge problems with that terminology as well and that way of understanding things. But mandatory schooling is like, I can't defend it. I can't sit by and defend it, because every time I get into a conversation about this, people go, oh, well, yeah, but like, you know, you got to reform to that. And I'm like, well, why do you say that I have to reform to anything when I think the thing that we're doing right now is really bad? Like, basically what we have in the United States is like a wide recognition that our schooling sucks, that our schooling is underfunded, that our teachers are way overworked, that kids have a horrible time in school, that kids have horrible nightmares for the rest of their life about school. It's clearly traumatizing to children. They're not even learning that much. It's all about like standardized testing, and also it doesn't actually address the issues that people usually bring up in defense of it. So I'm like, so how am I supposed to why should I have to presume that the position of like this mandatory schooling is correct just because it's what is currently the law? I don't think that's right. I think that like people have like, I think we have an abundance of evidence to this. And of course, like, I'm sure I have a couple of conversations about this topic scheduled because people want to debate me about it. Still, all this time later. Okay, fine, sure. I mean, like, it's something I care about, so I'm going to talk about it, even if I get a little tired of, you know, going around on the same like arguments. But it's like, you know, the responses that people give are not very good, and yet they assume that like it has to be, because you can't just get rid of it, right? I'm like, well, but what it's doing right now is bad. Like, in many ways, sure, there are some good things that come from school. There are certainly some benefits, but like the current status quo is terrible. And we have like, it's not just crazy lefty demon mama saying this. This is like, I'm pulling this from critiques by educators. I'm taking this from critiques by people who have been desperately trying to change the way that we do schooling. I'm taking this from literally the actual words of the institutions themselves, which have stated, you know, quite plainly over time what their goals were, which is to create basically a factory schooling system that efficiently creates effective workers for a American economy. Which is like, I don't from my perspective, maybe some people are like super like invested in maintaining an economy or whatever. But the way that I look at it is like, I don't think that like, I don't have an obligation to like agree that that's a good end goal. I don't think that we should shape our entire population around the economy. I think that economy should be shaped around people. The other way around. So like there's this fundamental difference. Like,
well, we have a fucking very like top-down economic structure in this country that like, I mean, it gets back to like a lot of the fucking deepest flaws of like a capitalist system where you have power and money, basically the same thing in this country, being consolidated more and more on the top echelon, and everyone else is just, I mean, it seems like to me that like we're on a course right now for everyone's going to work at Amazon.com in like 20 years. Like we're just going to be citizens of Amazontopia or whatever the fuck. And and this is like,
I can tell you that's true because living here in Seattle,
the education system, it's like gearing us up for like, obedience and conformity.
Parts. And that was another thing I was talking about. I'm like, look at the way that like these schools, the way that schooling is structured and what it is like this is not like really secret stuff. Like you can go and look at the foundations of modern schooling, which modern schooling in America is a product of capitalism. It was shaped by capitalists. The educational standards that we use in a lot of places were shaped by people who are explicitly capitalists, who explicitly believed in a world where you need to create a population of workers to continue to perpetuate the capitalist mode of production. And there have been all kinds of alternate suggestions, even for public school projects, that aren't based off of that core philosophy, which is the goal is to produce a good citizen who can fit in this predetermined economic setting that we have.
And also give free babysitting to all the other workers.
That's another thing. Yeah, it's like
if your kids are over there in the school, then you're able to go work your 3 jobs for McDonald's and Walmart and whoever the hell else.
Yeah, why do kids need to be in, even we know kids can't focus for 8 hours in school. We know it's exhausting to them. It makes them miserable and they get antsy by the end of the day every single time. And yet we shove them in for 8 hours. Why? Well, because 9 to 5s exist. That's
what mic problem. There's no mic problem. Stop. Sorry, I'm getting
no.
pissed at this dude in my chat. It's like, never did fix the mic problem. There's no mic problem. It's fine.
Your audio sounds
It's
great.
Literally fucking fine. Shut up. I'm sorry.
No, I scream at my chat all the time. Don't worry, it happens. No problem. Yeah, like it's wild. And so
so there's a motherfucker that needs education over there. But,
true, needs learning. There we go. But you know what?
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I would say like, so as far as compulsory education goes, I would say like there probably are a few things that human beings should be instructed in, like, but like honestly, like the basics of life that every person needs as like the baseline level for their education is like does not take years to give to someone. Like at an early age, it's probably a pretty solid idea to teach people how to read. That's a good thing. Okay. Yeah. Literacy, good. Basic math, sure. But honestly, calculators exist. So unless someone shows like a tremendous proclivity for it, there's no need for them to learn calculus, algebra, etc. Addition and subtraction is fine for most people's lives. And if they want to learn it more, they can learn at their own leisure. Like, why isn't education like a public service that's like, when you want it, you can go get it. Like, hey, man, I'd really like to go learn how to do basket weaving. I'm going to go take that class or whatever the fuck. People make the underwater basket weaving joke. But honestly, like, wouldn't you be impressed with someone who could weave baskets underwater? Wouldn't it be nice if there was a course you could go to? Yeah. Like,
And that's one of the things I've talked about is like, I've said that like people have asked like, oh, well, what's your alternative? Well, first of all, I'm like, I don't think there needs to be an alternative to a public schooling system, like an alternative. I don't believe that we need to force people to learn all of these supposedly highly important things. Like, I don't jump to that conclusion. That's not something that I take as fact.
I don't even know. I can't even remember. I mean, I don't even know what the hell I learned in school. I've definitely learned more on my own because I was actually pursuing things that, hey, this is a shocking fucking idea, interested me. So, like, you know. And I'm a curious person. There's a lot of things that fascinate me, but it's not a lot of the stuff they don't teach in school. And even when the subjects are taught in school, they're taught piss poorly. Like,
right.
I started watching just like a year or two ago, like videos on like geography, because I was like, hey, wait a minute, geography is actually a fucking fascinating subject when you actually understand how the topography of land influences like world events and stuff, and how it creates resource wars and borders and, natural sort of like, the conflicts that arise and like I was looking at the geography of, there's a video that just came out from a YouTube channel. I can't remember the name of the channel, but it's like why New Orleans geography sucks. And I live near New Orleans, so I was fascinated by that. And it was like about the rerouting of the Mississippi River and why that was such an important trade route back in the day and all this stuff. I'm like, if this information had been presented worth a shit, in my life as a kid, maybe I'd have cared about it, but it was just all rote, joyless, miserable teachers teaching miserable students who no one wants to fucking learn the material other than just like so a test can be passed at some point in the future. There's no actual fucking love of learning that's, facilitated in these institutions unless you have like one of the rare good teachers that truly cares, that isn't burnt out, that isn't miserable, that isn't totally dejected and overworked by the system, so I mean, it's like there's no fucking actual love for education in the school system. So I mean, even if I think that there's probably some things that should be compulsory as like literacy and things like that, because I think that that's important, and I think that a kid is not necessarily going to be able to make the decision for I don't want to learn to read. Well, you're probably going to need to know how to read, so get in there. But most of the shit, like, I don't know.
With that, I brought up, I'm like, okay, like how people were like, oh, like, what if the kid's just like, I'm not gonna learn anything. I'm like, okay, so first of all, like, have you ever actually talked to a child? Like, it's actually quite easy to get children excited for things that they're not immediately open to because they're kids. They don't know anything about the world yet, and they're like, natural curiosity is a part of our evolution. It's like literally a documented part of our evolution. We have to be able to do that. Our brains are all like that with very, very few exceptions. Of course, there are some like really severe cases where people have really severe learning disabilities. And once again, our system does not address people with learning disabilities. As we know, people with learning disabilities have the worst time in our school systems.
Put them in the special class.
Exactly. And then neglect them. And,
you're going to make a macaroni picture. It's like, all right.
And it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I have a lot of problems with this. Like I don't think that you even have to I don't think you have to make it compulsory in order to encourage things. I think you can say, wow, yeah, we can all acknowledge it's really fucking good to learn stuff. There's all kinds of skills that maybe you don't even need that are super awesome to learn about. Like, I think that most people do benefit from like some learning of understanding of science or the scientific method, even if they don't necessarily use it in every portion of their life. I think it's very valuable. But so what?
I would say the main criticism I would have of the worldview you have here is not even really of the worldview itself. It's just that it would require a very different country. It's like, it goes beyond just like, we need to change the education system. It's like, you need to change the economic system. You need to change like the work-life balance in people's lives and the entire like economic structure of how people are organized and a number of other things just to get to the place where you could even institute the world you're talking about.
Maybe.
Because right now there's so many people that are just like so left behind. Like if it, it's like, children love to learn, but like there's plenty of parents out there that have no interest in teaching their kids because they're, first of all, maybe they didn't even want kids, but they were pressured into it by like weird social messaging we have to just breed and breed and breed. Even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's not what people really want, and it's like, obviously there's a biological imperative towards that too. So it's pretty easy sell for most people, but like you could think about like all the things you could do just by making people realize that they're under no like obligation to have children.
Yeah.
Cause like there's so many people out there that really just clearly never wanted them, that have these kids that are just a burden on them.
Yeah.
It's just a total fucking miserable mess. They have no interest in actually raising them. They have no interest in actually teaching them. They have no interest in fucking controlling them. Mm-hmm. They have no interest in fucking teaching their kids anything. And, I see them all over the fucking place. Yeah. But there's the problem is they were we live in a culture where it's like, have these kids, have these kids, have these kids. And by the time people realize like, I shouldn't have had these kids, you know, it's too late. You got them.
I mean, and the other thing too, though, is like there is, so you touch on a couple things there. The first one is like, this is like something that requires challenging a lot of our assumptions about society, a lot of the way that we do things. And to me, that's the point. I think that the only possible way that we can ever have a better world is if we get people to think about what a better world looks like, and then they can start positing alternatives or different solutions or totally new ways of doing things. I think one of the things that's very like bad and sinister about the current period of time that we live in is that there's basically there's like a handful of people who have more or less decided that they know the only good way to live, and it just so happens that the only good way to live is to tie your shoes, shine your face, buy Amazon product, and go follow all the rules, no matter how absurd the rules are, even if the rules have you strapping an Amazon watch onto your hand that literally counts your work actions down to 10-second intervals. And this is the world that a lot of people are saying. And I don't believe in that world. So I want people to think about what things could be better, the ways things should be, and the way that we could build them to be better, or alternatives to the way that things are. And I think that, my approach to politics is not like, my job is not to come in here and tell people the policy prescriptions. People like to use that word policy. I kind of hate it when people invoke policy. I don't make policy. I'm a YouTuber. None of you who are watching me, none of you who are watching either of us make policy, unless by small chance there's a politician listening right now. And even if you do, you still don't make policy, because you've got 500 other people you got to negotiate with, and then you still got to get it through Mitch McConnell. So I don't really care so much about this mysterious idea of policy. I don't really care about imposing my worldview on other people as the right way to do things. What I'm interested in doing is inspiring people to come up with better ways of doing things than the current system. And like, when it comes to schooling, I would love to see a world, and I think we have pieces of this world already. Like, for example, I think Wikipedia is like a standalone, like, it's a little treasure. It's this thing that a bunch of people can participate in. It's structured in such a way that it is sort of independent and very, very hard to undermine. And what it does is it lets people at their own leisure go and find useful information. And there are other things like that we could build together. Say, like, imagine, like, I mean, people have already done this. People have made like Wikipedia-based curriculums where if you want to learn about a specific topic in great depth, you can, out of your own interest and curiosity, go pick that thing, read through it all, and you will learn, just like you had, like, or have a teacher who does that for you. There are other ways of teaching. There are other ways of learning that aren't this like imposed, presupposed way of doing things that we know has a lot of downsides. So,
and I don't really understand why you couldn't just you could still have money in an education budget. You could still have people out there teaching. Like, you could still do the traditional classroom. It just wouldn't be like you're mandated to come here week after week, day after day, and do this drudge work, Yeah. And it's like you would think this would appeal to people's sense of like personal freedom, right? Like liberty, right? Isn't that supposed to be like one of these great American values? Doesn't seem like we have much of that. Doesn't seem like the people who talk the most about it even really give much of a shit about it. But like, wouldn't it be great if we could like learn about the things we want to learn about, do the things we want to do, dress how we want to dress, live our lives according to our own value systems within reason, as long as we're not hurting other people? Like, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be a great world?
Yeah.
And I feel like the libertarians are so fucking close, except for their problem is like taxes and this, that. It's like, well, no, you got to have that. You have to have like a society to fucking guarantee freedom. There has to be like, the ability to fucking pool resources and create like social structure. If you want you maximize freedom by giving people choice, and you maximize choice by creating, a very complicated social structure, more complicated than we have now in a lot of ways, but people can navigate it the way they want to. Then the world really is a choose your own adventure book, instead of just like, here's your life plotted out from birth until death.
Yeah, you
and
can
very
choose
little
from-
variance will be tolerated.
You can choose from the Amazon approved option, the Facebook approved option, and the Google approved option. Those are your 3 options. Which one do you want? There you go. Your 3 flavors. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think
You can
that,
work
like,
retail until the machines replace you. How about
Yeah.
that?
Oh, don't worry. That won't happen, they say, as they literally fire you. Which is something we actually talked about that very recently, the automation thing, which I think is going to become an increasingly relevant issue.
Oh my God, yeah. It already is. I mean, like, you already see like nascent anti-robotics sentiments cropping up in this country.
Good.
And I think people look at it as like in fear, like it's going to take our job. It's going to take our job. It's like, motherfucker, you play your cards right, it could free you from your job.
I agree.
But you're not
See,
you're not
that's
playing your
the thing.
cards right now. You're fucking playing their game. Like, imagine what happens when the ruling class doesn't need you anymore.
Right.
Uh-oh.
This is something I talk about.
You're
This
dead
is-
now. Goodbye.
This is where
Game
people-
over.
with
Bad
me,
ending.
When I talk about this kind of thing, this is something I talk about a lot with regard to climate change, with regard to automation, that like we should not fear automation. But right now, I will never discourage, I can't even slightly discourage anti-robotic sentiment, because the reality is that the way that robotics is going to be used right now, like as of today, we don't have an answer to it. We don't have an answer to preventing giant swaths of people being left for dead with no government aid. They will not have jobs. They will not have the ability to get jobs even if they wanted to.
Wait a minute, though.
Yes.
What about our strong social safety net?
Ah, yes. The
You forget
strong
about that?
What an
You forgot about the
incredible-
strong social safety net?
Yes, very, very strong.
forgot about that
Super
one, didn't
good. Yeah. Yeah, we have an amazing social safety net that doesn't even provide health care in most of the United States. It's bad. The circumstances are bad. And, you know, it's funny, like you brought up like the whole like anti-tax, like taxation is theft thing. The funny thing is, I actually think there's an argument to be made that taxation is theft. I believe that
taxation is theft, but I would argue it's necessary theft, but
sure. I mean, you could argue that. I just think it's funny that like the taxation is theft people, these like the sovereign citizens and the like ANCAPs and stuff, they fixate on the completely wrong aspect of it. They're like, oh, I hate that I have to pay my gas guzzling tax and all this shit. When in reality, it's like, okay, if you want to actually bring like a meaningful philosophical critique to taxation, you absolutely can. I mean, I spend a lot of time, like one of my big passions is like anarchist philosophy. So I have a lot of critiques of the state. I have a lot of things that you could, if you wanted to go in bad faith, or if you wanted to goof around, you could say it's basically the idea of taxation is theft, plus some other things. But I actually think that there's grounds to be set on this that doesn't just involve like, wow, I really don't want to pay for this health problem that I'm contributing to. I don't want to pay for the pollution, you know, for taxes on the pollution that I cough out into the world. This is this very like siloed off and selfish perspective. I think that like we have a very weird situation with regard to personal liberty in the United States. I really don't feel like most people actually think about like what that actually means, what it means to liberate the individual. You see people who go around and talk about personal liberty this, personal liberty that, and then they have the most restrictive gender like ideas of gender that you could possibly imagine. Like, bitch, you don't support personal freedom if you don't support people's ability to identify as how they please. Like, what are you talking about? How
this is something I've drives me fucking nuts. It's like, so like the trans issue or whatever, or guns issue, or any of these issues that come up as like freedom issues. It's like when people tell me they want freedom, it's like, I believe in freedom, I believe in liberty. I'm like, okay, let's see. I'm gonna figure out if you really do or not.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you know, what you find out after like pretty quickly into interrogating them is like, oh, you're in the only freedoms you give a shit about are about the things you personally want to do.
Yeah.
The things other people do actually scare the shit out of you. Like
the fastest way to find out about someone's hypocritical positions on personal freedom is ask whether they think that you should be able to get Viagra on the informed consent model, which they will always say yes. And then you ask, well, should trans people be able to get the less dangerous HRT procedures or HRT prescriptions on an informed consent basis? And they'll go, wow, hold on a second here. It's like, which one is it? Which one is it?
I'm scared now.
Yeah, I'm scared. That's the scary ones. What you mean? You mean the people that I love might turn out to be queers? Oh my God. So bad. It's so bad.
You know, I don't know. So when the gay people were the big issue, you know, when gay marriage was like the issue of the land, I guess Texas is bringing it back to the fore at this point.
I heard about that. We're gonna be covering that later this week. Yeah.
Fucking Texas. The second we come up with a nuclear bomb that can explode in the exact shape and size of Texas, better off this country
Waffle
will be.
time.
Just let you
Waffle
know.
time. Yeah. Texas-shaped waffle time.
I'm just saying. I mean, you know, hey, when we can get the good people out, the rest of us got to go. Anyway, no. Fuck Texas. But anyway, when it was a gay issue, it's like it was so obvious to me that all these motherfuckers that were kind of gays. It's like you're gay. Just like you're gay or you're afraid you're gay. Like there's enough gay in you that you're scared of it, and that's why you're acting this way.
On it. Yeah.
So it's like with the gender issue, the trans issue was like, what are you scared of there? Is it your family member or is it you? Is it like you're so scared that there's like a masculine or feminine side that exists within your fucking supposedly cis self that you're gonna fuck with other people just so that you can't even like, because like they're like terrified of the road being open to them and to the people they know. It's like, oh, and what if they take that road?
Yeah,
what if they do, motherfucker? What business is of yours?
We all know there are more people who are you know, gender non-conforming or who would love to have little bits of their gender that they don't feel they have to, that they don't feel forced into. You know what I mean? Like,
wait a minute. You're blowing my mind. You mean to tell me that like the arbitrary social expectations placed upon us based on our genitalia is not for everyone? Holy shit.
I know,
shocked.
isn't it? It's like the craziest thing you could imagine. I know.
I can't.
And yet,
it's unfathomable.
And yet, the free speech warriors and the personal liberty motherfuckers are nowhere to be found when they're passing laws that say that if you really want to use the bathroom, a business owner basically reserves the right to ask you for your birth certificate, which is insane.
So
just absurd.
I'm a transhumanist, and I'm not anti-robotics, by the way. I'm super pro-robotics.
I'm not
even if
for the record.
Even if the Terminator future happens, I say good on you, Skynet. Hope you did better than we did. But you know, as far as human beings go, like I feel like in our current form, we're too stupid to possibly survive, and we're in dire need of some upgrades. And I don't know. I feel like, you know, limb replacement kind of stuff. That's a stage towards transhumanism. People have started putting chips in their fucking arms and stuff. The split tongue, yeah, that's a fucking step. Transgender people in general step in the direction towards transhumanism.
I agree.
Even fucking has the same goddamn root word, for fuck's sake. So, you know, like, of course I'm fucking gonna stand with the trans people because I want to be a fucking robotic, huge cocked minotaur creature in fucking 3,000 years. Like, what's your problem? I want to fucking shoot rainbows out of my ass as I fly through space.
Yes. Exactly.
Go to hell.
Yeah.
Damn you.
And I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's why I take such a liberatory angle towards it. You know what I mean? Because I do want to see people be able to express themselves more. I want to see people be able to live, like, be who they want to be. Like, and that goes in many, many ways. I agree, by the way, just for the record, I shouldn't say that I'm like, I'm not anti-robotics. I'm anti the state of robotics. I understand. I understand.
I mean,
like,
you're anti the power structure that the robotics would manifest under and who would be in control of the fucking technology, because that's a perfectly legitimate concern.
Yeah, if we were to implement like mass robotics right now, which we have in some areas, we know exactly how it would go. Only rich people would have access to it. Everyone else would be locked out, and there would be a new class of human made, which is the unenhanced human. It's like Deus Ex stuff. It's just dystopia stuff, and we haven't figured that out yet. We haven't, like, as a society, we haven't put two and two together that, like, right now, the robotics as an entire industry is held entirely by the wealthiest members of society.
It's actually kind of like a tragic irony in a way that the technology most capable of liberating us from the shackles of labor, and probably the thing that's like the most feasible path towards like functional anarchy, is also the technology that right now is probably on the path to cement us deep in the other direction. And it's going to be fucking really, you know,
And-
To me, like the most important issue going on right now, other than like climate change, obviously, because that's like a huge existential threat to our existence. But the second existential fucking hurdle we have to get over is like, as technology increases, as robotics increases, as AI advances, as machine learning grows ever more complex and rapid, who's going to control that technology? And right now, it's not looking good for the Vox Populi, my friends.
It is not.
It's not looking good for you and me. It's looking like we're going to get fucked. It's looking like we're going to get the RoboCop future. Hell, we're pretty much in the RoboCop present, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, we really are. This is something that I covered very recently. We did a stream talking about surveillance and how modern social media surveillance we don't realize it as surveillance all the time, but it really is. There is, we're in a current state of affairs where, as it currently stands, even leaving social media doesn't actually leave you from social media, because so many people are plugged in. They can see your absence. They go, this person is referencing somebody who we don't have in our database, and they do that. They've been documented doing this. This has already been determined that they do this. They keep track of who's not on their platforms. And Facebook even made shadow profiles in case someone who wasn't on their service decided to come on based on the information that they had from that person's associations. So, we're in a very strange and dystopic future. And I think that until people realize that, these technology is the inventiveness of humanity is morally neutral. These inventions are tools, but they are currently wielded only by one type of person. That person being somebody who is very invested in the current order of the world, in the current way things are. And if things aren't acceptable as they are now, the people who, if they will remain this way or get worse, if the only people that we ever say can control these things are the billionaires, are the Bezoses and the whatever, and they can choose to say, yes, the way that we're going to use it is to make workers needless, and then we'll build big walls around our city, and when the climate change comes, we'll be safe in our nice, arcology, and you will die in the woods, or you will die in a flooded city, and we won't care. And we saw this already happen with COVID. This is something I get so mad about with COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, I find it funny that all of our billionaires trying to escape the earth for some reason. You notice that?
Weird. Yeah.
It's like,
The big
seems like you guys are working on a little
bunkers
exit plan, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they've been pretty open about it at certain points as well, And you have to ask yourself, okay, so if we buy the vision that's being sold to us by people like Elon Musk, these tech billionaires who say, oh yeah, we're gonna go have a Mars colony, what does that world actually look like? For Elon Musk, it looks like having a golden throne on Mars. Well, okay, realistically, it looks like dying in the shuttle on the way over to Mars. But let's be real. But other than that,
but Musk is not. I mean, Musk himself would not ever fucking make the trip until everything else was already, all the bugs had worked out. He'd send all his little test people up there. Someone else had already died for him,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, we've seen that already be the case. They always distribute the pain of their failures, whether it's via I mean, God, we could talk about this so much with so many different companies that rush things out we live in a sales world, a world of sales where Elon Musk can promise things that have literally never even been built, things that are mathematically failures, Hyperloop, all of this. There's a whole channel that just goes around and talks about the engineering behind these terrible ideas and how they really, really do not work on a fundamental level. These ideas will get sold as these futuristic solutions. They don't even have an option. Everybody else has to absorb the cost. And then this guy keeps getting to be rich, hoping that he'll find a way, chance his way or buy his way into a solution that will save him from the climate change that's going to come for the rest of us. But what that means for anybody who's the way I describe it is right now there's a bar, and that the bar is who is going to get to live a reasonably comfortable life. And that bar is rocketing upwards. It is just going straight up, and your income's got to be higher and higher and higher, or you're living a bad life. And for those who don't know, the bad life in America is pretty fucking bad. People think that some of us are doing fine, but I've seen it with my own eyes. I've lived that life long before I was a streamer. I lived through the fucking wildfire season in California. It was miserable. We lost power for huge amounts of time. Our hospital lost power. Our grocery stores in our town just had nothing for us. There was no one there. No one helped us. It was just people in the area being able to help each other. And this is a story that's become increasingly common. That is going to become even more common. And like, I talk about stuff like, one of the things that frustrates me sometimes is I sometimes sense in a lot of people who are interested in climate change and who are interested in societal change, this idea that like, basically, you know, it's more or less going to be exactly the same. And then there's just like the earth is going to get bad or something. But what it actually looks like is housing becoming more expensive, computers becoming more expensive, cars becoming way more expensive. So all of a sudden, people who were here before and they could have a car and a computer or whatever, well, they're now below the line. They don't get to have a car and a computer anymore. And not having a car and a computer means they might not be able to get jobs as easily anymore, which means all of a sudden you don't have a house. And all of a sudden more and more people are falling down into this like forgotten class of people, which grows by the day, especially in COVID. And I look at that and I go, this is what is happening. This is what's going on. Like, if we want to have nice things in the future, we have to figure out how to get them for ourselves. We have to figure out how to help each other get them, or else we're not going to have them. Because I know, like, I mean, I don't know, who knows? Maybe I'll become like a famous streamer or something like that, and maybe I'll make a whole lot of money. Realistically, that's a pipe dream. But me and many other, even people who make a lot of money for streaming, we're soon going to be in the position of where we won't be able to afford things like a computer or a thing that we need for our job. I mean, cars right now, look at car prices. They're fucking skyrocketing. You can't get used cars anymore. You can't get anything. It's the chip shortage is fucking everybody. Like, these are things that are we're going to have to learn how to build new things that we didn't think about because we don't have the backup. What happens in the modern era if like I ask people this sometimes, just like I give them something that happened to me. What do you do if tomorrow you find out, you get a call from your power company, you're losing power for 7 days and there's nothing you can do about it? There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, recently I went through Hurricane Ida here. So there was a pretty significant amount of time without power. I mean, obviously there was some warning, but like not much, you know, It's like, well, the hurricane's coming. And, you know, it took them pretty much like, I don't know, 10 days or something like that to restore my power. And I was like displaced. I had to go stay with my uncle for a few days and stuff up in Missouri. So, I mean, there was like, but I mean, like I had some, you know, I had some savings that, so I wasn't like, oh shit, I'm going to be destitute or whatever. And, you know, I have like sort of a flexible schedule where I can like do my own hours and do my own shows as a streamer and shit and podcaster. But like, you know, if I was for a lot of people, you know, it's like they had no choice but to stay because they can't afford to evacuate. And then when they're here, it's like, you know, they're just, they have to go through the process of their power's out for days. And it's, you know, it's the summer in Louisiana. It's like, or late. I mean, it's still summer here, honestly, even in October. But I mean, like the heat, the humidity, I mean, like people, it's 95 degrees and humid as hell outside of people's houses. They got no power. They got no AC. And, you know, even if they got a generator, they got to go to the gas station and get gasoline for it. And those supply lines are stretched thin because of the crisis. And it just showed me like, and it's, I guess it has showed me the previous times, like when I went through Hurricane Katrina and stuff like that as well, that like, you know, it's very easy to take society from somewhat baseline functional to completely dysfunctional. It doesn't take much. It's just like a little like,
yeah, it's
and,
a little
and
bit,
we're there.
And a lot of that is because we, like, as a society, have neglected things like community. We've neglected not literally just your local community, like knowing your neighbors, although I think that's fantastic. That's very, very good. But like, we don't have like so many people don't have connections like anymore. Like they don't have an uncle that they can go stay with, like you said, even though that's like a thing that probably everybody might be able to set up. Like I could probably house some people if I knew people who were nearby, and I do know people now. I do, of course, in this position. But in the time that I was like in California, we didn't know anybody. We were just stranded in the middle of the mountains with the people that we lived with, and one of our neighbors had a generator that's big enough to power their house, and we had a generator that was big enough to run the fridge on and off. So that's what we did. We lived with no heat, no nothing. We dealt with it. That's the only thing. And now I look at this and I go, damn, that was a horrible way to live. It was terrible and it was miserable. And that experience was horrible. And of course, I've been through power outages. I'm not saying like a power outage itself, but I'm talking a city being out of power. Our whole city, all of the stores, everything, nothing was open. You
Yeah, I
couldn't
don't know
go.
if unless someone's been in that predicament where they've been in an area that's been without power for a long period of time, and unfortunately, that's not that uncommon of an experience for Americans at this point. But I mean, you know, if I know there was those huge power outages in Texas during one of the coldest times of the year.
A lot of people died.
You know, the huge power outage problems here, and I know you guys have been having some power issues in the Pacific Northwest recently as well. PG&E in California is a terrible power company, and they're, you know, they've caused so many fires as well as just contributing to like drought conditions and of course just being a shitty, unreliable power grid in the first place because they don't modernize or update anything ever.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
you know,
really
they're
bad. They're convicted of
like, I mean, like
killings.
to go without electricity for a long time is pretty much, it's just the breakdown of fucking civilization at that point. Like there's vestiges of it, there's an idea of it coming back, but you know, you're not living at the same social level because you got no way to charge any sort of like device or whatever, or you have to be very creative about how you figure out how to do it. You got to rely on gas generators. You got to go to where there is power if you want to charge devices and things of that nature. You got no internet connection. You got no, if you have an electric stove, you got no cooking surface, or you're going to have to go, if you got a gas stove, you might be lucky enough to be able to use that. There's just so many things you're not able to use, and it goes beyond just your personal convenience. You got to, you know, extrapolate that to the whole community.
Yep.
And you know, there's no, the grocery store might not have the ability to fucking keep food cold, or if they do, it's like a huge gas generator going, which is sucking up gas resources from the area. It's really hard to get gas. Gasoline becomes a fucking crazy commodity. Sometimes there's price gouging because of that. And then, you know, there's gigantic lines at the gas station for the fuel pump because, you know, everyone's trying to power their generators, those lucky enough to have them. So, I mean, like, I don't know. It's like you have no electricity. Society, as you know, it pretty much crumbles really quickly.
Yeah. And that's why something I say is like, you know, something I say frequently on my channel is like, life is never going back to exactly the same way that it was before, not even close to before COVID. And with climate change coming, we have to really start thinking about new ways of taking care of each other and new ways of just living our lives. If you cherish like your internet connections, you got to figure out a way that's not just, I hope the government is going to keep maintaining everything in this area, because we've shown, everybody should know now, between Katrina, between COVID is the biggest tell, of course, of all, but between the fires all across California, the government doesn't care. The corporations are the ones who've made the laws in a lot of these places. PG&E is a great example of a company that just maneuvered itself into a position where it basically controls most of a state's power, and the state can't do anything about it because they gave them that power. They gave them the legal right to do that thing, and there's just nothing you can do. So then what do? What do all the people do? Do we just lay down and die? I say no. I say we need to figure out ways to get around this stuff. Maybe we start sitting down and saying, okay, so let's look at our neighborhood. Let's get to know everybody in our neighborhood. Let's start reconnecting with people. Let's move in near each other, near people who we know, if we can do that. When we get an opportunity, let's live near people that we care about. Let's find out a way that if the power goes out, maybe we can all share a generator. Maybe we have an alternative refrigeration solution. Maybe we have a community food bank or a community armory, even if we have to go hunt, if it's that bad. Something like that. I usually don't think that you need to go to like extreme survivalist measures to be able to go, oh my God, like we need to be able to take care of each other. Like we need to be able to actually take care of each other. And,
sounds like survival notes for the apocalypse, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and I get why people go like, oh, this is like super doomer and shit. I'm like, are we watching the world like 700?
Right. My wife is the same way. It's like when she talks about the future, it's always in terms of like, we could, I need to learn more about growing stuff so that we can have sustainable crops and all this. And I'm like, wow, you really think it's going to be like to that level? She's like, yeah, we're already having shortages now. It's like, all right, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean, right,
I think there's some truth to it. Like, I don't believe like I think that a lot of times the survivalist types, like especially on the internet, they fixate on the bunkers and the mountain house foods and like these silly buckets and whatever. But what really matters is like, being able to make some food. No, like it's not realistic for most Americans to be able to make enough food to sustain their family off of it. However, what happens if everybody in a community starts growing some food of their own. All of a sudden, in an emergency, you can pass stuff back and forth. You can say, oh, wow, our one neighbor has tomatoes. One neighbor's got fucking weed. One neighbor's got cider that they made in the basement. One neighbor's got a whole bunch of water stocked up. Let's come together. Let's exchange this stuff. Let's work together. Let's make our life not as miserable as it would have been. Whereas in an alternative scenario where nobody's doing any of these things, you just go, oh, shit, the local store, the local Walmart fired all their employees because we're having a month-long power outage imposed on us by PG&E, and now we can't get anything. They shipped all of the supplies elsewhere so they could sell them for minimal profit, and they don't give a shit about us. And the government has what for us? Like a truckload of rice?
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. You know, you're tilling your garden and stuff like, oh, yeah, I'm going to plant some seeds, grow that. Oh, beep, beep, beep. Drone 71G, report to Sector 19 immediately. Bezos needs you. Hail Bezos! Hail Bezos! You know, it's
Hail
like,
Bezos.
yeah, and like Bezos gonna show up and be like, grow some carrots, huh? Notice you got them seeds off of Amazon. You know, us and Monsanto got the trademark on them seeds. We're gonna have to confiscate those carrots, buddy.
You know what's funny that you bring
Feel
that
free
up?
to buy it back from us if you want, you know.
Yeah.
We'll sell them back to you at a real low cost. Don't you worry. We're you know, we here at Amazon.com care about the starvation of many Americans, and that's why we're giving 10% off.
Oh, what's that?
Carrots this week only. You know.
If you register your family for the Amazon ankle bracelet now, you'll get 25% off on your future grain rations. Yeah, like that kind of shit. I mean, but there is a certain truth to that.
New Amazon food insurance. You know, it's like, oh God.
You ever hungry? You just got to pay you pay your premium, and then they give you the food token. It just so happens that the premium, there's a monthly cost for the food thing, and the premium is exactly the same cost as it would have cost to buy the food before. But it's very convenient. It's convenient.
Amazon, this bread is covered in maggots. Like, that's protein.
Bonus, yeah. Oh, we're charging you an additional 25 for an added protein bonus. It's like the fucking guac at Chipotle. You want some? Would you like additional protein? Here's a scoop of maggots. There you go. Yeah, fantastic. No, you know, it's funny too because there was an article we read recently. You know, that's actually where a lot of like people like Bezos and a lot of these financier types, when they go to conventions, that's a lot of the things they talk about is the enforcement aspect, because they go, oh yeah, it's great that we have all of these we have all these laws that make it so you can't plan anything. Well, what happens if like things go really bad, and like how do we make our guards do the things that we want them to do? Like, can you tell me how to do that? And like that's like literally what they're asking. They're saying like, how do we have a standing army so that we can crack down on people? Because that is a problem. Like Bezos himself is he's got a wrist the size of a fucking pencil. This guy can't do shit. So he needs an army. And he needs drones with the guns, marked on their back and all this shit, and he needs people to do that. So they're looking into that. But what that does mean is that they are these people who are in that position, the people who are trying to push towards a super monopoly over Whole Foods and everything else. They know that there's a weak spot. They know that if people just say, we don't respect what you say we're supposed to respect, that they would be in a rough spot, that they might not even be able to succeed. And so I always say, maybe we should take attention to that, and maybe we shouldn't be so willing to do everything that they tell us to do, because we know it's not in our best interest. We know it never is. They always say it is. We've seen it. We've seen the work conditions in Amazon. We've seen where they go with it. They believe that humans should be squeezed until they collapse because it's for the greater good of Amazon.
Well, why do you think they have what they call a high churn rate?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think the phrase they use just tells you all you fucking need to know. Just churn. And right now, Amazon's big concern is like, fuck. We burned through so many of these fuckers. We might run out of fucking saps to work for us. What are we gonna do?
I mean, that's literally happening all over the country. Like, there's two sides of the whole, help wanted signs up all over the place. First of all, they've increasingly over the years, corporations have realized that if you put help wanted signs up in all of your stores all over the country, it gives off the idea that there's more jobs available than there actually are, and therefore, on a passive level, people will pitch lower for their pay. But also, there's a legitimate job shortage going on right now, and that puts our country in a very weird place, because it doesn't seem like the corporations are willing to pay more. It
I
seems
drove
like
past a Wendy's the other day, and it said, now hiring up to $10 an hour. I'm like, up to $10 an hour? Fuck
Wow.
off.
incredible. It means nothing. Yeah, cost of living has gone up by like, that would have been exciting like 20, 30 years ago maybe. Yeah. It's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, like, I look at like
Now
housing
paying
prices.
worthless an hour. It's like, okay, cool.
Here, we're gonna pay you. Guess what? We're gonna bump you over the federal minimum wage. The federal minimum wage, which pays for less than a quarter of your rent every month. Well, now
How
you
long
can
until
pay
it's just
for
3
quarter and
hots and a
half.
cot? That's what I want to know. 3
Yeah.
hots and a cot. Work at Wendy's. You work at Wendy's, you can have 3 free Wendy's meals a day and a place to sleep your weary head at the end of your work cycle.
I mean, if it's not going to be Amazon, if it's not Wendy's and Amazon who does that, somebody's going to do that, because we do have a lot of people who don't have that. The homelessness crisis is on a rise. I feel like I never want to get people too doom and gloom, because I do think that there are ways to alleviate this and to solve this, but I think it requires us to be, very open and also very realistic about what we're looking at, and the reality is, like,
I mean,
we're looking at
there's real solutions. I'm just not allowed to like say them. But hey,
That's funny. We were talking about that before. We were talking about how what things you're allowed to talk about can sometimes be a very interesting gaze into what people don't. Want
I've
you to
honestly
talk about.
I've honestly thought about it, and I've been like, man, there's a lot of shit I want to say that that I just like. I got to the point where I literally thought about writing it all down and then saying it, but then making it look like someone caught it on a hidden camera and then released it against my will. Like, oh no.
That's a genius idea.
It's just like, oh fuck, yeah, they spied on me and really caught me saying some crazy. I mean, I would never advocate doing that to Mr. Bezos. I was upset and burn down the wall. No, I never fucking. What?
It was a poem. It's a poem. It's a poem.
It was all a joke.
Yeah.
All a crazy joke.
A parody, non-actionable. This was me doing a character called the evil atheist. There you go.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And it's funny to me, too, because, like you mentioned
Here's the
earlier
funny
with regard
thing.
to
What are you allowed to direct your hatred at, though? Where are you allowed to direct the hatred? Because everyone's got hatred burning in them right now.
Sure.
Because of the way everyone's getting fucked in this country. Where are you allowed to direct it?
You mean me personally? Where do I?
Everybody. Where are we allowed? What's the fair? Oh man, I hate Haitians.
Yeah.
I hate Mexicans. I hate them. They're ruining everything. Trannies. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's us.
Yeah,
Us.
it was them.
Yeah, it's fucking us. Yeah.
But where are you allowed?
It's fucking
You're
us,
not allowed
guys.
to. Oh, but is it Bezos? Oh, Bezos. What? He's.
Oh, how can you be so
Musk,
mean?
oh, brilliant! Thomas Edison of our time. Yeah, he literally is. Stole all his inventions. But hey, like, you're not allowed to direct your hatred certain places. You're not allowed to fucking talk about certain solutions. You're not allowed to be like, I'm gonna fucking. Well,
Yeah,
I can't even say it as a joke.
Try to
but
have
whatever.
a conversation. What I'm going to say is try to have a conversation about what would truly be just with regard to recent pipeline constructions, and how literally many of these pipelines that are currently issues of controversy were literally built via complete violation of like centuries old treaties, just more stealing, more death, literal open acknowledgement of that the ground has been poisoned that is killing indigenous people. And you tell me what do you think is the real what do you think is a real solution there, when like the police, the official police, are literally cracking down at people who are currently and provably being poisoned? What do you think a just solution is there? I don't have the answer. I don't have it for you. But I just want to know, like, how do you have that conversation? How do you have a conversation about what is just when the default state of the world, when what is so-called acceptable, is so violent by its default? That's an interesting thing for people.
Right, and it's like, I don't know, it's like, don't punch down, don't punch down. It's like, we're literally not allowed to punch up. Like, it's like literally against the rules. You've rigged the game to where punch up isn't even an option. So of course everyone's punching down. It's like, man, I gotta blame someone for this. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it's the rulers. I don't know. Maybe it's the people who fucking lord over you.
Do you remember when there was like a wave of discourse on Twitter? Maybe not. I don't know how much you see the discourse. Do you remember
obsessively always on Twitter, scanning through everything?
All right, then. So you probably saw it. Do you remember the anti-eat the rich discourse? Do you remember when people were saying that was a TOS violation, threat of violence because people said eat the rich?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember this.
I'm like, so basically, the state is that like rich people can literally just say, yeah, we're planning on making it so that you basically die. We're planning on sucking up all of the money from pandemic relief, using it for ourselves, and you're going to die. We're going to talk about you like you're human capital stock. You know, the words that they actually literally used multiple times. These corporate representatives, these Trump administration representatives talking about humans. We're going to have 700,000 people die. We're going to laugh about it. We're going to become $2 trillion richer. But you're committing a violence by saying eat the rich, by saying a slogan like eat the rich. That is the type of, that is like it's funny because, you know, back in the 90s, it was politically correct, you know, that people were all mad about. Now it's like, I don't know, woke or something. I don't know. They have a new term for it. Critical race theory, whatever stupid bullshit they come up with every single day. It's the same fucking idea. Cancellation or whatever. It's like, you know, it's really funny that like there's so much paranoia over like, oh, you know, we're getting canceled. They're canceling all of us. You can't make a joke anymore. And then all of a sudden you make a joke, like you say a thing like eat the rich, or you say, yeah, you know, maybe it's kind of fucking shitty that like somebody can sit here with their foot on the neck of the poorest people in America and just watch them die and like, you know, laugh about it. Or in the case of PG&E, literally have take all of their executives out to a wine cave dinner on the night that they shut off power to somewhere around like 30% of middle California. That can literally happen, and they can do that, and that's not vulgar or violent or horrible, even though literally people died within the first 30 minutes of that shutdown while the executives were literally sipping their wine and enjoying their, you know, $40 steaks or whatever. But yeah, don't you dare say something.
That's
so
why
offensive.
I just feel like social
Don't be so
conservatism
offensive.
is a rich people psyop, dude.
It is. It totally is. 100%.
It's fucking total. It's like it's a rich people psyop on fucking the population.
Yep.
Like there's a reason why so much conservative media is so funded, and why all of their ideals and ideas are just constantly shoved down everybody's throat. Why they fucking are. I mean, and it's like because the whole message of it is blame the fucking lowest among you.
Yeah.
It wasn't the rich people. It was the
immigrants.
It was the oppressed minority. It's every fringe in society. That's the true enemy.
Yeah.
And you know, it's some of them even will not like. I talk to every fucking like month or so. I'll get somebody in my inbox like, you used to be cool, now you're whatever. And so they'll and it's always a conservative, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they're like, oh man, these fucking elites rule. I was talking to one, I don't know, like 2 months ago or something. He's like, yeah, the elites, they rule it all. They rule it all. They rule it all. I'm like, yeah, they do. That's why we got to tax them more, right? Tax the rich. Okay. He's like, no, man. Because first of all, let me tell you one thing. First of all, I'm not against inherently the idea of accruing massive amounts of wealth.
Yeah,
I just
exactly.
think these particular rich people are jerks.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
like,
me.
okay.
I'm supposed to be the rich one. I would make way
So,
better decisions if I was the
No
rich
actual
one.
systemic opposition to what's
Yeah.
going on here.
But
Then also, if we was to tax them, that's just all part of their plan, buddy. You think they don't want to be taxed? They do want to be taxed.
Yeah, that's how they.
And
get
then while we're
the
living
small
off their
business
taxes, they run off with their even more money because they think, because once they got us taken care of and stuff, then they can be free to do whatever. It's like, what are we? Wait, even if that was the plan, we're still end up better taken care of in the scenario. So like, what?
It's funny because like that's the same. Isn't that just the same exact mentality that like went into deregulation? Like we're like, okay, look, I'm not a statist. I can be honest about that. I got a lot of critiques of the state, but let's be real. Regulation of giant corporate bodies is better than no regulation of giant corporate bodies. Like giving them a check to their power is fantastic. So I sit here and I go, what? you have these small business tyrant people, these boat shop owners from small towns, and they're like, yeah, we got to shoot down this. There's all this regulation. They're coming in to choke small people out of business. And then you look at the law, and it's like it's like a pollution regulation on a coal mining company or a coal refining company. You're like, wait, what do you mean? Why are you opposing this? They're like, well, you know, it's about the principle. You don't want the government getting involved with the business. And it's like, they're stopping like carcinogens from being pumped into a river. Why do you care about this? Don't you realize that like your small business is downriver from where the carcinogens are going to get pumped? They're like, well, it's about the principle. It's about small government.
Because it's like this. It's the same thing as always. It's like, once again, the psyop kicks in.
Yeah.
Because the rich guy's like, oh shit, I hate this legislation. I gotta go convince these bumpkins that it's gonna fucking encroach on their freedoms or something. You know, they're trying to fucking make us communists, y'all. It's they won't let me pollute the river we all drink out of. Communism, everybody. What do you say? And then everyone, for some reason, is like, yeah.
Totally. Well, I mean, it's also like they can literally like if it's a big enough corporation, they will just literally hire people to do PR. They'll just buy ad space. And this is like that whole thing of where it's like, you know, there was this great moment when like Bernie was running and everybody was like, wow, like maybe we're going to do something about like money in politics. Maybe we're going to see something against that. And then it's like, wait a minute, like the situation with money in politics in America is so bad. Like not even Bernie could touch it. Not even the biggest, like the most exciting candidate that was getting all of the support early on. And like none of these people can do that because it is so deeply embedded. And it's been embedded this particular like mentality towards like how that like money is speech, that if you're wealthy, you should be able to do anything you want to do with that money, even if it means like overriding other people's rights. This piece of ideology has been ingrained so deep into our system that like it's almost impossible to even imagine American politics. The idea of taking money out of politics completely disassembles what we understand modern politics to be.
You're pretty much talking about the end of like politics has pretty much just devolved into a giant wealth redistribution scheme.
Yeah.
Going in the opposite direction than the one that people have, been concerned about all this time, because it's basically just like they suck up all the money and then they give it to they give it to, different contractors and companies out there making Fortune 500 fucking shit, and they give tax breaks to all the rich people and stuff.
Do we remember like how
then those people fucking turn around and they give it to the next generation, the next crop of Congress people and senators and whoever else they need to bribe.
Yeah.
And then they fucking make sure the laws continue to support it. And it's just like this cycle where the money just keeps rising to the top, and it's like right there in the figures. It's right there. I mean, we see that the wealth just becomes more and more concentrated at the top. Eventually, we won't have any, and they'll just be like, all right, well, we got no wealth.
We're just back to feudalism. You just don't own anything. You just live on a
Well, you're not even back to feudalism, because at least under feudalism, it's worse than feudalism, because feudalism is like, you're necessary at least. Like, you still got to till the fields. Now they got like, a robot to till the field or whatever the fuck they need. So your ass is just like, you're not even a serf anymore. You're just fucking useless.
Yeah,
you're just being left out of the fuck. You go die in the wilderness. You're like a wildling.
Yeah.
They've got their little space palace or whatever, and you're just down here on the corpse of Earth trying to scrounge up a fucking rat for dinner. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I unironically, like, I think that's
best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if we do nothing, that is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario, of course, is a mass withdrawal of the richest people into highly secure enclaves, like they've already started sort of doing with places like, the villages where a bunch of rich old people go and live, and it has private
That's a
security.
good point.
And, yeah.
You know what? I got a fucking middle ground. They don't like eat the rich, right?
Yeah, I don't like it.
They don't like it. So that's too far. All right.
Too much.
Well, I have a centrist proposal.
Ooh, I love centrism. Let's hear.
Yeah, we don't have to eat the rich, but can we at least cook the rich?
Yeah. See, there we go.
Just like,
you don't gotta eat them, just cook them. Yeah,
right. We're not gonna go all the way to eating.
Yeah.
We're not gonna devolve down. We're not gonna bring it down to that level of like gnawing on fucking Jeff Bezos's ribs or nothing. We're not gonna go that far, but we're just gonna.
We don't
we'll have a little roast.
And you know what else? We can also, like, we can get rid of the guillotine memes too. You know, we don't have to have the guillotine. We can just have a picture of a blade. That way, you know, it's not really, it's not the same thing. Like, you know, they're not technically restricted like they would be in a guillotine. There's just a blade there. You know, the blade, the sword of Damocles, so to say, is what it could be, you know, representing, hanging over them. Yeah, no, I agree with this. I think this is a fantastic way of reaching, of satisfying the unsatisfiable, so to say. I mean, I just think it's like one of those things where...
Well, I know the controversy is pretty much past at this point, but, you know, now that I think about it, I you know, a solution could have been reached.
Would have been a good idea. I'm sure they would.
Compromise position is always, you know,
we know
it's always good.
We know that people who are you know, very defensive of rich people are often very willing to reach compromise, and they definitely don't like put you on a treadmill of constantly having to like weaken your language so that you don't offend them and their sensibilities. You know, I mean,
criticizing the rich while poor, jealous. Criticizing the rich while rich, hypocrite.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
criticizing the rich while middle class, you don't even have time to do that. You're fucking you're too busy
middle
fucking
class.
trying to keep from being poor.
You don't exist anymore. What are you
like
talking about?
This narrow now.
Yeah, it's like the middle class is like, if you have a job as an engineer at Google, you're the middle class. That's it.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
No
one else.
That's the entire middle class at this point.
Do you know anybody who would properly be middle class without being like independently wealthy from some random thing like being a really popular streamer or something, or a Google Facebook?
I always thought it was weird to call the middle class
maybe?
anyway, because like it's not in the middle. It's just
Yeah,
like,
no.
you know what? Middle class is just like poor plus.
It is. It's poor asterisk. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not poor right now, but if there's a small economic bump, you're gonna be poor because you don't really.
Well, all
get
I'm
to have
saying
enough
is
savings.
if Jeff Bezos is the top,
Yeah.
then like, you know, the people who call themselves middle class, they're not the middle, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're like
if
the
you got
top
someone worth
of
a
the
quarter of
bottom.
$1 trillion, you're not in the middle because you get like 100,000 a
Yeah,
year. Or
exactly.
something.
You're just like
Right?
slightly above. Well, we've talked about that too on this channel, you know, because a lot of people who are unfamiliar with like class politics and you know, of course I'm a lefty, so like I talk about fucking class politics and shit all the time, but a lot of people come into it and they think like,
All right,
oh well,
class politics 101. Fuck rich people. There you go. I've
basically,
educated you.
yes. Yeah, basically you've got it down. Rich people are sitting on like Scrooge McDuck. They're sitting on a giant thing of gold, which could be saving you and everybody you love, but they
You know
don't.
what kind of drives me nuts? I bet you it drives you nuts too. Is like the fucking when you criticize rich people or whatever, and people are like, people just think it's all about the angle of like they have too much and it's not fair. It's like that's not even the main criticism. Like the main criticism is just like they've bought our entire political process. They control the discourse in this country. They rule over every fucking aspect of our lives. They decide what we can and can't say. I mean, like it just goes on and on. Like no one. Like at this point, the power the government has over you is like sort of like perfunctory because the government answers to the fucking wealthy elite.
Literally, it's a matter of rubber stamping or approving, right? I mean, this is like it gets laundered like this. Like, I mean, for example, like a great example is privatization is like one of the best examples of that, where it's like in America, like everything gets privatized. Everything ends up privatized. All these government functions end up privatized, which means that some company, which is a subsidiary of some even larger company, usually one of like the big companies you already recognize, gets, you know, wins the bid, quote unquote, to do the contract for the government. So you end up with complete capture of every aspect of our society, and that the government, as big or as small as it is, doesn't really matter because its structure is to serve as a rubber stamping machine for the interest of the economy. And I think that that's something that I wish people would pay more attention to. And, you know, like yeah, I'm glad to hear you talking about it because I think more people are becoming aware of this fact. Like, I think people more and more have had these experiences of being like, yeah, like, why is the government's always say, oh, you know, we're looking out for the people. It's a government for the people, by the people, of the people, blah, blah, blah. But then you just find out that every aspect of your government has been privatized. That like, oh, it's a private company that's owned by a conglomerate that's in partnership with whatever, Pepsi, that's overseeing your local water supplies. here in my state, I just had this experience where most of our DMVs have been outsourced to these licensing companies that get it paperwork from the state, and then they send the paperwork to the state, which results in huge wait times and no benefit for anybody except for the economy, quote unquote, which is these businesses now claiming that they're able to make, you know, money and turn it into the economy, but everybody else gets fucked. The government has to wait for things longer. People get angrier because you have to deal with shit like I did, where it's like they have you wait 2 weeks to be able to get a...
You know, the funny thing to me is, like, if you fucking bring up like a criticism of capitalism, a lot of conservatives today, they still kind of like give you this bullshit, like fucking invisible hand of the market shit. Like that's still how it works. Like, it's like, and then old Jeb decides that people in the community need hammers, and he decides to open Jeb's Hammer Store. You know, It's like, shut up. Like, that's not even capitalism anymore, bitch.
It's not
like,
even
it
close.
Pretty much never was, but like, at least it kind of like, at least there was some mom and pop shit back in the day. Now there's fucking hardly anything. Everything's pretty much a corporate owned piece of shit. And even the shit that is mom and pop has to fucking get most of their supplies and shit from like Cisco or some other fucking giant corporation.
Costco, yeah.
So it's
or
like,
any of
there's
them.
really not fucking the mom and pop business anymore. There's not fucking any wealth being generated for the fucking people on the lower echelons. The idea of a small business is a fucking joke at this point.
The idea of a small business in the world of Amazon, where what we've, you know, Amazon, once again, we could talk about a million things they've done, but one such thing is they will literally, if you sell your products on Amazon, they will sometimes just yoink your product and say, we like this product, we're going to produce our own version of it, and there's nothing you can do about it because you were selling it on our marketplace in the first place, so we retain the right to do this. And then they just make their own version of it for cheaper, which you can't do because you don't have a multinational corporation backing you, and then they just sell your product that you did all your hard work. So yeah, this illusion of being like an entrepreneur is long gone. It's been gone for a while. It's never really fully existed because we all know that you know, you need money to start a business. You need money to be able to have the education to start a business or to invent things, whatever. But again, it's that bar. The bar has gone way up. You don't just need to have $100,000 from your parents now. You're still fucked even if you got $100,000 from your parents. You're going to need $1 million. You're going to need this.
At least there was the idea back in the day, like the whole idea behind like the old-fashioned like American dream was like, you come to this country and, you know, you go and you work for a guy with a chain of hot dog stands, and you save your money, and then you buy your own hot dog stand, and then you know, get your own street corner, you sell them hot dogs, and before you know it, you got, you know, your own chain of hot dog stands and a few brick and mortar locations selling your hot dogs to the people. And it's like, wow, you work hard and you play by the rules and you get ahead, and, you know, one day success finds you. It's the American fucking dream. And like, anybody who still believes in that shit at this point is like, I don't know. I don't even know. I'm not even. Is the R slur okay? Can we fucking say? I mean,
no.
Sorry.
I let you get away with one T slur because you were doing
Sorry.
But no, don't do the R slur. You'll get me canceled forever. I can say it about me, but you can say it self-referentially if you must.
Well, anyway, they're stupid. Or whatever I can say. Whatever word for that I'm allowed to say, that's the one.
You're all good. Yeah, no, yeah, no, like I agree with you. It is a ridiculous state that like people think that that's the case. You know, are you familiar with Alpha Investments? You know the channel Alpha Investments by any chance? The Magic Card channel? Okay. So really cool channel, guy who does like Magic Card tradings. And we watched one of his videos that I was like, guys, I want to show you something. Cause like I watch some channels that aren't like super political. And the guy from Alpha Investments, he's got a big channel. He does, again, magic card trading and stuff. So pretty normie stuff. And he had a video that was just called like a rant about how young people are fucked. And this was a very normie perspective, you know, like not a whole lot of like super political language or anything like that. And he was just talking about how like when he was a kid, his dad was a restaurant manager, and as a restaurant manager making like 50, 60K a year for a chain restaurant, he was able to finance easily a very comfortable home for their family to grow up in. And it's like the pay is literally the same. You still make 50 to 60 as a chain restaurant manager now, but that money doesn't go anywhere. And additionally, there have been all these weird ways just below the like management position, if you're like a server where like between tip sharing, between all of these like new gig economy things where like people don't hire delivery people anymore, so instead they just outsource it to an app that is going to be bidding for the lowest price, everyone down the line is making the same or less with shares cut out of it because of all of these middlemen that are like, oh, well, you know, you use Uber Eats, well, $5 of the tip goes to this place, the delivery fee goes to the company, and then you get this amount at the end, and then you got to go do more deliveries. All of this has led to a position where even jobs that were considered like accessible, the job that you could go and, you know, it sucks, but you could work hard at and you could save some money, those jobs do not exist. You are everyone who's not in a position of incredible privilege is largely stuck on a wage treadmill. And yet we can sit here and we can look at people like Bezos getting richer than they've ever been through these periods of time.
Well, here's the thing. Like, so I have one of my co-hosts on my show, Deep Fat Fried, Paul Zigo, likes to talk about, you know, his parents were both factory workers. And, you know, on a factory worker's salary, when he was growing up, they built, you know, they bought some land and built their own house on it. And, you know, it's just like the idea of two factory workers buying land and building a house in modern day America is like, I mean, it's like, it sounds like science fucking fiction. I mean, it's just, it doesn't even bear any resemblance to reality anymore. Someone in the chat, someone in my chat just said, can't believe a couple of fucking YouTubers are saying the mom and pop businesses aren't happening. You both run those types of companies, dude.
Do you know? Wait,
what are you fucking talking about? Wait, our business is so contingent on YouTube and its approval, or Twitch and its approval, or any of these other fucking giant companies and their approval. Like, I don't think a Deep Fat Fried video has been monetized in like years. We pretty much rely on getting money from people to sell our Patreon, which is also a giant corporation that we have to sell through.
Also takes a cut.
And also we have to fucking process our payments through companies like MasterCard and American Express and so on and so forth. Yeah. So, I mean, like, there's like, yeah, we're fucking awash in corporate infrastructure. The whole point is that even if you do somehow have some sort of a smaller operation going on that is ostensibly a business entity in America, it is so reliant on mega corporations and giant conglomerates that you're just a little link in their chain. You're just not an official piece, but you're basically part of it.
Well, and also, like, okay, so you should tell that person to go check out the recent Facebook Google giant leak, the Facebook papers, as they're being called by AP News now. That's a story that broke. The large part of that story broke today. Go read about it. It's fucking unbelievable. Will blow your mind. Google and Facebook have been behind closed doors agreeing to not compete with each other in ad exchange markets. The ad exchange is owned by Google, operated by Google. Google gives advantages to their own rates, even though they charge higher rates than any competitors, and now they control somewhere around 80% of the ad space on the internet. Wild how that works. Almost like you don't actually have much of a say in that. And then we went and go and look at stuff like this. Like, for example, my channel. A lot of my stuff gets demonetized. My streams, I don't monetize them because I don't want people to get riddled by tons and tons of ads and not have a good viewing experience, but my videos do. In the 2 years that I've been streaming on here, I've had like somewhere in the ballpark of 515,000 watched hours of my content, and I've made like $7,000 from ads in 2 years. That is absurd. And I've had a lot of success. So like when somebody says like, oh, that's the operation that you're running, we're the rarest lucky few who managed to get through. There are people who grind, like, and even me, I'm breaking my back to run this show, and it's still almost impossible because you get nickel and dimed on every single level. Every bit that comes in gets a tax. Every single sub that comes in, that gets a tax. Even on my own website, even though I went out of my way to have my own website where people can subscribe to me and not to the other service, still got to pay PayPal. Just for a big chunk for just the transfer fees. So the idea, like, we are contractors. Legally, we're not even business. I mean, We can be business owners who hire a contractor, very weird structure, but YouTubers are contractors, and the YouTube structure is designed to push you to joining up with Disney-owned maker networks and stuff like that. These big, giant, multi-channel networks that are ultimately owned by fucking Walt Disney Corporation. So no, that's not true. We are small fish that have managed to swim around the big puddles of oil and not drown, and that's not a good thing. We shouldn't be celebrating the fact that like the vast majority of content creators never get to make any money, even though they make awesome shit, even though you guys watch their awesome shit, and eventually they just die broke. Like, that's terrible. That's not the world we should be fighting for. A handful of us managed to make it for one reason or another, but that's not like because we're some kind of like ubermensch, like fucking business people. It's because of chance largely, and also like chance plus a fuckload of inhuman effort that we all have to put in, and some of us manage to luck out and other of us just die in obscurity. I think that's bad. I don't think we should do that. So to that chatter, rethink your positions, please. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know, he said just sell your own ads. And you can
Yeah,
make
yeah,
it.
totally.
We're just lazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll sell my ads.
Yeah.
Just tell me about where I can go get an ad, where I can go independently run ads on my YouTube video. Oh, wait, you can only run ads on your YouTube video from the Google Exchange. Oh, strange. How interesting. Anyway, I love that. I love that kind of take. I love it when people like think they know everything about your industry and they don't. Yeah.
When I'm not busy rallying against the corporate stranglehold of America, I use, Dollar Shave Club. And
Yeah.
I know I have a gigantic beard and doesn't look like I shave at all, but I do. Dollar Shave Club.
You want to know what's wild?
Get you a razor blade.
You know those like Dollar Shave Clubs and all that stuff? The way that those companies succeeded was by doing kind of what's being talked about here. So like, for example, there's this big company called like, there's like a company that produces razors called like Dorco or something like that. And they like, they basically make like cheap razors, and then other companies will buy those razors and put their branding on them and whatever. Well, Dorco was like, hey, like we can sell our razors at like a good price. Well, it turns out that they ended up getting basically outmaneuvered by Amazon, and now you can only buy, they only have their store available on Amazon, and their prices went up. So now you literally can't even buy directly from the manufacturer of the people who make stuff for, like, I think Dollar Shave Club is the one that they make them for. You can't even just go to the same way they do. You have to like pay either the premium or just buy one of those other ones. And companies like Harry's and Dollar Shave Club, who were trying to like sell themselves as like, oh yeah, you don't have to buy Gillette from Walmart at $18 a razor blade. Well, now they're exclusively selling through partnerships with the Amazon marketplace increasingly and Walmart, and their prices are crawling back up. So
Well,
we're back to square one.
It's like an interesting thing I noticed about, because I've been on YouTube a very long time, and I've seen a lot of like YouTube killers come along,
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is gonna be the one. And it's like, it's always like they start to succeed and then mysteriously like, we're closing, guys. I'm like, wonder what happened,
Wonder what happened. Yeah.
I do wonder why you guys just like on the precipice of success, you just decided to throw in the towel. It's very, very strange.
Remember,
It's almost like someone showed up with a big bag of money and said, hey, we don't want the competition. Fuck
a big
you.
bag of money with a little knife behind it says, hey, we don't want the competition, but and if you don't accept our deal, maybe we'll just choke you out of our ad market so that nobody will work with you. Yeah, it's
So
really
we got
bad.
a big bag of money, option A, or a bullet to the face, option
Yeah.
B. What do you choose? It's like, okay,
Incredible.
well, I guess YouTube fucking competitor 9786D is out of business.
Yep. Or you have.
So I don't even fucking, when people show up to me now and they're just like, oh, dude, this is going to be the YouTube killer. I'm just like, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll see. I'll believe it when I see it. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't even know if like, I feel like we're almost past like that era. Like, I don't think that I think the way that things are monopolized, the degree to the amount of monopoly we see online, like we were again covering earlier, the Facebook papers. Anybody who's interested in this should go read the Facebook papers. But the level of monopolizing and trust behavior between these monolithic corporations is to a degree that I don't know that there can ever be a YouTube killer, because it's not allowed. There's not allowed to be a YouTube killer. The too big to fail thing kicks in, where it's like, oh, if there's a YouTube killer, well, then all of these other industries are going to have a crash, which are now like in cahoots with YouTube. Same thing goes with Google. Like Google is able to just absorb everyone in and then do whatever the hell they want because there's no other options anymore. Same thing as Amazon. It's the same basic business model of just choking out everybody else using, wielding finance capital. It's very disappointing. I think that where the hope lies for a better world is in like sort of resisting the way that all these structures want us to use them, and to use them in creative ways, and to be unapologetic in how we decide to shape the world ourselves. I think that's really like, I don't know. I feel like that's where I fall on things, but maybe that won't even work. It's possible that the doomers are all right, but I tend to not like, I tend to believe that that's like kind of pointless. Like, I don't think there's much of a value in like concluding that it's bad, even if it is really bad. Even I think we should acknowledge it, and we should try to try to understand what it is we're going up against, but that we can't really know how things are going to play out. So even if it's grim,
yeah, I kind of have an expectation of the worst possible scenarios and outcomes. I just like, yeah, that's probably how it's gonna go down. But I always just say like, well, you gotta. Even if a fucking, axe murderer is coming to kill me, I'm probably going to try to fight back, That's kind of like my mentality is like, well, you're probably going to die, but hope you survive. And that's kind of how I feel about humanity or this country or any of that stuff. Just like, well, you're probably going to die, but you got to fight to survive nonetheless.
Yeah, have a good time on the way out and whatever, There's a rule in my chat, which is rule number 1, do not fucking die. That is our rule, and the reason why I make that a rule is because like I very much believe that we should resist to our last breath, that we should try to make the world the way we believe it as far as we can, and never give up on that. And so that's like one of the rules that I say frequently. Of course, my chat is now saying all the rules. The rule 1, do not die. But yeah, like. It's grim. The state of the economy and the state of like the way that like the worldview of our current like I guess you could say the social milieu of America is in a rough spot right now, and I hope to see a better future. I think there's room for really cool things to get done. Like, I mean, obviously, like I did a big like fundraiser on Saturday for some mutual aid things, and that was super, super inspiring. So good things can still be done, even if we don't have the silver bullet answer to all of the problems.
Well, I just feel like, I don't know. I just look at the world and I see like, all right, so we got climate crisis, droughts dominating the West Coast. You have so many of the East Coast cities that are going to be subject to like floodwaters and stuff. You got acidifying oceans, you got mass die-offs of animals, you got mass die-offs of insects, you got mass die-offs of fish, you got mass die-offs of entire ecosystems, planet-wide. I think the biomass of insects has like decreased like 15% or something in the last 10 years. You can look up the exact statistic. It's grim, whatever it fucking is.
It's bad, yeah.
The rich get rich, the poor get poor. The population seems largely oblivious to like the true nature of the crises that face them. Technology is increasingly making the one bargaining chip that the lower classes had, which is labor, increasingly irrelevant. I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty fucking grim to me, but
we always got
maybe.
We've always got. I mean, here's the
little
thing.
engine that could, I guess, but seems pretty fucking grim dark from where I'm sitting.
I think it's kind of grim, but also there's another thing, which is that, if it's grim, well then isn't that the time for us to start thinking of more bold and brave solutions to the world? I think
the time was like 30 years ago.
Okay,
but,
true. Yes. I think that would have been more ideal, but as the saying goes, the best time to have planted a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is today. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think that like, look, we are facing a lot of things, and if people can acknowledge those, and we can say, no, wait a second, like, we don't have to accept like a world that we don't have to just lay down and die. We can say, no, we're going to do things differently. We're going to try things differently. And sure, we might have failures, we might have things that don't work or bad ideas or whatever, but let's at least give it a try, because the alternative is to just sit here and let like Jeff Bezos basically choke you until you die. And I'm not willing. That for me, like, that's not an acceptable world. I'm gonna try and find every crack that I can and poke at it. And, sometimes that requires us being a little creative,
I guess I'd feel better if I could like commiserate with people more often and hear that they, were concerned about these things. But I feel like all too often the things that I hear people say they're concerned about are so far afield from the actual crises that face them that I'm just like completely discouraged. Like if things were just as bad as they are now, but I got a real sense that people understood the predicament they're in, I'd be like way more hopeful. I'd be like, wow, maybe we can fucking figure out something to solve this. But like the fact that there's just so many fucking people who are talking to me about fucking Haitian immigrants and trans bathrooms and whatever the fuck other stupid bullshit distractions are being paraded in front of them. I don't know. I find that to be probably the most doomery thing of all.
Yeah,
just
it is.
The complete lack of willpower in like everyday people to give a shit. But I don't know.
I made a lot of people mad on Twitter when I made a post that said Americans have the weakest souls of any people on the planet. And
I love that tweet. That was the tweet that got me to decide to talk to you.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad.
When I saw that tweet, I was like, I need to talk to her. This is like 100% needs to happen.
It's so true. I know, like, of course they proved me right immediately in being the most, oh God, they were so mad. The number of people who are like, this is disgusting. This is like genocidal rhetoric. This is racism. I got literally multiple people accusing me of racism for saying Americans have weak souls. And then I got lectured to by some like medium-sized like liberal social democrat streamer who was just like, oh yeah, like this is like, what are you talking about? What is a soul? Like, what do you mean? Like, do you not understand like a tweet? First of all, do you not understand like metaphor at all? Like, are you incapable of reading something and like parsing that it has meaning? Like,
let me ask you a question. When you encounter a person like that literally comes at you with some like, what do you mean by soul? When someone comes at you in that way, do you just assume that they're pretending to be stupid so that it seems like they can have a position and that's just the only way they can even have one? Because like they know what you mean by soul. Yeah. Everyone knows what the fuck is intended by that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
or are they really that stupid where they're just like, what do you mean by soul?
I feel like it's like a mix. I feel like what I like to call it like performative denouncing, where it's like, they're not actually, it's kind of like virtue signaling, right? Like, but not exactly. It's like they feel like they don't like me, and they feel the need to say something about it because there's something in there that makes them feel uncomfortable. So there's something they're really bothered about, but maybe it's, I don't know how much they're actually bothered about it, but then they go, okay, so here's how I can stretch this to make it like this big performative denouncement. And then their friends go, oh yeah, look at that. You made fun of evil demon mama. She's so bad. She hates Americans. She's racist. She's all this shit. And I'm just like, come on. Like, guys, we know this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say Americans have weak souls. That like, by and large, Americans just kind of put their head down and walk into the fucking slaughterhouse. They're just like, yeah, okay. Like, even the Americans who are like all gung-ho and waving the American flag, they're like, yeah, I'm fine with us just having 740,000 Americans dead. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you're being loud and you're waving your American flag into the slaughterhouse. Like, I say frequently, I've said multiple times, the last time I made a tweet like this, I was much smaller. I didn't have as much of a following and nobody really cared as much. Some people did get mad, but I said that Americans are, like, in my opinion, cowed. Like, that's what it feels like. A lot of Americans just have no fighting spirit left whatsoever. They're completely given up. They think that this is the only way the world has ever been and will ever be, and they hate it, but it's the only thing they know, so they defend it to the death. They're like, no!
I love it. Like the giant fucking meat grinder where, some people just, like, they trudge into it, and they just walk in, and then other people are like, charge into the meat grinder. You know, it's just like,
Yeah, be a patriot. Be a real patriot would be would cannonball into the grinder. Whee! And then they just throw themselves in. Yeah, it's just.
it's time to die, boys. Woo!
I mean,
Dead.
right? Like that's like the people. That's like there's those people who put the big smoke coffer things on the back of their Ford F-350, where it's just like, yeah, it's just like they're proud. Yeah, ooh, pollution. Let me just wrap my mouth around this. Ooh, I love it. I love carbon monoxide. And it's just like, dude, like, what are you actually signaling here? Like, what do you really realize what you're doing? It's such a pathetic and cowed. I have no respect for this type of person. And like, yeah, like I think, you know, obviously I think there's a lot of Americans who are victimized, and I talk about that all the time, but let's be real. Americans are like we have it like the least bad of everyone in the world. It's still pretty fucking bad. And obviously people can only know where they live up, but Americans just whine. And that's it. That's the most they can ever do is whine very weakly. And it's like the Democrats, like you'll have people mad at the Republicans, rightfully mad at like this horrifically racist party that just like literally advocates cracking the skull of protesters who are exercising their First Amendment rights. And then the Democrats come in and they're like, well, we have to work with them. And then everyone's just like, well, I guess that's just it. I guess we just got to stop. You know what?
Well, the thing that drives me nuts is just like you have the world we're talking about, all the really serious issues facing us, and like a really like if I'm not going to say a bleak future, I'll say like some very serious hurdles and challenges that face us. And then like you have like a politician like a Bernie Sanders type who's just like begins to lay the groundwork for shit that we probably should have done 30 years plus ago.
Yeah.
And it's just like that's too extreme for them. It's like, oh, I don't know. Oh, he's an extremist. He's a radical. Oh, we need Joe Biden. It's like, oh my God.
Socialism. It's going to be socialism. It's going to be like when I saw that picture of the beans, the bean aisle in Venezuela. And it's like, bitch, have you been to a grocery store lately? Like you go to the fucking grocery store and it's you got two different bean types. Both of them are canned in fucking high fructose corn syrup and picked by slave labor. Congratulations, you have successfully fallen for the illusion of choice. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just such a weird. Again, the things that Americans fixate on is so weird to me. Like, just think of how.
But then it's like I love this. Like when there was Bernie was running last time, and it was like maybe we're gonna try to fucking generate record youth vote. It's like, okay, we didn't get it. It didn't show up any fucking greater than usual. But you did have record old people vote. You had record elderly vote. It's like, what? So they were jazzed up. They saw Bernie Sanders and he drove them to go to the polls to vote against him. But the people who fucking were supposed to give a shit, the people who have the most to lose because they have the most future in front of them are just like, meh, I don't give a shit. Whatever.
I mean,
like, I don't know. Like,
and it's
if
hard
you're not going to save yourself, why the fuck should I care if you're saved at some point? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, there's two sides to it. Cause like on one hand, there is this sort of like almost arrogant resignation in even the most like downtrodden people in America of like, oh yeah, well, you know, America's the best it could ever be. So if my life is miserable, well, I guess there's just no better. Nothing could ever be better. It's on me, man. Yeah, it's all on me. And then there's the other side of it, which is just like you have people whose the only life that they've lived in America is like one of perpetual recessions and like their parents being screwed over by Wells Fargo and Wells Fargo not facing like any repercussions for that. And like they just witness like their friends get their skulls caved in for saying like, hey, maybe we shouldn't literally murder innocent black people. And then like the cops just fire riot munitions at them. Like, you know, that I covered that shit back when all those were going, and it was egregious, just the amount of egregious, and nothing ever happens with regard to it. They just get away. They walk free. Black bag protesters walk away free. And so they go, I don't fucking care about this. I'm going to do my own fucking thing. Fuck this shit. And they don't want to turn up to the polls, and people act surprised. People act surprised by that. Nah, somebody's got to talk to those people. Somebody's got to reach those people and offer them something other than you put your quarter into the electoral pachinko machine, and eventually it might land on a candidate who might think that you're a human and not human capital stock. Like I understand like where people's frustration comes from on that.
I mean, if it came down to like if it came down to like Joe Biden and fucking Pete Buttigieg or something, I could forgive people for just being like, meh, whatever. But like Bernie Sanders actually had some fucking policy proposals that moved things a little bit in the direction they needed to go in.
Right.
And no one showed up. No one gave a shit. Even people who were like in polls were like, yeah, I mean, if you bitch to the general, I'll vote for him. But like, are you going to vote in the primary though? It's like, no.
Yeah.
No, I don't really give a shit. Like, okay, cool. Gotcha.
It's
So
wild
it's like,
too.
I mean, I'm not saying electoralism is the answer or whatever, but like
Yeah.
you could have moved things a little bit in a better direction.
You know, you'd love to see that too. And then there's like another thing there.
It's like
because
Obama
part of it's like-
derangement syndrome though too. Sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt,
no,
but
that's
just
fine.
want to throw that out there as well.
Yeah, there is a certain amount of that, like, but also like there has also been often like helped by the Democrats, like disassembly of their own paths to victory, because they realize that like, oh wait, if we build grassroots support, this grassroots support could go against us because we're not very popular. So we might build things. And so like, you know, you have like Obama undercutting like Acorn, which Acorn was like a massive social services program that also taught people how to participate in primaries.
Yeah, but conservatives decided they didn't like it, so we had to like
Had to be taken
throw
down.
it on the sacrificial altar to appease the unappeasables.
Yeah, and like there's you know a big problem of reaching students in you know young people to participate in politics at all. A lot of people just don't know because first of all, like our fucking school system barely teaches people how fucking elections work. I had to learn on my own, and this was me like when I was younger. I was like you know, I grew up in a cult. I was like super conservative, but I had to go learn myself how to participate in a primary. I never was taught that in school. I was taught that by my you know, my dad took me to a place and then I talked to the people there and they told me how to vote in the primary. And like I was told that because my church was like, oh, we got to go vote in the primary to influence things, and you know, but there's just none of this. Like the Democrats don't push for this. Our society like almost prides itself on ignorance of our own systems. So there's all these people who just are just like, oh, I gotta fucking show up to my job again. I gotta go do 6 Ubers on my lunch break, and they're just gone. And I want to see people fucking give up. I want to see people get rid of that cowedness. I want to see people get fucking pissed and want to do something and want to live a better world. And I think sometimes that requires people being willing to be like, no, like I have a right to put my foot down.
Well, the problem is they're so like a lot of them are so fucking cowed that like even the idea, like even if you fucking lay out your fucking vision for like here's utopia, right?
Yeah.
You lay it out to them and they're like, yeah. Wow, yeah, you're right. Wow, yeah, I agree. All right, so here's what we gotta do. Well, no, I mean it could never actually happen though. You know, it's a bunch of. It's like your fucking belief that it can't happen is like the main reason why not. You know that, right?
Yeah. I mean, that is
You're
a true thing.
You're an active participant in it not happening at this point where you're just like, nah, because it's too unrealistic. Other people would never go for it. It's like you did, I did.
Yeah.
Why not?
People do that. There's a weird way in which people have like you know, they say kill the cop in your head, you know, that sort of statement.
Yeah.
You've probably heard that before. I mean, that's really true, isn't it? Like there's this one thing I criticize frequently on politics in like politics spaces. It's like people use this thing of like, oh, that's not pragmatic. I'm like, what do you mean? Like everybody thinks, like it's such a useless thing to say. Everyone thinks their idea is pragmatic. Like like people bringing up pragmatism is something that annoys me so much, because I'm like, okay, if there's an actual like practical issue that's blocking what I'm saying, tell me what it is and let's find a way to cross it.
I'm just asking, like, is what's going on now pragmatic?
Yeah.
Are we living in so wait, is your contention that we live in the most pragmatic of possible societies now? Because it doesn't even seem to be functional, let alone pragmatic.
Yeah, it's not. Like,
So
it's
like,
not,
if we're living in, if we're
certainly
gonna
not.
fucking choose something that ain't pragmatic, let's at least go for the good one.
Yeah, it's like a weird modern thought terminating cliche that like that exists even among like progressive and liberal.
Just
types a lot
another.
of
It's
times.
just. I mean, I know I'm sounding like conspiratorial, but like another rich person psyop, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Psychological
so, too.
operation. Hey, there's a meme for you. Oh, well, yeah, things do suck, but it's inevitable, so
Yeah, end of
just
history,
fucking
am I right?
accept it, bitch.
Yeah, just drink, just drink on down your bug paste. You will live in the pod. You'll eat the bugs. Like,
And they
no,
show us the dystopia, and then we're like, I feel like we used to like if you watch I know you kind of like some movies and shit. You watch like a movie in like the 70s or something, and you see a dystopia. There was always like an idea of you're being told about this in this movie, and I'm getting conspiratorial here, but
no, it's okay.
I'll preface it. But like
go into it.
60s, 70s, whatever. You see a dystopia, it's always like a warning, like, uh-oh, better fucking do something now before this happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's always like some element of society has gone so out of control that people are like showing you some dark future where it's like, what if this trend continues to this extreme? And it's like, wow, yeah. So people use sci-fi as like a means to criticize the present by showing a dark future, right?
Right, exactly.
The
Saying,
dystopian
look
fiction.
At the trends. Like, look at the trends. Like, you could say something
I feel like
yeah.
I feel like now when I see a dystopia in fiction, it almost feels like it's not so much a warning as a preparation. Just like, you know, this is like, now it's like, well, so everyone in the future lives in like a giant trailer park where there's just units stacked up on top of each other, and the only thing they can really do to escape it is play this fucking video game. Talk about like Ready Player One kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I look at it and I'm like, this doesn't even feel like we're criticizing this. It's just like, accept
reporting.
this.
Yeah,
it's like okay.
It's like a recolor. It's like, oh yeah, this is just what we're going towards. Like, oh,
They're just priming you now.
Do you want to see it? Like, have you seen Sorry to Bother You?
No.
You gotta see it. You gotta see Boots Riley. Sorry to Bother You. Fucking fantastic film. An actual modern dystopia that like, the premise is basically like the world. The main character ends up working for a company that's basically Amazon, and their new venture is housing units. They're multi-person housing units that everybody has a bunk bed, and you get your own bunk bed, and they're like sold like, oh yeah, you can have your own custom spaces for the low cost of this, and like the rent is so ridiculous that like the main character is in the beginning like living in the garage, in like his uncle's garage, and so there's like this really funny scene where they're like it's like a really romantic scene and whatever, and then the garage door opens up because his like uncle sat on the garage door remote, and it's just like, okay, so it starts to unravel and you see like the state of things. That's a fantastic movie that does that without like copping out, because it's like it was an independent production and stuff like that. A lot of times nowadays what you see is like what you were saying, like Ready Player One and these others, where it's just like there isn't even a coherent critique. It's just like the world sucks, and like the way that you're going to do it is by being the best version of the person in that world, like a being that you're going to be the hero that I don't know.
I was watching it. I couldn't get through it because it was so fucking awful. But like I was watching that film, trying to like, I guess, get through it. I didn't really get as far as I wanted. I had to like stop and then watch some reviews and read some synopsises and shit because I couldn't get through the actual fucking film itself. But like, it's just like amazing to me that you have a film set in this horrible dystopian world where the main concern of the hero is just to excel within the escapism of that world, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'm the best in the escapist fucking thing that we go to because the world sucks. It's like that, and that's the hero of the fucking thing. Like, you're shown this horrible vision of the future, and then the objective of the fucking protagonist of the story is get really good at the fucking video game so you can become a billionaire. And people spend too much time playing the video game, you ask me. It's like, what? No, they don't. If this is the world, of course they spend as much time in there as fucking possible.
Of course, they don't have anything else, yeah.
But like, why is this movie not about trying to fix that, you know, or like warning us like, hey, this is your future, people. Don't let this happen. No, it's like, wow, this video game is cool. Yeah. It's almost like, well, we're going to live in horrible trailer nightmares, but you're going to have some cool graphics. It's like,
hey, you get good graphics. Okay,
well, just all right, flush this fucking entire civilization down the fucking toilet. I don't know. It's time to go.
Yo, hey, listen, I believe very much in that. Something that I say frequently to my chat is that one of the things I'm most interested in thinking about politics, in creating art, is imagining new ways of being. This is something I borrowed from a couple of anarchist writers that I thought were really influential to me, and I really liked that their focus was on finding new ways of being, because the current modern era is very much about setting people into a very limited set of paths, the way that you can live your life, the way that you're supposed to live your life, and the ways that you're supposed to live your life are conveniently geared to make you a cog in Jeff Bezos's money-making machine. And so a lot of modern anarchists, writers and thinkers have been sort of positing ways that we can resist that with our decisions and with our organization and with the way that we engage with each other. So that's something I like to think about a lot, because I certainly don't want to live in a trailer park stack where you the only possible enjoyable thing that you can have is this Second Life video game. I mean, man, wouldn't it be cool if we had a world that was enjoyable to socialize in, and we could make that world better with video games? Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Yeah, no, it's like right now it's like, I mean, even in video games, it's like you could point to something offhand, just like the epidemic of like child gambling and loot box mechanics. Like even our video games have been like, we're not even allowed to enjoy those without being plied with like this forced addiction. It's such a sad way of us living. And I feel it cheapens everything that we consider like truly enjoyable about being humans. I was talking earlier today about something I talk about relatively frequently, about how social media, like I think social media is both like a great gift and a great curse. Like, I have met like my partners through social media. I've met so many people through social media. My job is only possible through social media. But I look at social media in its current state and the way that it operates, and I just think this is like a prison. Like, I feel like I've been built into a prison. And on one hand, like, I can't imagine a life where I didn't have social media to connect with people, because like I lived in a rural area, and I was a queer person, and I was in this like really bad religious environment. But then I look at social media, I see, wait a minute, but on the larger scale, the way social media is right now is perpetuating a society that's more like the one I tried to escape before. And that makes me sad. And I want to think that that there's a future where social media enhances our actual lives. And
there's a phenomenon that I don't know if it has a term or whatever. I guess you could just almost consider it just like selling out or something.
Yeah.
But it's something I've noticed just seems to happen over and over again. I've seen it happen in my life quite a few times. The earliest example I can think of is like MTV.
Mm-hmm.
Like how when MTV started, it was like this like place for like these like music videos, of course. And there were still commercials ultimately for albums and stuff. But like there was like a means of like these musicians are creating these like visual accompaniments to their music, and there's this channel that's just devoted to it, and it's just going to play that all the time and everything. And it's like, wow, that's kind of cool. And there's like a lot of this like free form creative stuff. And there's a lot of times they don't have huge budgets, so they got to be very creative and do wild stuff to get attention. Kind of like the early days of YouTube, which is kind of like why I'm drawing the comparison. But like, and then slowly but surely it's like the corporate sort of culture intrudes upon the space to this extent where it's like becomes an unrecognizable fucking thing where, MTV went from music videos to reality shows, and so did pretty much every other television channel once they realized, like, ooh, this is where the money's at. This is the fucking content. Take away any sort of like artistic integrity or intellectual fucking merit or any of that stuff, and just give them garbage. Just fucking push garbage in front of them 24/7, and give them Salacious and fucking this and that. And whatever, we're participants in that too, because like the people are, so to some extent fucking choose that shit. But
kind of
like, there's no, like, it's so foisted upon us all the time. Where it's like, here's this garbage, here's this salacious drivel. And now, YouTube, which when I started on it was a platform for like, sort of like, it went from feeling like a place where all the people who couldn't tell you how they really felt in day-to-day lives were finally giving like a megaphone and stuff, to a place that feels like high school or something. Like,
it's like, I think a term that like,
it's transformed into this weird I heard someone say like lunch table leftism the other day. It's like lunch table everything.
I mean, it's that,
about the
and also
cleats
like
and the fucking whatever.
You know, I think I think you're onto something to like a certain degree with that. I think like it's funny because like some of it is like I would say some of the lunch table stuff like comes from like the fact that there is no it's like a how do I even describe this? It's like we're tossed into like a coliseum, you know, when you like, I certainly know this was my experience. When I first started getting into content creation, I didn't know like a whole lot about the space. I didn't know anybody. There's no real, you don't get like there's no like training. You just kind of throw stuff at a wall. And so I think what happens is like, you know, people kind of cling to these like small groups at first, and then it can get really severe, especially when the like, and it can become very cliquey, especially when the like internal pressures of the space are like they are. Because right now it's like, you're competing against Walt Disney Corporation again. And there's this like, a lot of people would call this like co-option, where it's like something that starts good slowly gets just taken over by the people that it was originally designed to sort of like resist against a little bit.
Right. It's like,
MTV.
it's like, let's get away from this. Like, hey, let's get away from this monolithic corporate entertainment. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, it's here. And
Yeah, it's
where's
here.
where's the next escape? There isn't one. They've blocked off all the exits, you know? It's like,
yeah,
okay.
you can't go anywhere. And so you end up having to like increasingly dig your heels into whatever your brand is until your brand can be bought or your brand can be removed or whatever. So it forces people into these really tense circumstances, which once again only make money for Google, who owns YouTube, and Disney, who owns like the bigger maker networks or multi-channel networks. And I don't know, there's so much tension that I do think that it does yield into this like, instead of having like big, robust, vibrant spaces with lots of different successful creators and many different factions, all of whom have like, you know, are like interested in some of whom are interested in cooperating, so there may have beefs or whatever. This, like, instead of having an organic space, you instead have like a space of people who are all starved desperately for every bit that they can get, because if you don't get to do that, and you have to go be an Uber driver or whatever. It's like we've just created this environment. The word I usually use to describe it is not tension, but it's very what's the word? I can't. I'm like blanking on the word that I'm thinking of here. It's very forced or what's the word? God, I can't.
Coercive?
Think of it now. Not. It is coercive, yes, for sure. But it's strained, or that's not quite the word, but whatever. Strained works in this case. All of our social engagements, all of our work, all of our lives have become so absorbed into economy, into making something for money, that you see these like,
I have a character. Well, it's not really a character, but I often reference the economy as a god, called Economos. I just say like, all hail Economos every time someone does something strictly for economic reasons, even though it makes no sense.
right.
All hail Economos.
All hail
Deus
Economos.
ex machina. I was like, all right, yeah, Deus Volt. All hail Economos.
There is a worship. There is like a sense of religion around it, like a secularized religion around this vague sense of economy. You know, it's funny. Are you familiar with the video essayist Big Joel? I don't know if you're familiar with him. Maybe you are.
I don't think so.
Okay. A really good video essayist. I really like him. He's got like a super dry sense of humor, but he did this really incredible video that was called, what was the title of it? It's called like YouTube is Your Boss or something like that. And it's a video that talks about, it like compares, the whole premise of the video is basically takes like YouTube's creator studio videos and compares them to like employee training videos. And it talks about how like, in the current era, there's this idea that like you're sold this idea like, oh, we're helping you, like we're helping you make your channel good. But if you look a little deeper, they've just found a way to sort of reword basically that they're telling you how to do your job. Instead of just saying, take the cup, put it into the juice filling machine, press the large cup button, and then it fills. They say, well, you know, if you would like to have your channel succeed, make a video with these parameters. Make sure that you do this for it to be. There's literally a part where they're like, we highly recommend using our recommended ad placement option to get the most out of your. It's like, wait, they're just telling you a job description. You're being sort of subtly given a job description. And this is true in so many ways that like, that economy, like it's like the religion of the economy. Everything can't be. People aren't making a channel to have a good time, to make a community for anything. It's all about making the most efficient ad-clicking product that you possibly can. Yeah, The Strange World of YouTube's Corporate Propaganda. That's the name of the video. Thank you.
Well, I remember there was a very different thing. It was like when I first joined, there was no monetization on YouTube. It was just like people just doing it for like the sheer enjoyment of it. And you know, I remember thinking, you know, when I first got a video, when they first you know, started doing monetization, I was just like, whatever. I'm never the person that's smart enough to jump on something right away. I'm always like, fuck that. Let's see if it proves itself. And you know, after a while, I was like, it seems like this monetization's here to stay. And I like opted in for it and all this stuff. And I made a video called like Sarah Palin sucks or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was like when she was a thing. And
What a terrible
so
time.
it got, I know, and it got super popular. It got like 1 million views and shit. And I made a shit ton of money. I was like, whoa. And I just stopped everything I was doing in my life. I'm like, this is my job now. I'm gonna get to do what I love for a job. And it's like, well, that's a double-edged sword right there.
Yeah.
You know, because it was like, it went from being fun to being work. And I'm not saying it's not fun anymore, but like, you know, it's not as much fun when it's like, if I don't do this, I don't eat. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
Of course, you know what I mean.
Of course, yeah. Like, I mean, and like, this is something I've talked about pretty heavily on this channel. I try to be pretty open about, like, you know, I try to be as open and human as I can without like people being weird about it, because of course people can be weird about it. But like, I took a break recently for like a month and a half, and I feel very lucky that I was able to do that. There was a lot that was going on. I have earlier this year I dealt with like it's cooled down a little bit, but I was dealing with a fuckload of harassment. Long story. Just really, really bad. And so I was like, I need to get away from this space. And I realized, like, I knew it was there, but when I took the time off, I realized just how much of a boot had been on my neck. That like every moment of every day I was thinking, I should be streaming, I should be doing this, or else I'm going to fall out of the algorithm and die. And then I'm never going to get to do this thing that I love anymore. The tension is so high, and it seems to only be getting higher. And like, I look at like a lot of content creators in this space. I see people who just work their butts off. They will break their fucking backs. And like, and there's like there's obviously a huge distance between like what the audience's perception is of the experience. But there is even like sometimes a perception like issue from our perspective. We're like, we forget how much we actually work. And like, we all know, yeah, we're working really hard and we feel it ourselves, but then we zoom out and we go, oh my God, if like this was the type of schedule or work environment that was encouraged. This is like lawyer shit. Like in movies of the past, this would have been like, oh yeah, the lawyer who has to go in all the time and his family life sucks. I'm like, wait a minute, that's what we're having to do for being a YouTuber. Like I spend like, it's like when I'm not on stream, I'm prepping for stream, I'm talking to people who I need to do stuff, and we're organizing shit. I got a team of people that I'm trying to pay to get the edits out on time. I'm like, oh my God, they really figured out how to make us build our own workplace for them.
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then they get the profit, most of it.
The vast majority, yep. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I've definitely like over the course of my career, I've definitely made like millions of dollars for fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
So I'm not a millionaire.
Whatever you've made, like I always try to tell people this, like whatever people think that we've made, the amount of money that platform has made off of us is so much further that literally even we can't comprehend it, because we don't even know the full
it's to the point now where they'll put ads on your video and not even give you like a cut. It's just like, we're putting an ad on there, but we're not giving you any of so yeah, there you go. This actually goes to this other company because they did this thing or whatever. So here you go. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool. I'm glad you could make some money off me. That's neat. Really
and
love
that's
you.
not even to talk about the DMCA shit, because no one can do that. There is no possible way. I get it's so busted. I played Phasmophobia, if you know that game, little ghost hunting game, just yesterday. I got a copyright claim. If I had monetized that video, which I don't usually monetize the live streams because I don't want to run ads on people, but if I had, I would have lost monetization to that because some random company claimed a stretch of white noise that plays over the radio in Phasmophobia.
So here's the thing. Here's how broken it is. I fucking went to we did this thing where we were watching for our patrons. We'd watch movies. and we comment on them and stuff. And so like at first we just tried to find movies that were so fucking old and shitty that it was like no one was gonna fucking care. And that wasn't enough. So then we started doing like, all right, we're just gonna watch films that are in the fucking public domain. Okay. But even public domain films aren't fucking safe because someone will go find like a little snippet of fucking something on the radio in the public domain film and be like, I own this. And then they monetize the fucking shit. So it's like, you just can't win. People don't even have to fucking prove they're actually the copyright holders anymore. And even if they do, it's like by the time you can fucking get it to fall off, 60 days or whatever has passed. It doesn't even fucking matter because the video's got whatever views it's gonna fucking get anyway.
Yep. And of course, notice it's all deferred onto contractors. We're the ones who have to cope with it. We're the ones who have to file it, not them. They don't have to prove they own it. We have to prove that they don't own it. It is ridiculous. It's absurd.
Guilty. With copyright violation, and you're guilty till proven innocent.
Exactly, and it's really wild the state that we found ourselves in. And again, there are parallels to other industries, right? Like look at Uber. With Uber, you got to have your own car insurance. You got to bring your own car. They don't pay you a salary. You pick up shit off the app, and most importantly, they make it feel like there's a psychological effect, which is that. Oh, well, you're not working right now? Well, you could be making money on Uber right now. Why are you not working? Well, oh, you need time to rest? Well, I'm glad you're taking your self-care time. But if you take a little too much of that, well, it's your fault. You could have been getting money on Uber. Same thing goes for YouTube. Oh, you could have been streaming. You could be... Why aren't you monetizing you doing this thing? Why aren't you doing an IRL stream when you go out to the store? Why aren't you eventually... I mean, what? Like, were we going to get to that point where the only sustainable way to be a streamer is just to live like a literal, like, Truman Show type experience? Because I feel like, holy shit.
It's funny because right now, like I said, I'm kind of like trying to work on writing this novel.
Yeah.
You know, I've had to like take some time off of like what I consider to be my work to write it. But I know that like either A, I'm not going to be rewarded from that, you know, time in the same way. But even if I do manage to sell a bunch of copies of the book, I'm going to sell it through fucking Amazon or something like that. And they're going to fuck me in the same goddamn way. It's just going to be like, hey, who's my new fucking corporate overlord? You know, it's like,
did you want to go through Twitch, subsidiary of Amazon, or did you want to go through Amazon Kindle, subsidiary of Amazon? Like, it's rough. It's bad.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, even if I managed to like, yeah, I wrote this book and I fucking, you know, I sacrificed the time, energy, and now it's time to publish it. Let's see. What are my options? Amazon. Okay, Amazon. I guess.
I'll go with Amazon.
That's who to do it.
Yep.
That's who you got to do it through. So I'm going to fucking, hey, everyone here on YouTube, go to Amazon, buy my book on Amazon. Yay.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
I mean,
it's like, hey,
I have
beholden,
such...
cog, machine.
Yeah, endless cogging, and like it's true. Like I it's something I find unfortunate, and I hope that like I don't know. I'd like to see some solutions. I like to think there's some people who've got some ideas. I've got some ideas. I don't think I got any ideas that are going to save the world, but maybe I can make life a little better for the people I know and stuff like that. And
I had a video where I fucking delivered a bunch of like things I wanted to do if I was president. So they're gonna
sick.
Yeah, there's some, you know, just vote for me, write me in or whatever. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I think that's a great action. I mean, you know, I have my I don't know. I think at this point, I don't know. I don't want to say that I'm like completely black-pilled on voting or anything like that. I'm not. I do think that especially local votes can be important for certain things. But like, I just don't think that. I think a lot of people want to sell you the idea that like you can vote your way into a better future. But the reality is like we have failed to do that. We have had that opportunity
to do that
for 200 years and it hasn't.
I feel like many statements, it's a statement that is technically true. But it's not practically true.
It's not practically true. Yeah, it's like you could like maybe vote for it, but like,
it's like
what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
like,
you could, but you don't. So yeah. But like, I feel the same way about direct action. Like, we should rise up and stand up. Okay, well, we could do that. You're right. There's way more of us than there are them. So ready?
Yeah.
No, we're going back to work. Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. See, it's funny. Like, it's funny you bring that up. Like, I think one of the interesting things is that, like, I think that sometimes, maybe this is my time to get a little conspiratorial about the direct action thing. I think some people, I think a lot of people understand direct action only as like a violent outburst, as that is the only form of direct action. When in reality, that's like not even close to the only form of direct action that you can do. There is all kinds of ways that you can do direct action that doesn't involve like, let's have a revolution, let's all gather together and do the revolution. Now, I personally believe that like revolution, it doesn't look like what we think it does. Like, as I've said, I think that the first piece of like anything that will change the world is that we need to get people thinking beyond what the world currently is in its like current state. But that said, something that I believe in very much that I know has an impact is stuff like mutual aid projects, which is oh, you got me Tootsie Pops. Oh, sick. I'll take a red one. Thank you very much. We did a candy tier list review recently on one of my Cooking Mama streams, and Tootsie Pops were way up there on the list because they are the GOAT. They are very good.
Yeah, I cut myself on a Tootsie Pop once.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
I sucked on it like, yeah, this candy, this ain't for me. I don't get down with candy that fights back.
Yeah, there's a couple of those. I mean, I think that's a problem with lollipops in general because of the way that they shatter, which is a little dangerous. Dum-Dums are the worst for that in my experience. But yeah, I feel your pain on the Tootsie Pop.
Reese's fucking cups are the best fucking candy, whatever.
Ooh, you wouldn't
Totally
like my
are.
candy tier list then. Ooh, you wouldn't
See?
like my. Oof. Yeah, listen, I have a very listen.
There's
I'm very proud of it.
Wait. There's no possible objection to the Reese's.
I
peanut butter
strongly
cup.
disagree. Listen, the
What's the
peanut butter
problem
cup
then?
is not so good.
I want to hear this.
Listen,
I want to hear this supposed criticism because you know what? I ain't never been fucking chewing on Reese's peanut butter. I cut my lip because the fucking shard.
Well,
you know?
I mean,
That
yeah,
ain't never happened.
Okay, if your main metric for candy goodness is it doesn't cut your tongue, well then perhaps you're correct. It is very mushy and melty. But there's a number of issues in my opinion with the Reese cup.
Combination
Reese's
of
cups.
peanut butter chocolate, classic fucking flavor combination, and that peanut butter is 90% sugar, which is a huge plus.
Nah, see that's the downsides. The peanut butter doesn't taste like peanut butter. The chocolate isn't chocolate. It's Hershey's vomit flavored crap.
That's American chocolate, whatever.
Okay, yeah, but I rated all Hershey's related chocolates down because I don't care if it's American chocolate. It's bad. It makes me feel sick. It makes my mouth taste like vomit. Yuck.
See, I like corporate American chocolate, I gotta say.
Wow. I can't handle it.
I'm a fan of their
But
chocolate.
I will say the Reese's Reese cup did get higher than most other chocolates because I do like the peanut butter and chocolate combo. But my top list was all of the sour candies because America is good for some reason at sour candies. I don't know if it's just that we have like a good supply of like citric acid or something, but the Sour Patch Kids, unbeatable. They're really good. They're sour. They taste good every time. They're super, super sour, super flavorful. Awesome.
I always want every sour candy I ever eat. I always wish it was more sour though. I'm always like, why are you pussing out on the sour? It's like if you want
True.
spicy, you can find stuff that's like painfully spicy, but with sour, it's always like I guess it's a little tangy. I don't know.
I got a few suggestions for you. First off,
All right.
extreme Sour Patch Kids. Incredibly
Yeah.
good. Yeah. And
I love
then,
those.
of course, Warheads are a classic.
Warheads are good, but you know what? I always want to make a warhead. Have they done this yet? Have they done a warhead that's just like the sour part all the way through? Because I hate when I was sucking on warhead and I got that sour, and then all of a sudden I get that generic Jolly Rancher bullshit. It's like I don't want this anymore. I just spit
I don't
it
know
out.
if they've done that. I think
Get
I
out of
agree
here.
with you. That's something that I often spit out the sweet part as well because it just doesn't do it for me. People say that's a lemon. Okay, yeah, fair.
Oh,
but
dude,
lemons are a
that's
little
true.
different,
I do
okay?
suck on lemons, so
Yeah, I mean, me
that's-
too.
that's
I will
good.
take a lemon squeeze and just be like, ooh, I love that sour. Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
The sour candies are pretty good. I put most of the American chocolates low because I can't handle that vomit like rotten milk flavor thing that they do. It makes me sick.
Yeah, I
but-
wanted to like you, but it's pretty apparent you're some kind of commie that
Yeah,
just doesn't
true.
like
Don't like,
good things.
That doesn't like the American rotten milk chocolate. It's true. I don't.
You're going on the wall now. I can't
very well.
hang with that.
Some
It's terrible.
some opinions are worth dying for. Okay, I will not. I will go to my.
I
grave
will die on
refusing
this
the
hill.
chocolate. Yeah, true. I will die. I will die. Not. People will have to. They'll be fighting me like it'll be like the torture scene trying to get the Hershey's in my mouth. I'm like, no, God.
I'm just an idiot for chocolate though. Like fake chocolate, real chocolate, good chocolate, bad chocolate. Like it could be like a shitty. You ever seen those like candies that aren't even like branded or anything? It's just like some fucking third world-esque fucking little
You mean like
thing
a
that's
dollar
just
store
ra-
thing that you find? Or
yeah,
something?
like a little like something like that, and it's just like wrapped in like colorful foil, but it looks cheap. And then you open it and it's like the chocolate is like mostly oxidized and stuff. And you're just like,
Yeah, I know.
it's like, well, it's still fucking chocolate.
I mean, it's probably better than Hershey's. That's the way that I look at it. So it's like, I mean, it might literally be rat poison, but it's better than Hershey's. So I put Hershey's on the inedible tier. Like I can't stand eating like plain Hershey's. It just makes me, I just can't stand it. So bad.
I'll eat it.
But
I'll
all
eat
right,
it all.
listen, you can take that bullet for me, and I'll give you.
I will.
I'll trade you whatever all your Tootsie Pops in the post-apocalypse, your Tootsie Pop thing. I'll trade you on a regular basis for Hershey's. It'll be a perfect.
What about a
trade-off.
Tootsie Roll? That's at the center of the Tootsie Pop.
See, no, I actually don't like Tootsie Rolls as much, but the Tootsie Pop has the right ratio such that I don't really care because I don't think Tootsie Rolls are that good because they're basically just congealed.
Tootsie Rolls are not that good.
Yeah, they're not. But the thing is like the Tootsie Pop, it's like, it's just a little bonus. It's not like the main experience. You know, you get to the middle and there's like a little gooey chocolate. You're like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's great. But the real thing that's enjoyable at the Tootsie Pop is that it's the best of the lollipops. And that's why I gave it such a high rating. I'm not a huge fan of lollipops in general, but this is the best one in my opinion.
I mean, like, candy kind of becomes irrelevant once you become an adult and can, like, make brownies and shit. But,
true. Because you can put, like, weed in your brownies. Like,
yeah, or whatever you
like,
want.
Yeah, or
be, like,
anything,
super decadent. I mean, like, you could do, like, a half cookie layer, half brownie layer. You could put pot in it. You could put shrooms in it. You can do whatever you want.
You could put fucking caramel or walnuts or whatever, like, anything. It's
Yeah.
great. It's true. I agree with you. And also, like, of course, your options expand once you move out of the realm of candy. That's why, to me, at the end of the day, the like real draw to candy is the sour stuff, because I don't feel like you can really get, like, outside of just buying a lemon, like, as people have said, so helpful.
Lemon bars are pretty easy to make.
I love lemon bars, and yeah, they're pretty easy to make, and also like, but like, again, the sour candies are like what I would go to a candy for. I don't crave candy. I'll go get something like a cake or something. You know, like a fucking ice cream cake. What the fuck? Ice cream cakes are incredible. Ice cream is awesome. Like, if you get good ice cream, it's like 100 times better than, it's like 20 candies in one. So, like, you know, I feel the candy tier list is like mostly to get people the people.
Well,
who
it's
are really
Halloween,
devoted
so I
and
mean,
angry.
like, it's kind of the spirit of the season too. You know?
Hey, 1 second. I'm just gonna welcome in this raid real quick. Welcome the Vosh, the Vosh.com or Vosh.gg crew, the VGG crew. Much love to all of you. We are here talking with the one and only, the amazing atheist, TJ Kirk. We've been having a great conversation, and we just now got into the topic of candies and which ones are the best. So welcome all of you who've arrived. Thank you very much for the raid, Vosh. All of you who are now surging into my Twitch chat, and those of you who are watching on VGG, come over to demonmama.com/live. It's just like your website. It's built on the same framework. demonmama.com/live. You can get all of the emotes. You can come hang out. It's super cool. We would love to have you over here. Much love to all of you. And welcome. So there it did my little raid welcome. Do you want to do a bit about religion? You want to talk about religion a little bit?
Sure.
Because I feel like that would be a really great thing to talk about. Because we've had a fucking great conversation about politics and about corporate America and all that stuff. And I figured it would be cool if we touched on religion. So, you know, you're the amazing atheist. Where do you stand on religion these days? What do you think about like the state of discourse?
Well, so it's funny because I was, I thought about it a little more. I was like, you know what? Actually, God is probably real, and that's why I haven't talked about it. No, exactly the same position I've always had. I am, by the way, I consider myself to be an anti-theist, as well as an atheist, which I know some people are not comfortable with going that far, but I do.
That's fair.
No, I think that religion is demonstrably harmful in numerous ways, and I think Christianity is like, you've heard me talk a lot about psyops that the rich play on the poor. I think one of the biggest ones they ever conceived of was Christianity.
Oh, I agree with you on that.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's totally like, no, we're fucking you now in this world, but in the next, it's like, you're going to be in a palace of gold, and we're going to be rotting in hell. Easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven. I'll be down there. I shouldn't have been so greedy, but you're going to be up there with Jesus as soon as we die. After you spend your entire life working for me, then you go up to heaven, you see Jesus. He's going to help you out. It's going to be real good. You're going to get all your rewards after you're dead. So, yeah, I mean, it does seem to be like a pacification measure to me.
Yeah.
So I'm very anti-religion. I did not grow up particularly religious. I was pretty much an atheist from a young age. I around the same time I stopped believing in Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. Also dismissed religion. My mom was sad, but didn't really do much about it.
That's fair.
You know, it's like, but I always, you know, I've grown up in religious areas. I have strong ties to the American South, and it's the Bible Belt, and I know a lot of people who very devoutly believe in, you know, religion. You know, I find it to be stupid and waste of time and energy and effort and et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I've laid that all out, but I understand you had a fraught past with it. And I've definitely met a lot of people with some very intense stories.
Yeah, I had a very different, I would say, very different experience with religion even than yours. Although our conclusions aren't all that far away. You know, the joke being that the best way to become an atheist is to read the Bible. I found that to be quite true. I also I consider myself an atheist. I don't really know if I would take on the position of anti-theist, though I am incredibly critical of a lot of organized religion specifically. And I talk about a lot, like the prosperity gospel, which was, you know, the televangelists, the rise of the televangelists, and all of these capitalism.
Jesus said, "Buy me a jet."
Yeah. The capitalism like fused with Christianity in like the most unholy combination you can imagine. And like that was the church. That was the type of church I grew up in. Like I grew up in a church that was way more culty than most of the like televangelists, because they were way more involved in your social life. They really tampered in the social lives of all of their members. But also like they were the type that they open a new church, and once the church gets a certain number of members, they open a bookstore, they open a cafe, they open a radio station. Once they get big enough, they start doing all of these things. They have a whole business model for how these churches are constructed, and it all just sort of filters money into this horrible organization that's basically a god corporation. And that
pays no taxes.
No taxes, none. Yeah, it's wild how it's wild how much they can get away with. The church that I grew up in was very extreme, very homophobic, like extremely involved in politics. I think I mentioned that like they encouraged me to go vote in primaries when I was really young. And that's true. They were super involved in politics, and in fact, like the church I belonged to was, I wouldn't say single-handedly, but the major player in delaying the legalization of gay marriage in my home state. So like my position on, I have a whole video on this called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction, which tells the whole story of like how my family got into this cult and all this sort of shit like that, how I got out of it. Because I had a very, I think, weird path on how I sort of left that space, and I was very devout. Like, so in your position, you say like, oh, you stopped believing in God very early on. That was not true for me. For me, I didn't stop believing in God until I was like 19, and I was very devout. I was a true believer. Like I believed in all of it, and like I feel like I was very smart. I did well, very good in school. I learned a lot. I excelled in school, and all of that, and I loved learning. But I had accepted the worldview and had been indoctrinated to such a degree that it eventually did cause like a lot of internal mental strife. And I have a lot of critiques of religion. My current position on religion is like, I don't know. I've found that like I've moved away from like where I was. I would say like a decade ago was when I really got into like like a lot into atheism, because that was when I was leaving the church and when I had discovered I was trans, and I watched a lot of like like ZJ. I watched a ton of your videos back in like 2010 or something even. Like I remember I was really into that and I gained so much from that. I watched a lot of Matt Dillahunty. Of course, I've seen basically everything that Christopher Hitchens has ever done. And so a lot of those people were very inspiring to me. Though I think I'm not quite in the same position that they are. I think I've sort of moved my critiques to focus more on like traditionalism and dogma as forces, as opposed to like religion as the core force that I fixate on. And I think some of
that's kind of what happened with me too, is like I realized that like I had to broaden my focus, because religion, while it is like a major sort of strain of irrationality, like that, like a vein of irrationality that travels through our culture. It's not really the main vein, or if it is, there's like a lot of like offshoots and interconnected, like, you know, sort of like irrational positions that people take. And, you know, like Jesus is not the only thing people take on faith in this country. We talked about earlier about conservatives and how everything is like working back from a premise.
Exactly.
And or from a conclusion, and every piece of evidence is just, you know, if it supports the conclusion, it's accepted. If it doesn't, it's rejected. Religious thinking breeds that sort of thing, but it's not the only place where you see that. It seems like there's a lot of dogmatic thinking that occurs in multiple sectors of the culture, which is one of the reasons why I've tried to broaden it. But like, it's also why I never really thought, well, I guess I did drop the atheism thing, but it was more of a YouTube thing because I heard that YouTube was going to be tough on the term, and I was trying to fucking work on getting monetization, but I decided to fucking just say fuck it because I'm like, whatever. But like, as far as it goes, like the reason I'm able to still just be like the amazing atheist, even though I don't really talk much about religion, is because I kind of view it all as sort of tying in together, you know?
Yeah. And I think that makes sense. Like, one of the, I gained a lot from like understanding skepticism, and obviously, you know, there's a lot of critiques for the directions that skeptic communities online went, but skepticism as a concept, I think, is very, very valuable, because it does teach you not just to deal with like one type of like indoctrination or ideological programming, but it teaches you to be critical of all types, or it can, at least, I think. And yeah, so like I feel like there's so much to talk about, and it's something that I try to talk about a lot, because I do talk about religion frequently. You know, I have a lot of critiques. Like like the state of religion in America is horrifying, right? Like the fact that like the religious right is like largely spinning into QAnon, and that QAnon has like pseudo Christian elements that are like wrapped in. It's so fucked. Excuse me.
What really strikes me is so crazy is just how little it bears any resemblance to the texts.
Yeah. I joke frequently. I have a new segment that I started after I came back. See this big old Bible? This was my old Bible when I was a kid, the Comparative Study Bible. It still has all my notes in it. And I've read it a million times. But I did this new segment that was called Bible Study with Demon Mama. And the last one was, what does God think about shoplifting? And so I did a whole thing that basically finding quotes in the Bible that you could talk about. Oh, God approves of shoplifting, or does not frown upon it. And so I have a whole lot of ideas for that, of like ways to illustrate the fact that like these books can really be used in a lot of ways.
But I just feel like if you look at the overarching message of Jesus, which is supposedly the foundational figure, the highest good moral exemplar, and you know, there's certain aspects of Jesus' teachings I look at and I say like, oh, that's really terrible. But there's also aspects I look at and say, oh yeah, that's like very reasonable and makes sense, and it's like, you know, charity and love and compassion and things of that nature. And it's like, okay, wow, yeah, you know, helping each other, and you know, not falling into the pitfalls of hatred for your fellow man and things of that, like that. And you know, I can't do it, but hey, you know, it's a nice little aspiration.
Sure.
But I don't see, you know, and then you see these Christians, like, it's like you have a book where the main teacher is like, give all your money to the poor, and they've somehow been convinced to give all their money to mega churches and charlatans and hucksters that need private jets and big mansions and, you know, fucking palatial escapes with golf courses and, you know, sunny beaches and cheating on their, you know, fake TV wives and, you know, whatever the hell else is going on. And it's like, you know, how did this text morph into this reality? It's almost like it just doesn't matter. Like people like, have you read, you know, I have people like, you read the whole Bible? It's like, no, not really. I've read a few things here and there, but honestly, like Christianity today barely has anything to fucking do with the goddamn Bible.
It doesn't. It has almost nothing. I mean, like, there's so many aspects of it. It's funny you mentioned like the palatial estates and all that stuff. Like that was actually something that was a big part of me originally, like not leaving religion in whole, but leaving the church that I was involved in. It was because I remember like I was in college. I'd gone to college for 1 year, and I went back for Christmas. And my dad was like, "Oh, we got to go to this big church service," and it was at one of the like bigger churches than my branch was, because my branch was big for the area, but it was nothing compared to some of these big city ones. So we went to one of the big city churches, and we went there, and they had this whole highly video produced intro where you know, they were talking about, oh, we need to raise money and all this stuff, like donate your money here. And I was just sitting there, and I had this moment where I was looking around, and I had been going to film school, so like I had been learning a lot, and I saw these film cameras that they were filming it with. I'm like, that is a $500,000 camera, and they have 10 of them. And then I look over, and they've imported snow into Florida for the Jesus Saves Winter festival. And I'm like, and this is right next to them playing a thing about how they need everybody to give their money together so they can save some starving children or whatever. And I'm like, but why do you need $500,000 cameras, all this shit? Why do you need these giant light show, all of this stage? Like, none of this is, like, you could do this all with less, and you could put more. And I just realized, oh God, like, this is a grift. This is a business that's been made out of religion. And yeah, it's really gross. And it doesn't resemble anything, because it's like, Jesus Christ would have fucking smashed your cameras. Like he fucking flipped the tables in the temple because they were charging for sacrificial animals. Like, what are you talking about? So yeah, it is
Like,
weird.
how many fucking yeah, how many fucking starving people could you feed with what you spent on that camera, you know? It's
Exactly. Even if they just had, you could even say, like, even if you had one $500,000 camera, you could be like, okay, you need your nice camera so you can send out your word. But they had like an army of this with paid camera techs with a whole production team. It's like, this is like a Hollywood production. There's so much money here. This guy's a millionaire, and he's living on a literal urban palace that is devoted to his ministry. And of course, he ended up getting disgraced when it turned out that he had like a harem of women. Yeah, so that was
he could have justified that biblically too. Be like, look, it's like I'm like Solomon, you know?
I'm like Solomon. Yeah, it didn't work too
Remember
well,
Solomon?
though, but I mean, see, honestly, it could be doing better, but
so you know what? It's the problem is it's another fucking brilliant innovation of Donald Trump. See, these guys used to think like, oh man, I'm disgraced now.
yeah.
You know, they found out about my harem. It's like, nah, dude, you don't fucking ever apologize for shit. Trump proved they'll accept anything. So you just go out there and be like, yeah, I do have a harem, but that's because Jesus wants me to have a harem. Just like he wanted Solomon and King David to have harems.
Yeah, it's a
And then-
sign. It's a
like,
sign.
oh,
Yeah, totally. Maybe I could be like that someday. I'm going to join up with the ministry.
In fact, Jonathan, out there, bring Betsy Lou up here. I'm gonna fuck Betsy Lou in front of the whole congregation.
I mean, that's kind of like.
They'll just be like, everyone just sits there like, is this okay? It's like, this is what God wants, y'all.
Everyone
All right,
bow
well,
your head
this
in
is-
prayer.
I'm feeling comfortable right now, but in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I give you this money shot. You like that part? Okay, by the way, I have a video of mine that I hate to be this kind of person, but you got to check out my fucking Bible fuckability tier list. It is so up your alley. Listen, I did a video where I was a little drunk on stream, and everybody goaded me into doing a Bible fuckability tier list, and it took like 2 hours of us going through every character in the Bible, and I have read the entire Bible like 4 or 5 times through. It's ridiculous. Like, I have so much Bible knowledge. So we rated all of the characters on this giant fuckability tier list, and we went all into detail, like talking about their stories, what would make them this way or that. It was so much fun. I have a feeling you'd love it. It is horrific. It is so sacrilegious, which is like, I don't know. It's so much fun. It you know, it's really wild to me. Like, I find it's so frustrating to me too, because like, to be in a position of like the anti-religion thing, like,
Yeah.
I get it. I get being like all the way into the anti-theist position where it's like, this shit is just so toxic. And like, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, like I get that completely, because American like Christianity is so fucking gaudy and unapologetically horrible and monstrous that I'm just like, wow, like, and then you look and you see, oh, well, Catholicism did the same fucking shit. And that there are 100,000 structures in Islam that do the exact same thing. Basically, every religion has some version of this. And then I see other things, and I'm like, the only thing that holds me back is like, I see that like that like a lot of religious groups, that there are genuine religious groups that are able to use religion, or not even to use religion, but that genuinely engage in religion and are able to do so and provide community in a way that like a lot of even lefties fail at doing. Like, like I think right now, like here in where I live in Seattle, there's like multiple Sikh temples. And like the Sikh temples have a thing that they do where on their nights of service, they serve meals for everyone there. You do not have to stay for the service. You can just come in, and anybody who comes in gets a meal. No questions asked. They don't invade your life. They just say, you want a meal? Here's some rice. Here's some curry. Here's some whatever they have that they're serving that night. And that provides a genuine sense of community that people can't find in a lot of other places. And I wish that more religion could be like that. And I know there are forms of religion that are like that,
Sure.
which is why I tend to sort of tailor my critique to being more about like dogma and which I do think is a very bad thing. I think that like rules that
But
cannot...
I feel like here's the problem with that though. It's like,
Sure.
to push back on the point a little bit,
Yeah.
is you have this act of goodwill, right?
Mhm.
You're being fed by religion, you're being fed by Christianity, you're being fed by Islam or whatever's feeding you. Some ideology is giving you a free meal or helping you out or whatever, showing you this great spirit of charity.
Sure.
Well, I mean, like, then you're all the more primed for the grifter to come along down the line and be like,
True.
remember time Christianity gave you a sandwich? Now he wants you to give me a jet. And it's like,
and I mean that is true
it's like, but,
too.
I mean, if
because-
we could just like admit that, the charity is not coming from God. If it was coming from God, it would just be bestowed upon you through magic. It's being given you by people who pooled their resources together and did something great. Now, maybe secular people need to get better about forming those sort of communal bonds without the presence of religion, because as long as that element of irrationality is there, there's always going to be people who can, because like it's just too tempting to manipulate. If you have a bunch of people that buy into the notion that there's an invisible fucking dude that controls the universe and that someone can talk to him, that's just like, that has to be challenged, I think, on a fundamental level, because it's just so easy to fucking abuse that power. If people are already primed to believe God, primed to believe that God communicates to man, primed to believe there are certain people through whom God is an instrument, then all the more primed are those people to be deceived, to be, tricked into taking a path of fucking hatred that has no basis in reason, tricked into supporting, monstrous policies that are against their own fucking social and economic interests, all in the name of this or that or the other thing. And it's just like, I feel like you have to take it on every level, in every fucking stage. It has to be like, there's not that.
Yeah.
There is no ultimate big kahuna in the sky that gets to decide who's really right.
Yeah.
We got to figure this out amongst ourselves. This is all that we know. Like, as far as we know, we're the highest power. If there's something else out there, it'll present itself. Then we'll figure it out then. But for now, we're the highest power, and it's up to us to figure this shit out. And I think
and
that
I do think that's
it's an
a good point, too,
abdication, and it's also a prime for manipulation. It's like, you're an anarchist. I aspire to be an anarchist. We know that one of the reasons that hierarchies are so fucking dangerous and so deadly is they codify this person above the other.
Yeah.
And it's like, human beings can't be trusted with that.
And I will say that the structure of many, or if not most, organized religions do fall directly into that. I mean, like the most obvious example, of course, is like the Christian missionary who comes with a Bible and a bowl of food and says, "Oh yeah, my home country probably led to the devastation of your country in some abstract way, but I'll give you this bowl of food if you take my Bible and if you let me indoctrinate you." And I think that is just sick. It's something that makes me disgusted. I am very, very worried about like missionaries, and I find myself in a position where I'm like, I wonder if there isn't a way for religion or spirituality to be expressed, to be engaged with, that doesn't ultimately lead to these. And it's a very difficult question. I don't know that there is, because
I think
what you've said is like about like specifically about like the abdication it's true. Like the religion, like religions, like of course there are all kinds of ways we can do this. Obviously I do think that secular people can do this too. For example, people abdicate to the state all the time. They're like, oh well, it's not my problem. Yeah, there's a concentration camps on the borders, but we just need to vote it. Well, it's their problem. That's because we had a bad person in office. And
I voted for Biden. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, what do you want? Exactly. It's an abdication. And like I do agree that exists very strongly in religion, and that does worry me because it's like if you encourage the idea that it's okay to sort of like unchallengingly believe in some sort of or undevotedly believe in some sort of higher power that's gonna do it. But I don't know, like the part that gets to me is like I want to believe. I guess it's that I want to believe. I don't know. I want to believe that there is a form of belief, that there is a way for people to have not necessarily proven, but like beliefs that they can't necessarily always explain to everybody with perfect accuracy, which I think everybody has to some degree, that can be enjoyed and used to guide your view symbolically in healthy ways, much like how we use art. Maybe that's just my problem. Maybe I just see a lot of the ideal form of religion as basically serving as a form of art, and not really as a literally accepted
well, that's what Nietzsche proposed as the cure for nihilism. Basically, it was like, well, God's dead, but maybe we can find it in art.
Yeah.
And I think that's a powerful sentiment, but there's a lot of people who are not particularly moved by art. Or if they are, it's I don't know. You still have the same problems ultimately because you can use art to push whatever agenda you want to, and it's not as powerful as a.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Also, the problem is that it just doesn't hit as hard. You watch a great film and it's like, wow, that was emotionally moving and powerful, but at the end of the day, it's like it doesn't have the same power as being.
Well, you can create a really powerful, moving, stirring piece of art that speaks to the human soul, but that it turns out it's fucking Triumph of the Will or something. You know what I mean?
That's possible too. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, wow, this is really powerful, moving stuff. I'm a Nazi too. It's like, oh, okay, well, that backfired. Oops, art sucks as well. Well, no, art, I like art though. Art's beautiful and shit, but I don't know if it's the solution to, I don't know if it fills the role you're looking for.
Yeah.
To me, it's all just like nihilism. I can't conceive of it. I can't conceive of, maybe just a lot of drugs. I don't know.
Yeah,
People just do shrooms.
I love drugs. Well,
I'll tell you what, I did, I did some shrooms and I laid in bed and I closed my eyes and I felt at one with the universe and it felt nice. So, maybe that's the answer. Just do some shrooms. Close your eyes.
Unironically, I do think that there is, I think there is some of these things get religiousified when in reality it's not even a supernatural thing. There is a material process by which if you take mushrooms and you have a sense of being connected and it encourages you to take time to think about that connection. That's a material process. That's not a religious process. It's not a supernatural process at all. It's a very natural process. And I think that's cool. I feel like, I guess there's stuff that even after all of my thinking about atheism and all of my thoughts about religion, there are still unanswered conclusions that I have about it. And in the meantime, in the way that I engage in politics, I never want to I never want to just have someone's sincerely held religious beliefs block them from be the only reason why they don't consider or the main reason why they don't consider a viewpoint. You know what I mean? And so sometimes I'm just you know what? I'm going to talk about, I want people who have a genuine, people who are in my position where I was before I left religion, where it was I do genuinely believe this, but I am very critical. I was at again, I left the church before I left religion. So I really hope that I want to hope that there's a way to reach that type of person, and that maybe there is a type of person who can, sort of believe in a religion and still not, I don't know, just fall back into sort of the stereotypes that we think of when we think of the worst types of Christians, the fundamental.
I definitely think there's people who are religious who have, who can embody those better values and who are just more about the actual spirit of Christianity of, charity and compassion and forgiveness and all that stuff. But it seems like that's like not the predominant Christian that I see.
For sure, for sure with Christianity. Like I think there's parts of Christianity itself. Like I would say like of all of the religions that I'm like most like willing to go to the anti-theist position on, it's like Christianity is like one of those. Like where I'm just like Christianity is from the very basis a religion that is very hierarchical. Like there's almost no way to avoid that. Like you can't get many non-hierarchical solutions out of the Bible. Like you can stretch a little bit, you can come up with like liberation theology, but at the end of the day you're still under God, and God still imposes a hierarchical order on the universe, which affects the moral conclusions of that religion. So I'm like, yeah. And then but then I also look at things like on the other hand, like I look at like the like a lot of like Jewish communities in America, like not Orthodox, but like Reform or I said Reform, I can't remember. Non-Orthodox, the non-Orthodox position. Like I worked for a synagogue for a while, and like the vast majority of what they did was just teach people cool stuff. And there were some like sort of like religious teachings that were involved in that, like the sort of values of like what is like a mensch or whatever, like what makes a good person good. And there's some religious like stuff in there, maybe some dated stuff, but like the vast majority of what they did was provide community. And it's a very different structure of religion. And so I wonder if religion was structured differently and not so fundamentalist, but maybe it just inevitably does because of its structure.
But I still feel like even if you're looking at an instance like that, it's like, yeah, it's fostering community and all this, but like it's just like we're Jews, you know? And it's almost more like we are members of this tribe, and it's almost like, I don't want to, I guess it'd be offensive to call it racism, but it's like, it's kind of like pushing in that direction where it's like, here we're all joined by this common thread of like,
there's like a tribalism.
We come from
what you're saying.
We come from the same tribe in Israel, therefore we share something. And I don't know. I mean, like,
I can see those sort of restrictions. Yeah.
My aspiration, I guess, would be like, I want to be a humanist. I can't quite bring myself to be a humanist. I want to be able to say that I have faith in like human beings to solve these problems. But I guess the closest I can come is saying I'm a transhumanist.
Yeah.
Saying that I think that maybe one day humanity will be able to upgrade and augment itself sufficiently that maybe we won't be as stupid as we are now. And then we can solve these problems.
So. I mean, I would love a future where humans can be realistically augmented. I just feel like all of that technology right now, in the current order of the world, if we keep on this trajectory, like we said before, I feel it's all going to end up like being like some Bezos type who's just going to be able to buy all of the, like, sure, he'll be able to turn himself into like the emperor.
Maybe it'll fucking backfire on him. He'll be like, I will now be the smartest being in the fucking universe. He'll like give himself the serum and shit.
Yeah.
Yes. The nanobots fucking, give him this deep, super dense neural network. Now his IQ is like 792 and shit. He's like, wait, I have been a fool all this time putting, he'll have like the Grinch moment.
Yeah.
Wow, this is horrible. The world we've created is a nightmare. I see now.
I would love, oh man.
Give my wealth to the people.
But see, this is where it gets scary too, because it's like, okay, so what happens if the people developing that technology realize that if you give like a human unconditioned intelligence, that like they'll realize that like the path to this was horrible, and they'll go against like whatever structure exists. So they're just like, no, actually we're going to program intelligence with this one like very, very well hidden conclusion where it's like, oh yeah, you always conclude to be like turbo capitalist god emperor, because it's like, yes, we programmed a logical fault that you'll never notice into your 9,000 IQ. Like it's that whole thing of like the AIs that are racist. Like they're racist because we unintentionally program them to be racist. Like what if that happens but with brain power? So it's like, yes, we've given you the plug into your brain, but your conclusion is that you become the god emperor from fucking Warhammer 40K. I don't know. It's like a basilisk, I guess.
Yeah. Or what if they all just kill themselves at that point? They're like, no, I see the meaninglessness of it all.
Boom.
Oh
Head
no.
blows up. Yeah. Got
like,
some
shit.
It's like some bloodborne stuff going on. I've created the most painful, the being in the most pain in the universe. Me. They just disappear. Well, TJ, it's been awesome.
This is dumb. Why would that happen? I don't know, I don't know, Bob Pope. Why would it happen?
Yeah, why? Why
Why don't you think on that? That's your question of the day. You can think about it all day and all night.
Yeah, come up
for the rest of your life.
Why would this happen? I can give you a lot of reasons why it would happen. Why do you think it's happened in the past? Why do you think we had the Gilded Age where like literally like JD Rockefeller is like riding around on like a horse that's been cast in gold through his peacock farm, while like across America there's like hundreds of thousands of people dying in like the Dust Bowl and shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, why would we do this? I don't know. Why have we done this before? Why do we have kings who like in the past who had so much riches that they could literally buy other countries, and like we're like, oh yeah, this is fine. Like, I don't know. Why do we do any of this shit? There's so many better ways we could do it. Well, the answer is because they want their fucking gold and they'll pay a guard to keep it. There's how it goes. Because none of us will take it back. That's how it goes. That's the real reason. Anyway. Yeah, well, TJ, we've been talking for a long time. I've been really, really, really loving it. I'm going to have to go eat dinner relatively soon.
Yeah.
Was there any last memes you wanted to touch on? Because this has been a fucking fantastic conversation. I've really, really loved talking with you.
Last memes.
Yeah, do you want to like grill me on any of my cancellations or something? Like, what do you want? Do you want to get like a Demon Mama unique thing? You want to ask me a question that would normally not be allowed through the iron curtain of this particular internet SJW censor hound or whatever I am?
No. Not really. I don't know. I don't even know. All I know is that you talk like a supervillain.
True.
Apparently,
I do.
I like that, and I don't know. Just keep pissing people off because that's always fun.
Gladly, I will. That is one of my favorite things to do.
And I hope that I hope you figure out what you can have faith in, because I don't know. I have no fucking clue.
I don't know if I really have faith. I think the only thing I don't think I have faith in anything anymore. I think I have trust in people, like people that are close to me. And I have a way of, I have my sort of ways of establishing trust. I don't know that I really have faith in much. Maybe I would say the biggest thing that I have faith in is change. Change always happens. And so nothing ever remains the same forever, even if it seems impossible. And I think that's a very morally neutral type of faith, because it's like change isn't always necessarily good, but it always happens, which means like there's always potential. There's always something that could change. And if we can influence the change, then maybe we can make it better. I guess that's the only thing I really have faith in. Trust, yes. I believe very strongly in trust. I think that it's strengthening bonds between people and getting to know people and experiencing things with them so that you can have an established history of knowing one another and on an intimate level. That is something I very strongly believe in. I guess that's kind of the foundation of anarchist thought, right? Is this idea of you build bonds with people, and those bonds are powerful, and from those bonds we can understand that other people also do that they build their bonds and they take care of their people, and that we can reach harmony by recognizing that and working together and building bonds with one another and respecting our mutual interconnections. That's sort of the foundational brick of that social aspect of the stuff that's anarchism or communism even. So I do believe in that, but yeah.
I just feel I guess that my final thought on it would just be that, I like the idea, but I just don't know that I have the trust. I feel like I don't see it in us, but hope I'm wrong.
You mean what? The ability for us to make a better society?
No, the ability, just not the will.
The will, yeah. Well, it's interesting. A lot of and I can actually give you a couple. I'll give you a recommendation. I think I'll give you one recommendation to start off with, and then if you like it, then maybe you can follow up with me or whatever. Hit me up for the second recommendation. But the first one is a book called Desert by Anonymous. It's super easy read. You can sit down and read it. It is a eco-nihilist text book, and it's really, really good. I have literally seen people linking graffitiing read Desert with a little QR code that you can go scan it, and it'll take you to the free version of it online. It's anonymously published. Yeah, it's really good. I highly recommend giving that a read. It talks about coping with being an eco nihilist and recognizing like, oh wow, we might be fucked. I think the first line of the book is we're fucked. And I think it might speak to you like it did to me, because I feel that way a lot. And of course, you know, I think a lot of times we get stuck in this this view of like, okay, the whole world will become this one utopia. Whereas I think that maybe that's not super realistic, but I think that we can have we can make things better in certain places, and we can share that knowledge freely, and other people may choose to adopt those things and iterate and make them better, and maybe we'll learn from those people. And perhaps, you know, with a lot of willingness to experiment and willingness to like try new things and be bold in what we really want the world to be like, live how we really want to live, maybe we can actually start to inspire that across the world. And it may not be some single unified movement. There may not ever be like the society that clicks over into like the perfect anarchist society, but we may see better societies arise, inspire other ones, and slowly and surely the world together becomes a better place. I hope so. I hope. That's what I like to think of. And I can understand, though, exactly where you're coming from when you say I think people are stupid. Because Americans have the weakest souls on the planet, and they're the most frustrating people to talk to politically.
Well, I think we can leave it at that. Thank you for having this conversation with me.
Anytime.
I appreciate your perspective, and I'll try to read Desert, although we'll see.
It's short.
Yeah.
It's short and inspiring. And I
Is it shorter than my attention span, though? That's the real question.
You might be surprised. There is an
All right.
audiobook version of it. That's how I listen to it, because I can't read shit.
All right.
All right, TJ, thank you so much for coming on. It was fucking awesome. Thank you for having me on your show. And everybody, go give The Amazing Atheist a follow on all the social media. You got The Amazing Atheist, right, is your Twitter. You can search Amazing
They're
Atheist.
all linked in the description of the Amazing Atheist videos. You can check it out there.
And we have them. Yes. So
they're there as well.
Yep.
So yeah, and of course, same for Demon Mama. Check her shit out everywhere that she's got social media. I got the link to her website down below, so you can check that out.
All my links are on the website. So thank you very, very much. And let's maybe we'll talk again in the future. That would be fucking awesome. I really enjoyed this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Damn, what a great conversation. Wow. That was so good. That was such a good conversation. Oh my God. Everybody, what the fuck? That was super cool. We talked about so much cool shit. Wow. Damn. Wait, is my audio okay? Wait, audio? Yeah, I had a really good time with that. Yeah, it was a good crossover. Damn, that felt fucking great. That felt super good. Fuck. Yeah, like 3-hour conversation. It was great. Well, you'll be able to watch it in the VOD. We got super edgy too. You got away with that one. Got away with that one slur this one time. I'm issuing a single slur pass, okay, once, because it was a good joke, and it was trans positive. Yeah, we're gonna have to bleep it for the YouTube clip, for sure. Incredible. That's an incredible description, Clay Soldier. No, it was a really good convo. I was like super happy we got to talk about all this different shit. Like, my God. It's like, oh my God, we got to talk about so much cool stuff. I have to cover one of his cooking videos? Will do. Will absolutely do. Wait, before it's bleeped out, how far do I rewind? I don't know. I was just looking through TJ's YouTube chat and the people saying I'm cute. Thank you. I think I look kind of silly sometimes.
You're
But
cute.
thank you.
Mama cute.
Aw. Well, I love that Aw. Hello. Hello. Oh. Aw. What a great convo. Wow, I'm so happy. Guys, can I just be real with you for a second? Like, I'm tired as fuck. I was so intimidated by today. I was like, oh shit. Like, I just did a fundraiser and a gaming stream. I gotta make it through today. This was easy as cake. This was the easiest. I was so worried. And like, And it was easy as cake. We had a great conversation. We talked about all kinds of political issues. You guys asked good questions. I had a great convo with TJ. Oh my God, how cool. Damn. Oh, someday that'd be sick. Louis Vuitton, we could do like a sick ass commentary track or something. That'd be so good. Oh my God. TJ's girlfriend likes me now? Cool. Sick. There was chemistry. Oh yeah, we can banter like that was fucking great. You thought I was debating with a sibling of Charlie Kirk? No, thank goodness. Didn't TJ slam Vosh? Yes, TJ slammed Vosh's beard. You didn't watch the video. You only read the title. Ah, you got clickbaited. You got clickbaited. Yeah, it was super fun. It was like we talked about a ton of different things, and like the banter was great. I need to get on his podcast. Absolutely. I mean, if I get an invite, I will absolutely appear. 100%. Do I have any donos to read through? I do have donos to read through. Let me read through some donos real quick, okay? Let me bring up the donos. I got a couple donos, okay? Let's read some donos here. This is the movie Way Out West. Oh, sick. Yeah. Yes. TJ Kirk is like the poster child for how every atheist my age feels. I totally get that. Okay, a lot of apples with the gifted tier 1 sub. A lot of apples with another gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Flux is me with a gifted tier 1 sub to Wilderness. I got you, comrade. Thank you very, very much. We got Rivi with a tier 1 sub. We got Afahi with the tier 1 sub. We got Cheeto with a gifted tier 1 sub. Cheeto with another gifted tier 1 sub. Cheeto with a third gifted tier 1 sub. Cal Dodge with the tier 2 sub. Are you cringe? Are you based? True! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And let me see if we got any, I think we may have gotten some YouTube ones. Let me see. No, I don't see any YouTube ones. That looks like everything. Are you cringe? Are you based? Are you cringe? Are you based? Listen, this show is supported by the imps, and that's why it will always be free. If anyone wants to throw me some lovely donations right now, this would be a wonderful time for you to make me feel very good. I have to pee though, so that means Faun needs to entertain you.
Faun time.
Yeah, Faun, can you whip them all up into giving me donos?
Whip? I don't know.
Yeah, can you come on? We'll beg with them or something? You know, pull their heartstrings or something. I don't know. Show a titty. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Of course not. Listen, like all people who come in front of the camera on twitch.television, I would never do anything against the terms of service. Not even off stream. I would never do that. Hello, everyone. Hello. I was playing Atomicrops. It's a very cute game. It's ADHD shit. There's a lot of stuff going on in it all the time, constantly. It's pretty good. And it has a very fun art style. Yeah, that's true. It should have multiplayer, and you should be able to marry each other. I don't think that is, because I've seen people do it a lot. The smoking weed and be presenting nipples. Yep. My ID says male on it, so these are okay. I keep hitting the microphone because I'm too fast. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh yeah, I was told that I gotta whip you guys into shape for those donos. So if you like this show and you think that it's poggers and based and entertaining, then Get those motherfucking donations. That's how we keep the show going. That's how we keep Mama fed and keep me smoking. It's important, okay? It's all very important. Otherwise, Mama won't be able to do the show because she'd be drained, Mama, without food and you know, a roof over our head. That's important. Yes, likes, subscribe, share your favorite videos with people. It all helps. Comment on things, say nice things, say mean things. Don't actually say mean things, but I know some of you people will anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm back. That's right. I'm already fucking back.
Mama's already back.
Yeah, look at that.
All right.
Oh,
I'll
what
give
were you doing?
You told me to whip the imps.
You didn't. You didn't. All right, whatever. Did they give anything? Did we get any donuts? We got $5.
$5.
Oh
shit!
Fuck
$5.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm still not good with this stream overlay thing.
It's okay. Faun was mean. Good. You deserve a little bit of meanness after all the niceness I've been giving out.
Okay.
You know how nice
anyway.
I am. Aren't I nice to them? I'm so much nicer to them than anybody else. I'm
You
so
are
nice
very
to.
nice
I'm
to
so
them.
nice to the imps. I'm so nice to all the imps. It's ridiculous. If you haven't liked and subscribed to my channel and joined my Discord, you need to do that. You really need to do that. Yeah, you really need to do that. Thank you very much for the $5. Subbed from TJ's channel. Still have to wait 11 minutes before I can chat normally. Love what I caught of the conversation. Oh, Johnny, if you come over to the website, demonmama.com/live, you'll be able to jump in immediately. Are imps the same as plebs? No. Imps are my fans. When you join hell, you get issued your little horns and your little devil tail, and you become an imp. Imps are so good. Does it ever get tiring when people expect you to have an opinion on Vosh or other streamer drama the second it happens? Yes, Sam, of course it does. But sometimes it's fun, but most of the time it's tiring. Donuts are not working on phone, but I will donate extra tomorrow. Hope Pill anti-work has been popping off. Subreddit stats are anti-work. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, it really has been. Our anti-work has been fucking blowing up. Oh. Yes, gay fesh, of course. All infernal guards get a pitchfork for fun. Oh, plebs are the ones who aren't patrons. Ooh, I gotta come up with an idea like that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Imps, you get to be a strong imp. I don't know. We'll come up with something cool for if you join the Patreon. I have a Patreon. It would be cool if people did my Patreon. I mean, honestly, subscribing to my website is basically the same thing as subscribing to my Patreon, to be completely honest. So yeah, I guess. In mythology, an imp is either a huge tree or Peter Dinklage. I have a new definition of imp. Indeed, imps are Demon Mama fans, and they're really good, and they get to hang out in hell. And look, you want to see cool art of me and the imps? Here, Anprim, this is. I'll show you one of the pictures. Look, this is a real depiction of me and the imps. You ready? Here we go. Look at that. Me and the imps. See? Here's all my little imps. They're all crawling around, and I keep them safe, and I beat up people who are bad, and I scare away bad people, and then the imps bring me little nuggets of treats so that I don't die. Isn't that a cool deal? It's super cool. Yeah. Super, super great. I thought you were debating Rob Noor wearing blackface. It was only a third, okay? It was only a third. Here's another depiction of me and the imps. Look, here's another one. Here's me. This is me. I'm gathering medicinal herbs, and I'm making sure these little children don't catch the plague. Here, dude. Here we go. Look at that. See? Cool. Demon Mama's my favorite Disney villain? True. True, I would make a great Disney villain, wouldn't I? Imp Nash, y'all. Thank you, Bubble Goom. Thank you. Yeah, it was just eye makeup. I thought his makeup was pog. I thought it looked awesome. I was impressed. So that artwork was made by Intentions Nasty, who's amazing. This one, Menku Mama, where I'm the Menku. was made by Intentions Nasty, who's amazing. I love Intentions Nasty. Incredible. And then this one is made by Kiss Chris. This one's made by Kiss Chris. Yeah, TJ looked like a Viking about to go to war. Yeah, it was super cool. I loved it. I thought that was a really cool touch, personally. Wow. Wow, what a cool time. Fuck. What was there something else I was going to talk about? I don't even remember. Yeah, I thought it was really I thought that was a cool touch. I always think makeup like that is really cool. I didn't do many mlems. I did one mlem. Look at how much look at this. Look at this. Look at how much movement I'm getting out of my tongue now. It's getting so much stronger. It's almost fully healed. You're going to be having a conversation with TJ soon. I hope it's half as chill. I hope so too, Lady Hopium. That'd be amazing. Look at that. I'm getting so much better at moving both of them. And I'm getting good at grabbing things with it. Look at that. Grabbed it. I grabbed the gem. You want to have Yoda come in? Faun, will you fetch Yoda? Yeah, we're going to get Yoda. How does moving each half work? Is it difficult? It's actually not. Could someone explain the voice and why people want Demon Mama to do it? Ooh, I wish I could watch it. The voice is the sexiest part of Dune, one of the sexiest parts of Dune. The voice is a ability that members of the Bene Gesserit, a psychic religion, basically a religion of psychics, can command people to do things using the voice. It basically overrides their nervous system, and their body follows the orders of the voice without consulting their brain at all. Now, cut my son's bonds. A religion of eugenics. Okay, true. It's a Yoda time. Okay, it's Yoda time. It's Yoda time. Hold on. Hi, Yoda. Here, come here. Hi. Do you want to sing for the imps? Do you want to sing? Do you want to sing? Sing? You want to sing? Look, the imps want you to sing. Say hello to Yoda. Ready? We love you, Yoda. We love you, Yoda. Oh, we love you, Yoda. You're so good. Wow. Ooh. Wow. You did so good. You're such a good singer. You want to go down already?
Down now.
Say bye to the imps. Bye, imps. Boink. There she goes. There she goes. She wanted to get down. What a good pup. What a good pup. What a fucking great dog. Good Yoda. Yoda gets a treat now every time. She's such a good singer. She loves singing. She will sing as many times a day as you sing with her. If you walk up and go, bow, she'll go, bow, every time. She loves singing. Just fucking loves it. The voice sounds like a million grandmas with a sore throat. True, but cooler. Yeah, Gayfesh got to get her to sing. Yeah. Yeah, she's really talkative. And if you do this, I'll show you guys sometime. Usually she's not willing to, but in the morning, if you go, she'll sing quietly. She'll go, she'll do the cutest things. It's so cute. She literally does quiet sounds. If you sing quietly, she'll sing quietly. I've trained her to do that. It took a long time to get her to do that, but that's been my special training for Yoda. I love training animals though, so of course it's me. I love that. She's such a good pup. Can I clap them? Yes. See? Oh yeah, that's true, Grime Dango, yeah. There's lots of reality manipulators in that show. Or in that series. We should raise money for trans people by selling T-Slur passes. Listen, that was a very unique circumstance, and the only reason is because it was trans positive. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. I'll never sell out. Not for money. Not for money. Does that make Yoda a Cerberus? Yeah, totally. Karsis Burach? I like your name. I like your name. Sounds like a Pathologic 2 name. I like that. Burach. What a good name. Look at that. I got Artemy on my wall right there. I got Artemy right there. Artemy Burach. It's theorized dogs made us into pack animals, giving us advantage over Neanderthal. That's pretty cool. Yeah. That's pretty fucking cool. I think that's a great deal. I love dogs. Dude, dogs are awesome. It's a very valuable slur, yeah. High value. I gotta watch the Jodorowsky's Dune. Oh, don't worry. I will. Okay, Windleby, I will read the books. I promise. I will. I promise. Okay? I will. I am not trans, but I do have my testicles removed because of cancer. I think I earned it. Yodarowski? Yodarowski? Okay, Yodarowski. Okay. I think that's close. You're definitely queering gender, that's for sure. That's an argument. It's an argument. Jotarowski. I didn't even mention you or the books, but you are correct. I know, I want to read them. I do. Did they use his designs? The ornithopters? The ornithopters look like little birds. I love that you can make a documentary about, like, dude, I had ideas to make a cool thing and nerds lose their shit. Well, I mean, wasn't the whole thing that it wasn't just that he had ideas, it's just that, like, also, like there was a lot of work that went into it? Yeah, they look like dragonflies or something. Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference? It is a JoJo reference, correct. Jodorowsky Joestar. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. We got Alien instead of Jodorowsky's Dune. Alien was fine. Yeah. Alien was good. I thought Alien was fucking good. I mean, I like Dune, but I love Alien. Yeah. It's just, I mean, as a trade. If Jodorowsky's Dune had been made, it would have been the film to end all films. That's probably true. That's probably true. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really partial to Dune's universe. Did I ever see the new Blade Runner? I did. I wasn't a big fan of it. The new Dune is mega meh. Mega meh. Wait, for real? Big Orange Jew, that sounds awesome. Haunted Chocolatier. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Huh. Yeah, the Dune movie, the new Dune was meh. The memes? Yeah, the memes are good. I don't think part 1 was fantastic. Duncan, Idaho. Ooh. God. Okay, so, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna talk about the new Dune movie right now. Okay? That's what I'm gonna do, and then we're gonna wrap. There's what we're gonna do. Okay? There we go. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little quick review. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about Dune, the new Dune. Okay? I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers to the best of my ability, but it's basically impossible, and with all due respect, I love you all, but Dune is a book from the 60s. So, if I end up spoiling some things, like, there's nothing to be spoiled. It's the first fucking film. Okay? So let's talk about this. Okay. So, Dune. Welcome, everyone, to my review of Dune 2021, the film by Denis Villeneuve, and I want to talk about this film. I never have read the Dune books yet. I want to. I'm familiar with the lore of Dune. I played lots of the Dune video games, and I loved Lynch's Dune, and still do, even though I know it's imperfect. Okay? Denis Villeneuve. Okay, Denis Villeneuve. I didn't know that. I wasn't trying to be mean. Okay? I wasn't trying to be mean. I just didn't know. You love the way I say his last name. I hope it's good. Okay? So, so let's talk about this this movie. People have been expecting it. There's been a lot of hype around it. Of course, it's come out in the middle of a pandemic. So, that has an effect. A classic story coming out in the middle of a pandemic. People very hyped about it. Yeah, they haven't announced the sequel, but it's this film, the new Dune 2021, unlike the Lynch film, doesn't tell as big of a chunk of the story. The 2021 Dune focuses on the very first bit. Now, I want to start with what I think that they did very, very well. Okay? Because I think there were some things that were phenomenal in this film that looked really, really good. And I want to give credit where credit is due. And then I'll talk about the things I think that they didn't do so well. And then I'll give you my overall take, my overall final review. Okay, first things first. The costumes. The costumes, for the most part, in this film were fantastic. The Bene Gesserit were incredible. Their outfits looked absolutely intimidating and amazing. It was super, super good. The outfits for the House Atreides were very, very cool. I thought it looked awesome. I feel like I want to see if I can show Gesserit 2021. Let's see if I can get some of these costumes up here. Let me see if I can show them off. I can. Yes, I can. Can I show you? Let's see. Where do we get a good image of it? Okay. Let me see here. These are so cool. Like, okay, so where is it here? Oh God, it's all the old ones. I can't get any of the new ones. Here we go. Here we go. Here's one quick screenshot that I want to show you that looks just fucking amazing, okay? So look at this. Look at this cool outfit. This is so cool. Like, they all had these interesting outfits. There's a shot where all of the Bene Gesserit are, like, walking through the rain. And all of their clothes are getting, like, blown in the rain, and you can see that, like, their like long dresses are like just getting taken by the wind, and it's all like, it's kind of messy, but they're just sort of like walking in this line, these old women in these black veils. It was super, super cool. Like, it had a very real feeling to it. Even though obviously there's a lot of CG used, they put a lot of detail into that. And so I was really impressed with a lot of the costume choices in this film. And, like, God, there's another one I wanted to show, which is, hold on here. The character is, here we go, the Imperial, Dune 2021 Imperial Messenger, or Messenger? Is that who it was? The Imperial Messenger? I wonder if I can find this particular clip. It's going to be so hard to find any clips of it online. I should have prepared for this. I wish the movie cared that, like, the Atreides are like a navy. They're people who live by the sea. They live in the sea. Like, their ships all fly out of the ocean. Yeah, that was a bit of a you know, lacking thing. It was hold on. In this film, let's see if I can find the clip of the costume. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. This is so unbelievably cool. So let me show you this. This was cool, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna bring this up, and then you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Because I think these are cool. Look at these outfits. This shit is awesome. Like, I really like this part. This stuff is cool. Like, yeah, it's a little clean. We'll get to that. But like the bubble hats and the like weird tubes and these strange little mouthpieces and all of the pomp and circumstance of each of the different factions was super, super cool. Yeah, it's kind of like Daft Punk Jedi, but I don't know. I think they're cool. And then there's also this other character here, which is, look at this character. Like, what a striking character that they had. Here, look. This is the Imperial Envoy. The Envoy, the voice of the Emperor. Like, what an awesome outfit. Like, almost priestly, with like a gilded message. And then they like open it up and it's all like illuminated texts. So fucking cool. Really cool. Yeah, it just, and like, very striking imagery, especially early on in the film, which I really, really liked. And you had some cool stuff as well. Like, for example, this is where I don't have as much praise, but I still think there were cool touches. Like, for example, we can talk about, let's see here. Let me show you this. Here we go. Where's the image I'm trying to think of here? I don't think they're going to have a shot of it. Okay, so Baron Harkonnen. When you first meet Baron Harkonnen, there's this really cool scene where the Harkonnens, where like you see Baron Harkonnen come up, and then he has like this implant on his spine, and it gets powered up, and then it like cracks his spine into place. It goes like, and it's like this nasty cracking noise, and it looks awesome, and it sounds fucking disgusting, and it was great. It was such a good choice. I really, really liked that. And so that part of the film, I was very impressed with. I was very impressed with the way that they designed, you know, these outfits and the way that they put love into the Bene Gesserit and all of that. I wish he was more gay. He wasn't gay enough. That's very true. We're going to talk about that. We will get there. We will get there, okay? Another thing that was very cool. I liked a lot of the ship designs, believe it or not. I liked a lot of the ship designs. Yeah, and interestingly, let me show you this one real quick. Ornithopter. Look at these things. This was super cool. I actually really like this shit. Hold on, let me show you what they look like in this film. I'm showing off a lot of pictures right now. This is a bit sloppy, but I don't really care. Look at how cool that is. Like, it's a dragonfly. Yeah, I love this ship design. Like, this is super, super fun. And I was really impressed with the way that they designed these ships. They were great in other films, but they're like just very, it's like, okay, this is a dragonfly that you climb into. Yeah, I love it. It's super great. Like, it's simple, but it's pretty. And also it's got like the big eyes, and like there's this weird, like, uncomfortable feeling when they're in the ornithopter in the film, where it's like, you feel exposed when you're up front because of all the glass, but they need it to be able to see and spot in long distances. So it's very cool. Yeah, it's really cool. So I liked it. I thought these were good. There's also a big, like, weird tube ship. Let's see which one it was. Is that the Harkonnen ship? Is it a Harkonnen ship? Where maybe it wasn't the Harkonnen ship. Oh yeah, this scene right here. This is one of the scenes that I thought was super good. Look at this shit. Look at this. These are the spice harvesters run by the Harkonnens. Wow, they're so fucking creepy. It's like a bunch of big bloaty beetles, and they crawl around in the sand, and they get picked up by these balloons. And I'm just like, whoa, like what a fucking cool design for the harvesters. I love this. I fucking love this design. So there's a lot of really cool little ship designs, costume designs, all this kind of stuff. Was it the guild? The guild ship? Is that the one? Yeah. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this ship design. I love this. A big fucking tube. It's such a big fucking tube. So there are some very good ship designs. There are some very, very good costume designs. I liked a lot of that stuff. However, it's not a perfect film in any way, shape, or form. And there's more, okay? So we talked about the things I really liked about it, okay? We talked about the fact that the costumes were really good. I feel like there was a lot of love put into the sets. I really felt like there was a lot of love put into some of the ship designs. Not all of them, but some of them. And now I got to talk about the stuff I don't like, okay? Yeah, listen, I got to talk about a couple of the things I didn't like, okay? First off, the first thing I really didn't like about this film was the script writing. I felt the script writing was so bad. It was noticeably bad. Like, there's literally a part where Gurney is like, Paul, you just don't get it, do you? Which is like, I hate that line because that line was drilled into my head through all of film school to never ever write that line because it's true. It's just fucking true. No one has ever said that ever. No one in the entire planet has ever said to any other human being, you just don't get it, do you? It's such a film school script mistake. And it was like, it like made me go, It's just, oh man, I'm just like, oof. So, that I didn't like. I felt the script was pretty rough all around, all the way through. Like, genuinely, like, I don't know, there were just so many, like, awkward moments where I was just like, what the hell is going on here? There was, like, multiple scenes where the dialogue was just, like, I don't know, it was just embarrassing. There was this one part, okay, here's another example, okay? So, like, there's this one scene in the film where Paul walks out into, like, a courtyard, and there's all these palm trees in the courtyard. And there's, like, a dude, like watering the plants. And Paul walks up and goes, what are these? And then the guy goes, oh, they're palm trees. And then he goes, wow. And then the guy goes, it takes 10 men's worth of water to water them every single day. And then Paul goes, should we get rid of them? And then he goes, no, they're special. And then he just sits there staring, and he looks up at the tree, and then that's it. And I'm like, what? What? I was just like, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. He says they're sacred. He's like, oh, they're sacred. And I'm like, to who? Who are they sacred to? How is that weird to me? What do you mean? Just having a scene where, like, a guy goes out and goes, what are these? Trees. We water them with the bodies of 10 dead people. Okay. It sounded like Skyrim dialogue. It was just like, did you hear about the rumors out of the Imperial College? No. Okay. Movies aren't just a series of... What? I know they don't literally water them. Okay. This is gonna drive me insane. Okay. You idiots who have read the book, shut the fuck up and never speak again until you're talked to. Okay? Do you understand? I get it. Oh yeah, in the books. There's probably something that it's like, oh, sorry, I didn't download the companion app and read the Wikipedia entry for these trees beforehand. I paid close attention to the movie, and this guy's fucking talking about random fucking trees. And it was weird and awkward, and it made no sense, and it's never referred to again. Okay? I don't think it does. It's not a plot head. I just thought it was an awkward scene. It doesn't connect to the ecological goals of the Fremen. I disagree. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm never reviewing anything for you fucking people again. Ever again.
Brown moment.
No, mama, no. The chat know not what they invoke.
No, it's just, it's just, I get it. I know. Never let me finish a thought or whatever. It's all good. Oh, hey, look, an honest person, Piftle Cakes. I sure hope it becomes a reference in the second or third movie. Yeah, that's because it wasn't a reference in the first one.
Oh yeah, it was. They burned it down. That's it.
But that doesn't count. That's like a self-suck reference. If you go, hold on. Oh my God, I'm gonna get so mad. I can't even avoid the spoilers because of you people. I shouldn't have thrown my wrapper away. That was a foolish decision.
I got you, fam.
It might have been weirder if they bothered to explain who the plants are sacred to and why they're sacred. Why? What? That's vital information. That's vital information. I will, Susie Clem. Don't you worry. That's definitely going up on the channel. Okay. All right. I'm giving you one more chance. Okay? One more chance. Okay? To hear me out on what I'm talking about. Oh, thank you. These were trees being grown in the palace while the Fremen are living in sieges, unable to terraform the planet because the spice is too valuable. But those trees were planted in a city that was run by the fucking Harkonnens, so who cares? Like, I know that, like, if you read the books, you know that they were planted there by the Bene Gesserit. But, like, for all we know, the Atreides just arrived there. It's not class struggle. Oh, my God. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I don't think I literally... I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Thank you, Werewolf. Honest to God, that scene stuck out like a sore thumb to me, too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Validated by one person in chat, while the rest of people go, oh, it's a symbol for, it was in his dream before, and it appeared again, and I recognized it. Which means that that's good writing, right? When you recognize something. Why should I let it go? I'm entertaining you with my thing. But I don't, okay. Oh my God. I haven't even finished the review. I haven't even gotten to past the first point. I'm gonna have to redo this. This will never upload as a segment. It's literally ruined. I literally cannot upload this as a review segment because of how annoying you people are. Because literally, like, trying to talk to my chat about, like, an established series is like fucking having the Wikipedia admin team standing behind you with an electric shock collar, and if you say the droid numbers of, like, the serial number of R2-D2's dad wrong, then you just get electrocuted.
So what you're saying is you're calling them nerds.
I'm calling them a specific type of nerd. How dare you call me a plothead? How fucking dare you? How dare you? Yeah, but you've read the book, Windleby. Of course it makes sense to you. This is like Lord of the Rings people. Look, Lord of the Rings people do this too, by the way. When people critique, like, when like people say they like the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings thing. Dune good, has class struggle narrative. Yeah, but The worms were really lame in the new one. There's the real hot take. The worms were fucking dumb in the new one.
The worms are so cute in the Lynch.
Look, in the Lynch one, the worms are fucking great. In the new one, worms are just a sarlacc pit. A CGI sarlacc pit in the new one. They were just like big mouth, nothing else. There's basically nothing else to the worms in the new one. That is not a hot take. That is like... Yeah, they were just a big pit. How is that a hot take? They barely showed them. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was really underwhelming how much.
You want to know what what the worms look like in Dune 2021? They look like Goatsy. There you go. There you have it. Congratulations.
Sold.
Dune worms look like the thing that ripped off Dune's worms? Well, how bad is it if the worms from the new Dune movie are so unremarkable that you think of the fake first? I'm unironically so frustrated right now.
Wormheads in the chat.
The worms in the best worms ever are the ones that I saw on the internet. Hold on. I'll show you better worms. Yeah, I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to end up talking about Dune like a million times. Yo, this is fucking great. I'll retweet this. Hold on. I saved it somewhere in here. Somewhere in here I saved some images of worms that I wanted to show to the chat because they were cool. In an alternate timeline, when I actually got to finish my review, I was going to talk about the worms and I was going to show worm designs that I think are cool, but this timeline has denied me that. Is it in the porn folder? It should be, but it isn't. I don't actually remember where it is. I liked it some time ago, so it's here somewhere. I'll try and find it.
No, the worms are in mine.
Are they in yours? Wait, didn't I,
That's a good worm.
That's a funny worm, but where's the worm picture? Remember the one I was showing you that looked really cool? Doob. I think it was yesterday. Ah, here it is. Yeah, look at this. Here we go. You want to see the coolest worms I've ever seen? Here you go. Look at this. Shai Hulud. Look at these worms. This is some worms. Why didn't we see worms like this? Look, these worms have realistic body physics. Look at these worms. I love these ones. These ones look cool. Look, they've got the smoke. And look at the ornithopter. That's a cool thing there, too. Look at this one. Wow. Wow. Cool worm. Look at their teeth. Their teeth look awesome. Big, long worm. Big, flat, long worm. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. There was no lightning on the worms. Or smoke.
No worm lightning.
There was no worm lightning, which there was lightning on. The worms in the fucking new one didn't even have any lightning effects. They were just big mouth. That's it. Just mouth.
They got green lightning. It's in the book, too. Lightning.
Yeah, it would have looked awesome. I'm upset to learn that the worms create lightning. Well, it makes sense. They're moving sand around. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know why they did that. It's silly. The lightning is super cool. Anyway. You know, I'm realizing right now that the amount of contention and anger in the chat is a sign. Is a sign. Aren't they like psychic worms?
A sign of what?
I have not read Dune.
This
Still a better worm design? Why did you link me this? I don't get this. I think that was the wrong link. Wrong link. Oh, God. If I became a Dune worm, I would be an awesome Dune worm. Do you know how cool I would be if I was a Dune worm? A Dune worm?
Worm mama. Worm mama. Worm mama.
I would be a cool worm. Wait, really? Is this real? Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Leto. That's awesome. That's actually super cool.
I got a bite.
Damn, that's super cool. What? It's a statue. It was just a statue, guys. It's just a statue. What are you fucking talking about? What would be my name as a worm?
I've seen better worms. And I hate those.
Faun, would you still love Mama if she became a Dune worm? Yeah, literally, Faun would probably like me more, unfortunately. Big spoilers for the series if you go looking into the stuff. Of course. I'll redo this review at a later point in the week once you all have had time to repent from your sins.
I have a whole bunch of those.
We're Mama. Yeah, we're Mama. True. It's okay. We had fun today. It's okay. We had fun today. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. I'll come back and it'll be twice as vicious. My review will be twice as perfect. I know you'll never repent. It's okay. It's okay. Just ban me? Nah, it's done. The mood has already been... I've been derailed. I can't. There's no way. I'd have to start all over again. I just did like a 30-minute segment that's just completely unmakeable into a video. It's all good. It's all good. I'm going to watch the movie now, and if it sucks, I'm going to go Super Saiyan. Well, look, the new Dune movie is fun. It's enjoyable. I had fun with it. I just don't think it's perfect. I think it's missing a lot. I think it's missing a lot of charm, you know? They did take away the pug, which is sad. They took away a lot.
They took away
There's a lot that's like not there.
It's also not a finished film.
It isn't finished because, yeah, there's other ones. But that's okay. Like, I understand if it's in a series, but it is a little bit weird. There was a lot of strange choices with the film. I'll say that much. And
the pugs were a good decision.
The pugs were a great decision. It is a fun movie. Yeah, it's a fun movie. I don't feel like the cinematography is all that incredible. People say the cinematography is good, but I actually don't think the camera work was like, I don't think the cinematography was that much to write home about. Like, I thought it was fine. The acting was good, by the way. The script was bad, but the acting was good, with a few exceptions. I will say that, like, most of the acting was fine. The script was just not very good. But I felt like the actors were doing, you know, as much as they could with the script. How is it not gay enough? I haven't played the games. It was oh guys, that's the biggest sin, okay? And I'll rant about this when I do the actual review. I will say that Jesus fucking Christ, the complete sterility and blandness, the distinct lack of degeneracy was painful.
True.
Was fucking
Especially
painful.
In comparison to the Lynch film, it's like non-existent. It's very hetero.
It's very, very sterile.
Yeah.
And that is something that really bothers me because, like, when I think about his was very gay. Lynch's was so gay that I was a little bit worried because I felt like it actually was like, oh Jesus, like you didn't think about this as but the worst guys, they're the worst thing they have is they have like a latex spider at one point, and I'm just like,
oh, it's got human arms.
oh, spooky. Okay.
I've seen that one before.
What's the best cut of Lynch's version? I don't know the answer to that completely. Probably true. Maybe true. Spicy Spooter. It wasn't even that good. Lynch's gay representation was bad. Yeah, it was. But it was there. It was, and also, it was bad. It was bad. It was horrible. But also, it was like he leaned into the bit completely. Like, I mean, he basically had a scene where Baron Harkonnen comes while pulling out his gay, like, boy servant's, his nubile boy servant's heart plug. He's just like, oh, he's like coming while ripping out the heart plug, and the kid's like, oh, and his blood is squirting out. It's fucking wild.
The scene with the box in that one.
Oh yeah, and the scene with the box in the original was 20 times hornier. 20 times hornier.
It's also 20 times gorier.
Also 20 times gorier. The scene, the Gom Jabbar in the Gom Jabbar in the new one was very boring. Very, very boring.
I'll give him.
Gom Jabbar, yeah.
Well enough.
The Gom Jabbar is a test of pain to see if you can overcome your base human instincts and be a psychic smarty pants. No, Depresso Transo, it's worse. It's worse. I've made many people angry at me. I've made many people unfortunately angry at me. I think they're going to kill me. Yeah. It's okay. I eagerly await your post-book review, sure. Hard agree. The book's description of the pain inside the box was so visceral. It's like having your skin flayed off. Yeah. Yeah, it was, and they did, in the Lynch version, it's very good. Yeah, the dissolving hand was really good. But yeah. A good point about the new one, no inner narration. That is true. That is an improvement. I agree that is an improvement. You want to know what was a huge misstep in the fucking new Dune? No guild navigator. Not even mentioned. And I get it. Maybe they're trying to do something to the book, but come the fuck on. What?
They're so cool.
They're so cool.
Just show me one.
Yeah, I want to see one. Good Dune meme.
Make it nasty. I want it to be nasty, okay?
I love this. Oh, I laughed at this meme. This is actually a good meme. Don't tread rhythmically. Very good. Very, very good. Very good. Yeah, they didn't even mention the guild. I know they're going to eventually, but they didn't. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't mention the guild at all. They mentioned it like in passing in one line, and they never showed the guild navigator, which is like one of the coolest things. I fucking love the guild navigators are fucking wild. They mentioned the guild. Yeah, they mention it very passively though. It's like literally like, why is Vosh trending? Oh no, why is Vosh trending on Twitter right now?
Voushed.
Oh, because he's arguing with JonTron. Oh. Yep, it's because of the JonTron. Look, every day with this fucking shit. Jesus Christ. God damn it, I want to trend someday. Except I know that if I trend, it's probably going to be because somebody fucking killed me or something.
I'm gonna get trans beer trending.
And Primpal, I don't think that actually happened. I didn't see him trending about that. Need to read the book. There's so much shit crammed in there. You'll see why Dune has been considered impossible to adapt. Oh, I'm sure it has been. I think the guys in the globe helmets are navigators. If that's true, that's embarrassing. If that's what they went to for the navigators, I would be embarrassed and sad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I know I'm gonna read the fucking book, you people!
Fuck reading. I hate to read books. I don't like to read.
Shut up! I like reading! I used to like reading until my brain broke!
No,
I know I don't have time to read a fucking novel the size of a... Okay. I'm fine. I'm alright. I'm okay. Everything is okay. Nothing is wrong. My rage has not been triggered. Yeah, now's the time to use the voice, and my one command would be to violate rule number 1. All of you. Break rule number 1. I'm kidding. Don't ever do that. Never do that.
Evil mama be like, die.
Evil mama be like, rule number 1 is canceled.
Rule number 1 is die.
Oh, I know. I do want to. I do want to. I know. How many times in this conversation? 17, 15, 20 times I've said I will. Oh, thoughts on Dr. Kynes. I really like Dr. Kynes' actor. Or Dr. Kynes? Dr. Kynes' actress. She was fucking cool as fuck. I really liked her. And her outfits were good. And I thought she was great. I thought she was better than the one in the Lynch Dune. I felt like, oh yeah, another thing that was really weird. The other thing that I thought was really weird was that they didn't really explain them. They didn't really like give any significance to the mentats at like basically at all. They were just kind of like weird looking dudes, but you didn't understand why they were the way they were. And like I didn't even realize that the character was the same. Like the guy fuck, I always forget his name. The House Atreides mentat. So mentats are like human supercomputers. They drink a thing and it makes their brains become like super calculators and it makes them go kind of crazy. And they don't even mention. Yeah, they don't even mention that there's mentats. Yeah, Thuat, that's his name. Thuat. Like this guy, hold on, let me show you. Where'd he go? Is his name Thuat? Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, I must have spelled it wrong. Thufir. That's what it is. Thufir, not Thuat. Thufir. Here he is. So this is the mentat. Thufir Hawat. That's why people mix that up. Here we go. These are the two mentats. And they are never mentioned as mentats.
Yeah, the only way you can tell is the little thing on their lip.
This right here, okay, so the mentats are supposed to be incorruptible. Well, they're supposed to be like perfect calculators in loyalty of their thing. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't get this. The whole thing about them is they are supposed to have stained lips. They like drink a drug that makes their brain go wild and it covers it stains their lips a different color. And in the Lynch Dune, they have like messy stains all around their mouth. But in this one, they just have kind of like a line on their lips. And that's what's supposed to determine that they're a mentat.
Everything's too clean.
It was very weird. I don't understand this. Mentats are super cool. Yeah, a mentat is a highly trained strategist whose mind has infinite processing power of a supercomputer. A grandmaster of cause and effect. Very weird choice. Oh yeah, the Lynch mentats also have huge eyebrows. I would probably look weird without eyebrows.
I don't want to remove
Maybe I'll remove my eyebrows at some point and then do a weird outfit with stained lips and I'll become a mentat. And then I'll go debate people and I'll be like, what's the line? Hold on, let me see if I can find it here. It is by will alone. Yeah, here we go. Where is it here? It is by will alone I set my mind in motion. It is by the justice of Safu that the thoughts acquire speed, the lips acquire stains, the stains become a warning. It is by will alone I set my mind in motion. That'll be me, right during the middle of a debate. It is by will alone that I set my mind in motion. It is by the juice of Safu that the thoughts acquire speed, the lips acquire stains, the stains become a warning. It is by will alone that I set my mind in motion. And then I'll just destroy people with a single thought. They'll be like, oh, your arguments, I can't handle them. You're so correct. And then blood will start pouring out of their mouths and blood will go out of their eyes. They'll be like, yes, indeed.
What deep?
Yeah. So that'd be great. No! And then their heads blow up and guts go all over the camera. And I'm like, now try having a panel with me. Wait, what house would I be? I would not belong to a house. Are you fucking kidding me? I would never be allowed in any of these houses. I would be like, I would like be so fucked. It wouldn't even be funny. If anything, they would be like, okay, this weird fucking bitch, we'll shove her in one of these spice tubes so she can fly planes or something. That's what would happen.
Let me in the spice tube.
Yeah, they'd put me in a spice tube because they'd be like, oh, Jesus, we can't let her out. I love that they're taking a wild drug in order to replace the need for computers and have turned it into like a quasi-religious mantra to try and maintain control. Yeah, I love it. I think it's really cool. You think I'd be a Sardaukar? No way. What do you think? I'd sign up with the fucking Imperial military? Nah. Some people say I'm a Fremen, maybe. I mean, I think I align most with the Fremen ideologically, but yeah. Being a high-tier Space Guild member? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'd be one of those navigators. I doubt their life is very fun though. Oh, the world building is fucking fantastic. Of course. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh yeah, in the hold on, I can show you what they look like in the one from the Lynch one. Yeah, they look like this guy. Wait, that's not good. Lynch. Yeah, they kind of look kind of wild in this one. Look. Hold on, let me show you. Where is it? Here we go. Here's the guy. The sort of iconic dude. Here we go. Wait, you can't see the makeup very well in this image. That was one of the problems with the Lynch one. The makeup didn't show up very well, which is a little bit unfortunate. But, like, this is a pretty good image of it, you know? This is what they look like in the Lynch one. I would want to be a worm, of course.
Worm mama.
Yeah, I'd be a worm. I'd be Sardaukar. Closest thing. Everyone else is either schemers, backstabbers, eugenicists, or manipulatable. If I was a food, what food would I be? Not that. The Sardaukar are pretty strong. I would like to be a worm, though. It just turned into Worm Kink? I guess it kind of did. Oh, well. Welcome to my streams, I guess.
Worm.
This is what ends up happening every single goddamn time.
Oh, worm?
Wow. Prime Kai's. Wow, what a great time to raid. Welcome, everyone, all the Prime Kai's raiders. Should I try and do the Dune review again? Should I just start over to celebrate the raiders coming in? Welcome, new coming raiders. Thank you very much for the raid, Prime Kais. All of you who are here, please consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live, which you can sign up for using your Twitch account. It's super easy. Just go to the website. You get all of the emotes for free, and you get to hang out with the imps. I will be watching Twitch chat, but please consider coming over to the website, okay? Okay? All right, everybody, I'll do the Dune review, okay? I'll start over again. This is just for you, okay? Because I got this raid, I'll do the Dune review, okay? Oh, you came back just in time for me to try and restart the Dune review. Hey, Prime, just wanted to give you some support. Prime says, hey, buddy, just wanted to give you some support. Hope you're having an amazing stream. Have a good night. Thank you. It has been a great stream, Prime. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for rating and for swinging by, and thank you for the kind words. It's been a great stream. Talked with TJ earlier, and it was awesome. I'll be quiet. No derail. I won't say the P word, please. It's so mean. It's so mean. That was so mean. They were being mean to me. Newcomers, they were bullying me. They were bullying me. But it's okay. Don't Google JonTron's middle. Uh-oh. I like it. Saying it now. Okay, all right. I know you do bully, but it's fine. You are an effective bully. You effectively bullied me. Okay, everyone, get comfortable. The raiders are in. Welcome. Thank you. Follow me. I'm the best streamer you've ever seen. I promise you. You have no idea how much awesome content I've been doing that you haven't seen yet. You've heard legends of me. You've heard legends about the Demon Mama. Oh, on the wind. Demon Mama. Ooh, so scary. Oh, she's bad faith. She's evil. Ooh, ooh, ah. You've heard that kind of stuff. And it is true, I am scary. See, I have a split tongue. I have a split tongue. I'm very scary. But I'm also very cool. And my stream is very fun. And we do lots of cool things over here. Now, you happen to be coming in at hour 8 of my streams. I'm a long distance marathon streamer. So, yeah. Who is behind Demon Mama? This is Faun. Faun is my lovely partner. Look, see, Faun is my partner. Faun comes on stream all the time. We talk about stuff together on stream all the time. Yeah. So, welcome. All right, let's do the Dune review. We're going to start over again, okay? You want to be in this for the beginning of the interview? The beginning of the review, or do you want to? You can if you want to. You'll just be at the beginning of a video, just if you see you're aware.
I can skidoo for now.
You want to skidoo? Okay, will you get me a new soda, though? Because I'm going to need it if I'm going to do this.
Definitely.
You want Faun with a cowboy hat? I don't think we actually have a cowboy hat. It's been considered, questionable. it's been considered a sacrosanct, no, not sacrosanct, sacrilegious to have a hat in our, cowboy hat in our house. Leah, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to Demon Mama's review of Dune 2021. Now, before we get started, I have never read the Dune books. I was a big fan of the Lynch Dune. There are things I like about Dune. I've played a lot of the Dune games, but I've never read the books. So this is going to be from a perspective. Yes, why yes. And by the way, just so that you all know, leading up to the recording of this review, I have been told to read the books like 27 times by my chat, by people who quite literally have heard me say I will read the books eventually, but they don't care. They just keep telling me that. So that tells you all that you need to know about the Dune fandom, okay? I've never read the books. I'm going to be reviewing this from the perspective of somebody who really likes film and who went to film school, who has read a lot of scripts, who's watched a lot of movies, you know, a film reviewer kind of thing. And I had a lot of things I liked about Dune, and I had a lot of things I didn't like about Dune. The new one, that is. And so I'm going to talk about those things, and then I'm going to give my final review of what I thought of it and my final takeaway and conclusions. So we're going to start with the good things first. I will be avoiding spoilers to the best of my ability. However, at the end of the day, this is a story from the 1960s, so spoilers are really hard to avoid given that this book has been out for fucking forever. Okay? You haven't seen the new Dune yet. I want to stay and sub people, but I prefer to see the new Dune with as few spoilers as possible. Maybe just a sub, drop, and run. Oh no, Leah! Oh! Listen, whatever you choose will be fine, okay? I'm going to do my best to avoid spoilers, okay? So, let's begin. The first thing that I actually enjoyed about this particular film, the Dune 2021, was the costumes. The costumes are fantastic basically all the way through the movie. There's maybe one costume that I didn't think was a very good option, but other than that, they were great. You had these fantastic flowing black square veil robes for the Bene Gesserit. You had these sort of very heavy, almost like power armor looking things with weird, disgusting contraptions for the Harkonnens. Very, very good. The still suit design was detailed and looked functional, which is ideal, seeing as how the still suits are designed to keep people alive on a desert planet. And all of the factions had very distinct visual appearance. Even the costumes that I didn't think were all that stellar still were good in their own right. I just feel that they may have fallen out of line. So, for example, one such thing is the Mentats, which we're going to talk about in a minute. There is a type of creature or a type of being in the Dune universe called a Mentat, and their costume decisions for the Mentats, in my opinion, did not match with what a Mentat is supposed to be. But they were cool anyway. They still looked good. Another thing that was very good. A lot of the ship and set designs in this film were really nice. So the spaceships for each of the factions looked really cool. There was these dragonfly-looking ornithopters, which are basically like a helicopter, but they fly using wing power. So there were like these dragonfly-looking things with these very big glass heads. And even the interior shots of these ships were notably, they kind of felt open and exposed, and it was very, very cool. The Harkonnens, who were like these exploitative bad guys, they had these ships these balloons that would drop spice harvesters onto the ground, and the spice harvesters looked like big crawling, like bloated ticks. Very, very cool. There was also there was a big tube ship. There's a ship that looks like a giant tube, which I'm always a fan of ships that look like giant tubes. I just think they're cool. I also think it looked really nice. Yeah, I liked it. The tube ship was cool. Yeah, there was a lot of really cool ship design. So those were two of the things I really, really liked about the film. The special effects looked really good all throughout the film, with a couple of very, very limited exceptions. And the set design was good. While I don't necessarily think they managed to capture the character of all of the different factions in the set design was very competent. Each set looked good. It looked solid. It looked like a place that, you know, for the most part, that people would be in, or that it was, you know, like there was a certain solidness to the set design that I liked. So those were the things I really, really liked about the film. Also, it was entertaining. Like, there's no doubt about it. Even though there are things that I disagree with this film that we're going to get into, it was entertaining. I had a fun time watching it, which is always a good thing. To me, I kind of hold like remakes of classics like Dune to a little bit of a higher standard because they are so hyped, because there's such a huge project, because people know what they're getting into when they get into it, and when they go to make something like that. So I'm a little severe sometimes. However, I will say this film was quite entertaining. The action scenes were very enjoyable, and all of that. Yes. Yeah, the lore of Dune is fantastic. Like, regardless of what you feel about this movie, the lore of Dune is amazing. Like, one of the most incredibly rich world-building examples in all of sci-fi history. It's incredibly deep. There's all kinds of intricacies to it. There's a lot of creativity. The designs that Frank Herbert made were really fucking cool. It's the Lord of the Rings of sci-fi. I think that's fair to say. Yeah. And now I got to talk about the dislikes, okay? Because there was a lot that I disliked about this film. And again, this is from the perspective of a film enjoyer, a Dune film enjoyer, not so much from the perspective of a book enjoyer. Yeah. So there were a couple of things. The first thing, which this was a controversial opinion, but I felt like the script writing was very poor. There's a scene in the movie that really like grinded my gears, and it's like a training scene between the main character Paul Atreides and his uncle, basically a guy whose name is Gurney Halleck. And at one point, Gurney's like, "You just don't get it, do you?" And I was like, okay, so that line is the worst line ever. Not only is that literally drilled into you to never use that line in every film school ever, but it is the most like film school kid that like has ever existed. Such a terrible, terrible line. By the way, thank you, Leah, for the gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. It's just like no one on the planet has ever said that to anybody else ever. You have never said it. No one has ever said it to you. There is no circumstance in which human beings will ever go, "You just don't get it, do you?" Unless it's like an edgy script written by a teenager. So that was unfortunate, but there were multiple examples of this throughout the film. There were multiple points where the script just started to fall apart. Thank you very much for the 4 gifted tier 1 subscriptions. Just started T-Blockers, no idea how I'm going to come out or pass, but hearing your reminder of don't die is really helping me through this. Not only don't die, but you will not die. You will find your way. Do not worry. HRT is magic. Fight hard, okay? Fight hard and do not die. Okay, so that's the first part of the film. The script writing was very weak. There were a lot of parts in the movie where dialogue between characters just felt incredibly unnatural. And to be fair, there are parts in the like Dune Lynch film, which I also really like, where the script is a little bit rough. But this film was really rough. There was a lot of portions where it just didn't feel like it was like people talking to other people. It just felt like they were reciting portions of a story. Yeah. And yeah, Gayfest just doesn't get it, do you? You just don't get it, do you? There were a couple of points like this. Another thing that I didn't like, and this is a big one, okay? This might be the biggest, this might be the biggest one was the sterility, okay? The entire piece felt incredibly clean, like shockingly clean. For those of you who don't know, both the original Dune and the Lynch film are psychedelic sci-fi, okay? It's a story about a drug that has the ability to explode your brain into having, if with the correct training, you can take this drug and it will grow your brain to basically take over your body until you are so mentally powerful that you can bend space and time. That is wild, okay? And these books are full of horniness. They are the book and the Lynch film are so horny, it's unbelievable. And this film was not. This film was, oh my God, like there was nothing. There wasn't a drop of, there was like one drop of horny in the entire film. And that was in the very beginning when the mom character, Jessica, Lady Jessica orders her son to use the voice on her, which for those of you who don't know, the voice is basically mind control. It lets you speak a command, and if you're powerful enough, you will override the will of another person and take over. And so the mom is like, my son, command me. And then there's this really horny scene where the son uses mind control on the mom, and it is like, what the fuck? And so that was a little horny, but everything else was incredibly sterile and very bland in that way, which really sucked. Like, because you have this whole problem where it's like, okay, so the Harkonnens in both the Dune book and in the Lynch Dune film, which are the two major predecessors to this film, the Harkonnens are supposed to sort of be the epitome of like hedonism, of like raw, selfish, disgusting hedonism, okay? And in the Lynch, and in both the book and in the Lynch film, the Harkonnens, like, there's actually some like unironic homophobia mixed in there. I haven't read the book, but I'm familiar with what's in them. Like, oh my God. Yes, on the mom. Yes, on the mom. Yes. Okay. So, the Harkonnens are, like, there's literally, like, basically, I mean, guys, in the Lynch Dune, there's a scene in which Baron Harkonnen basically comes himself while pulling out the heart plug of his flower boy boy servant. And he's like licking him, and then he kills the guy, and he's like, oh, like that is like how they portray his villainy. Now that is, in my opinion, that plays on some homophobic tropes, but it's also something. In this film, in the new 2021 Dune, okay, the horniest the film gets is that one of the Harkonnens go, oh, dismiss our pet. And then like a latex spider creature crawls in another direction. It's like a little CGI latex spider thing. And I'm like, guys, like that's like the most basic like, oh, I thought of something horny, latex spider. But here's the thing. I could have a latex spider skittering around my house tomorrow if I wanted to. Like, it would not be hard. I could tie two girls together in a latex outfit if they wanted to, and they would crawl around my house if I wanted them to. Let's be real, okay? So this is not all that exciting for me. This is not all that interesting. It's not meant to be horny. Yes, it is. Are you for real? It is. Remember that in the Lynch film, there's an entire scene where the musicians... Hold on. Can I just show you this from the Lynch film before anybody goes off on any things? Hold on. Let me just show you. What's his name? What's the character's name? Yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is this not supposed to be horny? Are you telling me this isn't supposed to be horny? That this wasn't intended to be horny? Look at this. This is from the Dune, the Lynch Dune, okay? There's a scene where one of the Harkonnens climbs out of a steam bath, and it's the musician Sting, who's ripped as fuck, and all he does is just go like, and then the Baron is like, oh my god, and he's like drooling over himself because he's so hot. And of course, it's like weird, unethical crap. Like, it's like incest crap. Who fucking cares? It's a fucking novel. It's a fucking sci-fi novel. Of course, modern day Lynch is pro-LGBT. Modern Lynch is like aggressively pro-trans. So, yeah, there was no horny whatsoever in the new one, basically. There was almost none. And it's very unfortunate because, in my opinion, there is like lots of weird horny in Dune that I really like. And one of the things that makes Dune interesting is because of is like because it's so dirty. It's such a fucking filthy universe. It's full of like weird, disgusting royals and worms and dirt and sand and psychedelic drugs that blow your brains up and religious sects that are horrible. It's like, it's great. It's filthy and wild. Okay? And yes, I do agree there is a lot of problematic portrayals in the Lynch Dune. And there are a lot of problematic portrayals in the book of Dune. This has been long. Everybody's talked about this. I get it. I fucking get it. But this film was very sterile. And it shows in almost every aspect of it. All of the characters are very clean. Even the characters who are supposed to be covered in sand don't look like they're covered in sand. They look like they're covered in sparkles. There's literally a scene where they're like hiding in a tent, under a sand dune. And there's supposed to be spice that's leaking into the tent. So they're all getting high and shit. But it's just sparkles. They just put sparkles in the air. I'm like, no, like if you're buried under a sand dune in a tent and you're getting high from the sand, it's because there's fucking dirt like coughing in there. Like you're gonna be like, I don't know. I don't know why they decided to go so clean with the new appearance. I really felt like that did a disservice to the film. Okay? So there's another one of my big problems with the Dune 2021 film. Well, see you soon, Amanda Smash. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. So, the next thing that I had a lot of issues with was, well, okay. How do I explain this? There were a lot of parts of the new film that, in my opinion, just felt like they weren't committing completely. So, for example, and a lot of this is like a byproduct of the cleanliness of like the sterility. So like, I didn't buy how like any of the characters being intimidating. In the Lynch Dune, the characters are almost like goofy, but they're intimidating in their own way. Because in the Lynch Dune, Harkonnen is like disgusting. Like he's horrifyingly gross. He's so gross. You would get scared. You would get scared like if this guy was near you, because he has like growing pustules on his face, and he's like you witness him killing multiple people. In this one, Baron Harkonnen has like Marvel villain feelings. In the 2021 one, he kind of feels like a Marvel villain, where he's just like, I'll show you. Bum, 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 bum. And then there's scary music and stuff. And, like, the spine was good. Yeah, I meant to mention that. I will say, honorable mention to the Baron Harkonnen, the first scene of Baron Harkonnen in the new film. In the new film, he has, like, a spine straightening machine, and the sound effects are so gross, and the visual effect of it, like, snapping his spine into place so that he can sit up is awesome. That was so good. Unfortunately, he didn't really carry it all the way through. Yeah, Lynch's characters were cartoonish, but I don't mind cartoonish characters. Yeah. Yeah, a spine straightening machine. Yeah, exactly. It fixes the nerd neck. The oil bath was all right. It was all right. Yeah. And then here's another thing, okay? One more thing, okay? Okay. One more thing that I didn't really like about the Dune film. The worms. And this is a big fuck up, okay? The worms, okay? Guys, worms, okay? I'm gonna show you good worms, okay? I'm gonna show you fucking good worms. I just had this shit up here. I'm gonna show you that. Wait, no, wait, it's not here. Wait, where'd the worms go? Didn't I have them open on here? I did it again. I literally, no, here it is. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys good worms. Okay, this is art by Sniper Wrath, a concept artist who, as you can see by this post, has gotten a lot of attention for their Dune art. Okay, this is cool worms. Okay, look at it, flat, realistic. They've got the little steam vents. They've got big, scary mouths. They're like flat and bulgy and banded. Look at these guys. These are such cool worms. This is sick. Look at Flatty. Flatty. Flatty worm. Big flatty worm. Super flat. And there's people on this worm. You can even see the little dots of people on the worm. And then these worms that are huge, you can see them next to buildings and they're just scary. And these worms have like the lightning on them. Wait, I skipped the one with the lightning, didn't I? No, here's the one. Here's the one with the lightning. Look at this. In the books and in the Lynch movie, they basically they move so much sand with their bodies that it generates static electricity that causes lightning bolts. That's so fucking cool. These are cool. Now, yeah, I saw that. Now let me show you what they decided to do with the worms in Dune 2020. Because I was very, very disappointed. Let me show you. Okay? Okay, ready? This is the worm from Dune 2021. Okay? Here you go. Cool.
Oh.
Nice. Super cool worm design. Okay. It's a big tube. It looks like a, yeah. It's not very good. And let me see if I can find another shot. Let me see if I can find another one of the shots. Okay? Hold on. Do they even have another one? Is this the only shot of the worm in that entire piece? Yeah, I don't even think they showed any other worms. Like, I don't actually think you see the worms ever again besides that one. There's a part where it's in the ground. Yeah, this is the other one. This is the other shot with the worm. Right here. This is the other one. You just see its mouth. And that's it.
It's not even a good one if described as that.
Yeah. So, like, I was very disappointed with the worms. And now, if you look at the lynch worms, you know, the lynch worms are fucking cool. Okay? Now, they're a little silly because they used actual, like, models and shit.
That makes them good.
Yeah, they're really good. Hold on, let me show you the Dune Lynch worm. Here we go. And these ones are sick as fuck, okay? They look awesome. See, they look like, look at how dusty this is. Oh wait, this is the one with the lightning. Look at this. Fucking what? Look, sick. So cool. And there's a fucking this. They're like dirty sandworms with big foldy mouths. And there's like 100 of them. And they're an actual model. And there's a part in the Lynch film where a puppet worm is smashing into a mountain. It's like, and it's so goofy and amazing. It's so sick. And like, oh yeah, when they climb on the worms in this movie, they have big nostrils that they put hooks in. And it's all nasty. Their nostrils are going like, it's disgusting. It's so gross. Anyway, so yeah, the new worms are kind of a cop-out. And I think that's a pretty big failure because worms are awesome. Worms should be cool. If you see a worm that's 500 fucking meters long, you should be like, what the fuck? You shouldn't be like, it's goatsy. I just don't think the new worms are good. Yeah, I just don't think the new worms are good. I don't. I think they're boring. You want to know what also, you know what had good worms? Hold on, let me show you another good worm. This one I wasn't even thinking of. Yeah! Look at this! You want to see a cool worm monster? You want to see a cool fucking worm monster? Look at this. Here you go. Oh, Final Fantasy X! Final Fantasy X had a cooler worm monster. Final Fantasy X had a big, bulgy, wormy thingy. So cool. I like it. Okay. So those were the things I didn't like about the film. Oh, I should say, okay, so now let's just do the overall, like the overall takeaway, okay? The movie was fun. I enjoyed the movie, okay? Yeah, the Lynch, no, I accidentally voted 2! Cancel that! I tried to click 1 and it gave me a 2! Bullshit! What if the worm looked like a bobbit worm? Those things are so cool. Bobbit worms are awesome. I would like that. Because that's creative. I'll show you what a bobbit worm looks like. Those things are scary.
They're cool.
Bobbit worms are fucking horrifying. They will also, look at this shit. You want to see what a bobbit worm looks like? Look, what if they went this direction? What a cool, scary worm. Yeah, sick. So, what was I gonna say? Okay, so let's talk about the overall, reviews, okay? So, the overall review of the film. Fun film, definitely worth watching. You will, I think that if you watch the movie, you will enjoy it, and you'll have a good time, okay? However, I don't think that it manages to be as fun or as cool as the Lynch Dune, and it certainly doesn't excite me as much about the universe as the Lynch Dune did. I felt like it was so clean that it felt like it had its foot in Star Wars a lot of the time. There were a lot of ship designs where, not ship designs, there were a lot of decisions about like how the battles would unfold and the scenes that were shot. There were lots of scenes of like a character standing in front of like a large army and going, yes, this is the plan. Ho, 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 ho. And so it had a lot of like that Star Wars Marvery. What's that? You sent me a worm? Yeah, it had a bit of the Star Wars feel to it. Oh, these are cool. Wow, look at that worm. I like this one. Yeah, look at that fucking worm. Now that's a worm. Now that's a fucking worm. Wow.
Spooky worm.
Spooky worm. Yes, this is my plan. I agree with what you're saying there, Windleby. As a single movie, it kind of falls flat. I bet that these will be great to watch back to back. Yeah, true, Gayfesh, true. Back to back, I bet these movies will be really, really cool to watch. But as a single film, there's some big problems. And this is where there probably going to be a lot of people very angry at me. Because I think that the way that it was, the worms and lynches are way cooler, way fucking cooler, so much cooler.
They got 2 mouth layers.
The movie had, oh yeah, there's no fade, which is a bit weird, but also, there was a lot of disjointed stuff that didn't have any payoff in the first film. And I understand that films as a part of a series can't like have all their payoffs happen, but usually in a film that's going to be like a big epic arc, a big epic thing, you will have payoffs. And you will have payoffs. There's, whether it's Lord of the Rings having, reinforcement of the prophecies and how it unfolds, or a minor revelation of the prophecy. I mean, I was confused, and I know the storyline, and I was confused as to where they were going exactly with the sort of prophecy aspects of the new Dune. And also some of their choices, and I know that some of you are going to get very mad at this, and I do not care, but I'm going to explain myself, okay? The visions given to Paul Atreides in the Gom Jabbar were fucking stupid and made no sense, okay? No stun locking. I will mute chat entirely. The visions are bad. They're not just boring, they're bad, okay? In the first film, the Gom Jabbar, first of all, it literally melts his hand, which the Gom Jabbar sucked in the new one. In the new one, it was terrible. It was just like, oh, fire, and, oh, owie. And then in the fucking Lynch one, he's like, ah! And his hand is literally ripping off and his skin is peeling off. And the mother, the mother matron or whatever her name is of the Bene Gesserit is like, you can feel your flesh peeling off by the chunk, can't you? Your skin peeling off. And he's like, ah, ah! And then he's having visions of like his mom dying, and he has a vision of a baby dipped in blood inside of his own mom's womb. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And then in the second one, get this. You want to know what the Dune 2021 film had for some whopping imagery? Fucking palm trees. Fucking random palm trees that you'd see outside of the front of a fucking Holiday Inn in Orlando. That's what we got. Is that the pain imagery of 2021? Yeah. Why didn't they just show like an actual film reel of our lives for the past 2 years? That would have done a better job portraying the pain. The trees were stupid. And then there's another fucking scene with these dumb trees later on that makes no sense. Okay? So so dumb. Okay, in the first film, the Gom Jabbar is a torture ceremony where you're supposed to be able to overcome the most unbelievable physical and mental pain that you can imagine, so that you can actually so you can be proven worthy of wielding the psychic power of the Bene Gesserit. And so the visions and shit that the 2021 had was stuff that didn't have anything to do with Paul. Nothing. He saw palm trees. He had never even seen a palm tree before. And then when he did see the palm trees, he was just like, okay, they're palm trees. Now, apparently, if you go and read about the palm trees, there's like something that ties back to the lore in the books. And it's like, oh, the Bene Gesserit had the palm trees there. But for anyone who's just watching the film, all that you know is that this courtyard used to belong to the Harkonnens. So you're like, oh, the Harkonnens put expensive off-planet trees in their courtyard. And then Paul Atreides is like, should we get rid of them? And then the guy's like, no, we shouldn't get rid of them because they're sacred. And Paul's just like, okay. And it's like, okay, so Paul doesn't know what a palm tree is. And then he sees a palm tree and he's like, this seems very wasteful. And then he's like, no, actually, we're not going to get rid of them. And then the vision that he sees is the palm trees burning, which get blown up by the Harkonnens. So he doesn't burn the palm trees. His people don't burn the palm trees. The Harkonnens blow up the palm trees that, as far as the movie is concerned, were installed by the Harkonnens before the Atreides arrived. And Paul has no reason to see palm trees in the Gom Jabbar. You've lost the plot? No, you're correct. You're correct. Everyone has lost the plot. It's not even just a plot. It's that the imagery makes no sense. Now, I understand what they were trying to go for, because obviously there is like an environmentalist bent and a classism bent. But come on. Like, I just feel like that was bad. I feel like it was very bad. You want to know what I would have done? Here, I don't even think you have to change the movie, okay? Watch this. Here we go. Hold on. I'm going to come up with a better version, okay? He puts his hand in the box, and his hand starts burning, and he has a vision. And the vision that he has is of, like, a statue of his father melting, like, literally, or an image of his father, like, melting and falling down and crushing his family underneath, or something like that, okay? That would make way more sense. You could even have the Harkonnens blowing it up, because then it's like, oh, it ties to the story. That's why it's painful, because, you know, he wants to love his dad, but his dad is all wrapped up in this politics and is going to get taken away from him. Like, wow. Leah HCIC says, yeah, there is significance of the trees, but it's deep lore. Yeah. It's bad exposition and foreshadowing, in my opinion. Very much so. Yes. And I also think the scene was poorly written. But whatever. Hey, Aristocracy, good to see you. Hi. How do you change your username? Just DM me on Discord and I'll change it for you. Maybe the trees were a nod to the lore nerds, but it irritated me because I'm not a lore nerd. Even though I would like to be a lore nerd, I just don't get it, do you? Yeah, it's true. Demon Mama, you just don't get it, do you? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it how you turn the Gom Jabbar, which is an amazing scene, into a scene that is perplexing and confusing. Anyway. Now, there was some other cool stuff. You know, the battle scenes were fine, although they had a Star Wars-y feel to them. You know, I thought they got some pretty cool. Again, there was a lot of costume designs. Oh, did I say about no navigators? Did I say about that? Did I say that? Did I talk about that? There's no guild navigators in this film. And I know they're not in the books yet. But come on. What? They're the coolest fucking thing. You have to. In a visual medium, you gotta show that guy. Lynch knew. You gotta show the guild navigators. Because otherwise, nobody understands why they're so cool. Leah, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sure it did, Windleby. I'm sure it absolutely did. You don't have to show the navigators, but you do have to inform people why spice is what it is, which the movie didn't do. Yeah, nope. Yeah, that was another thing. The movie kind of didn't make people understand why the spice matters. Like, I think they underdid that part. Now, the Lynch film, you get it because you see the navigators, you see the byproducts that, like, the mentats take. There's a lot of stuff. The spice is super, super, super important, and yeah. It's explained in one of Paul's audio logs, kind of, but an audio log explanation. The painful exposition, yeah, there's the exposition, but yeah, it's mentioned, but it's not like it's not clear completely why you would be willing to fight a galactic war over this shit. You want to know how you sell the idea, guys? Let me ask you this, okay? Let's just do a little exchange, okay? Let's do a little exchange, okay? One moment. 1 second. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna prep a little thing for us. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. You're rolling up. Okay. You're like, oh boy, it's payday. It's fucking payday. You know, you're like, oh shit, I'm ready. It's payday. I'm gonna go to the weed store. Okay. And you're like, wow, guys, it's super sick. You got a whole bunch of stuff to pick from. You're talking to your weed store guy, and you're like, all right, I want to try something new. And this guy's like, okay, I got 2 options for you. All right? And the first one, he goes, this shit is really good. It makes the world go round. Okay? And then the second one, that's the first option. He goes, all right, this shit's really good. It makes the world go round. You might be like, oh, interesting. Super good. The second one, he says, okay, come here. I need you to step behind the counter. And you're like, dude, what? And he's like, no, come on, step behind the counter. And you're like, all right, bro. So you follow him behind the counter, and he takes you to he takes you downstairs to the back area of the weed store. And you go downstairs, and there's a door, and he goes beep boop boop beep boop 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 boop. Looks over his shoulder, make sure you're not looking at him. Beep boop 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 boop. And then the door goes and opens up, and then he's like, behold. And this dude is looking at you, and he goes, oh, he's like, we never had this conversation. You have been chosen to purchase the truest weed, the dankest kush that you have ever tasted in your entire life. But you must swear to secrecy. Which weed are you buying? Which weed are you buying? Which weed? Tell me. You know the answer. You already know the answer. You already know you would never, ever turn down that fucking second weed. The weed melange. You would hit the bong with the mutant. You would be like, dude, can I climb in? He's like, no, this is my hot box. Yes, actually, that's true, Silent. That is a good one. That's a good point. I got to give a credit to Silent for this. Silent says, I think the only thing about the spice I think that 2021 did better was having Paul start tripping balls during the mining vessel. In Lynch's version, he just kind of stares at his hand. That's true. That was a good scene. When he starts tripping balls because the spice is blowing in his face, super good. Yeah, that was well done. But again, like I said, are you gonna take the bong hit from this guy, or are you just gonna take the weed that tells you via an audio log that it's good shit? Yeah. So the movie was your first introduction. Oh, Aristocracy. You gotta go see the Lynch one. You gotta see the Lynch one. The drier Lynch. True. So the spice is cinnamon laced with THC. No. Realistically, the spice is like LSD mixed with Adderall. Is way more accurate. That's true, Windleby. But you don't get the idea. Like look, this guy, okay, if you see this guy, okay, wait, let me just give you one more example. Hold on, one more thing. See this guy right here? When this guy tells you the spice must flow. Whoa! Holy shit! Leah with the 35 gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit! Leah, thank you so much. That is seriously going to help me with my bills this month. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Leah, the patron of this space, you are amazing. Thank you very much. Truly. Truly. Thank you so much. Look at all of you who got... Make sure you thanks for all of your nice subs that you got. Holy moly. Now, if this guy tells you the spice must flow because he needs to use it to fold space and time versus one guy trips balls. Okay, hold on. Let me come up with another analogy, okay? We're going to do one more analogy, okay? One more, real quick. One more quick analogy, okay? You're going outside. You're walking to the gas station. And a guy stumbles up to you. And he says, bro, you gotta try this shit. You gotta try this shit. It'll make the time go everywhere. And you're like, dude, what? And he's like, oh, if you do this drug with me, you'll get so high that you can bend space and time. You'd be like, okay, bro. Okay? But if you're walking down the road and a fucking Suburban, a giant Suburban rolls up on you with fucking tinted windows, and a guy steps out who's got like his face is all fucked up and he's breathing through a tube, and he steps out of the Suburban and he goes, step into the back seat, young one. And then you go, I am not getting into that car. And he goes, if you don't, I will kill you. And then you go, okay, and you climb into the back of the Suburban, and in the back of the Suburban is this motherfucker, and he tells you this drug will allow you to bend space-time. Watch this. And all of a sudden, instead of being in the car, you find yourself in fucking the middle of like Manhattan, like floating 30 feet above, like 300 feet above the ground over Manhattan, and this dude's hanging out next to you. He's like, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? And he's like, now smoke the drug with me. Are you going to listen to the guy who's like, bro, fucking do this drug with me? Or are you going to listen to the guy who fucking teleports you into Manhattan? Just saying. There you go. That's the difference between the new Dune and the old Dune. In the new Dune, you see one guy tripping balls, and you're supposed to conclude that this is the most important resource in the universe. Not very convincing. In the old Dune, you see a dude whose body has turned into a mutant brain who can teleport across the universe at will, and he tells you, you will get this shit or we will fuck you and your entire lineage. That's the difference in exposition going on. So yeah. So there you go. There you have it. Lynch's Navigator designs later influenced Frank Herbert. That's fucking awesome. I'm ignoring. I will ignore the stunlock. The stunlock is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will allow the stunlock to pass over me and through me, and where it is gone, only I shall remain. I have overcome. Through will alone do I ignore the stunlock. Through will alone do I ignore the stunlock. The weed brings the quickening of thoughts. The quickening of thoughts brings the staining of my eyes. I can't do it. No, you know what? Grime Dango, I think, has a lot of good things to say about this film, but I think we just disagree on that one scene. Okay? Yeah, the stunlock is the mind killer. Exactly. Is the little death the French for cum? Yeah, that's true. But no, in this case, it's referring to my favorite thing from Dune. And now I'm going to share you my favorite little bit of Dune. Okay? This is how we're going to wrap it up. Because there is one part that was equally good in both films. Okay? And that is my favorite, one of my favorite things from Dune, the litany against fear. I'm going to recite this for you right now, okay? Here we go. This is a valuable poem. I genuinely think this is one of the best ways to deal with fear in your life. It's amazing. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. That is the litany against fear. That's the litany against fear. And it's really good. I think it's fucking awesome. Okay? So, that is what Paul Atreides used to like guide himself, guide himself through the suffering. And I also recited the litany against fear before I got my tongue split. Like multiple times. I'm not kidding you. I literally did. I'm pretty sure in Venture Bros, Henchman 21 at one point recites the litany against fear to himself to keep his shit together. It's very good. It is a very grounding little litany. Thank you so much, Leah. Thank you so much. The Lynch movie is so bad how it handles exposition. Yes, but that's not Lynch's fault. And it's not that bad. It's just a little weird. It's just a little uncomfortable. Okay? It's just a little uncomfortable, all right? What the fuck? Jesus, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I must not cringe. The best wrap-up is to discuss the trans reading of Dune. Of course there's a trans reading of Dune. Think about it. It was prophesied. The Bene Gesserit were only, the Bene Gesserit are only supposed to have daughters. They're not supposed to have sons. And nonetheless, the Kwisatz Haderach is a man. Odd, isn't that? There's a lot of transy shit in that. I must not cringe. Exactly. I must not cringe. It is about a lot more than Saudi oil or Western imperialism. Also, given the time, wouldn't it be more accurate for it to have been about cocaine in South America, given that this book was written in the 60s? Yeah, a man who was supposed to be born a woman. Yeah, think about that. There's some trans reading there. The setting really seems to facilitate a message of transformation. Of course it does. It's more about humanity and war and cycles. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. Timothée Chalamet was a good choice. Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to say about this film. The acting was good. The acting was good. The script was terrible, but the acting was good. All of the actors did as best as they could. And I think they did a pretty good job. Oh, yeah, that's correct. Grime Dango, yeah, it takes place. I mean, that's why you have names like the Duncan, Idaho thing. People laugh at the name Duncan, Idaho, but I actually think that's really, really great. You want to know what the equivalent of... Here, I'll make one last joke to send this out, okay? One quick little... Duncan, Idaho. Here's the funny thing, okay? Ready? You think it's weird that there's a character named Duncan Idaho in a story that takes place 10,000 years in the future from right now? But have you ever talked to like super fundamentalist Christians, and have you ever heard what they name their kids? Cause like super Christian people will name their kids things like Jedediah and Ezekiel and stuff, and then their last name will be like Burgerton. So it'll be like Ezekiel Burgerton, and I'm like, that is the most realistic thing ever. That is the most realistic thing ever. The fact that 10,000 years in the future, some LARPer would name their kid Duncan Idaho because they thought it sounded like an ancient civilization that they read about in a book once, is so funny and is so realistic. Just so realistic. Because there's a bunch of fucking Christians running around right now in the real world naming their kids about some random fucking name from a civilization 10,000 years ago that they never even were a part of, that they read in a book at one point. It's just true. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking the truth. I speak only the truth. I speak only the truth. That is the truth, which I speak only. You know? So. Listen, we did it. And that right there is the final review of Dune 2021 by Demon Mama. You know, it's a good film. You'll have fun watching it, but I like the Lynch one more, and I'm very excited to read the books because I have a feeling the books are way better. There were some disappointing choices made, but not enough to make it not worth a watch. I highly recommend giving it a watch. You'll have a good time with it. It's got a little bit of it's got a bit of that Marvel all over it. It's just got a little bit of that Marvel polish that's not polish. It's the Marvel smear. It's got that kind of like, it's very clean. It's been very cleaned out. I agree. It could use another 30 minutes. Yeah, 3-hour cut of Dune. That'd probably be great. I'm sure I'll enjoy the books. I will read them. I know. I will. Don't worry. I will. Okay? I know it's only part 1, but that doesn't, like, a part 1 has to stand on its own feet. Remember that the Lord of the Rings films also were multi-parters, and the Lord of the Rings films had The Fellowship is a great fucking film, and you can watch just The Fellowship and you go, wow, that was great. It's fucking cool. So you gotta be able to have, like, if you make a trilogy for films, you need them to stand on their own. You can't expect them to stand on the other films. Yes. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming. Thomas Londonderry, we talked to TJ earlier. That was a bit earlier. It's a little easier for Fellowship because the book ended in that same spot. Well, yeah. That is true. That is true. I hope you all had a great time. Today was fantastic. Werewolf, I'd like to thank Voosh for sending me here to this incredible stream. Thank you. Tell your friends about Demon Mama. If you think I'm cool, tell the other VGGers about how cool Demon Mama is. Because no joke, I've been grinding like fucking hell, and my streams are awesome. You guys know, the imps will tell you, my streams are fucking poggers. We do crazy fucking fun stuff here. So, thank you for being here. Thanks for sticking around, Werewolf. And congratulations. You have now become a Vimp. You're an imp now. You like the stream? That means you like Demon Mama. That means you're an imp. And if you're a Vosh fan, that means you're a Vimp. Welcome to the new Vimp. Congratulations. Yeah. So, damn. I think that's basically, check my DMs. I can check my DMs. Why? I have 1 million DMs. I have like 100 DMs in here. What do you? Oh, here we go. Yes, I can change that. Hold on. I'll change that before we go. We need to figure out who we're going to raid. I want to thank you. For all of the, okay, there we go. Yeah. Sorry. I'll do that right now. I'll change it right now. Let me change that for you, Sugar Glass. Be gone, Sugar Glass. What? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I need to get your name. Sugar. Sugar glass. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. I'm changing it right now. There we go. There we go. Done. Oh, we'll raid Keffels for sure. Okay, your name has been updated. You may need to log out and log back in. We're going to raid into Keffels for sure. Much love. Hold on. Let's raid into Keffels. Okay, we're going to start the raid into Keffels. Thank you all very much. What is this? Screen rant? Uh-oh. Idris Elba says Knuckles' voice will not be sexy in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I wouldn't say he was sexy. I don't think I'm going for that. That's for sure. Okay, but that's silly. Knuckles is sexy. Sorry, just the truth. All right, all of you, go have fun. I'm sending you over to Keffels. The rest of you, go over and give your love to Keffels. If you like me, I think you'll really like Keffels, although we do pretty different stuff, okay? Go give love to Keffels. And I will see you all on Friday. My Wednesday stream, I am taking a break because I am exhausted. But thank you for your love and support, and I will see you on Friday for a Poggers stream. Get lots of rest. Have a good time. I'm going to play some video games. I'm going to smoke some weed. I'm going to have some dinner. The spice must flow, and never forget, rule number 1, do not fucking die. Much communal love to all of you. See you soon, my lovely imps. Bye for now.